Chapter 1. With oneself. Second, miss. Everything has been taken care of. The woman waved away the little maid and cast her gaze towards the courtyard, not far away. Sister, I am sorry. However, one must look after oneself. I cannot waste this chance that heaven has granted me to start anew. From a distance, a cacophony approached, and the woman noticed a group moving towards the courtyard. She subtly raised the corners of her lips and concealed herself behind the bushes. It was sweltering. Su Qingwan felt an intense fire igniting within her, threatening to consume her. Today marked the day she was conferred the title of a noble wife after enduring for so many years. She finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. In her elation, she had inadvertently indulged in a few more cups than she should have. Now, her head spun, yet a searing pain kept her somewhat alert. After over a decade of marriage, this torment was not unfamiliar to Su Qingwan, though it had been a long time since she had endured it. Why had he suddenly taken an interest today? She had initially intended to bear it silently. However, whether it was due to her body becoming delicate from disuse or his evident anger, she found the passage of time excruciatingly drawn out, the pain more intense than before. Unable to withstand it any longer, she finally pleaded, "Husband, be gentler." The man paused momentarily, then a mocking yet detached and unfamiliar voice echoed. "Husband? Huh." The strange voice caused Su Qingwan's blood to run cold, jolting her fully awake. She opened her eyes, her pupils widening in shock. How could this be? How could it be him? The man looming over her had an indifferent demeanor, a sharp nose, and striking features. His raven hair, dark brows, and cold gaze exuded a formidable presence. Yet his breath was rapid, and a peculiar flush colored his cheeks. His obsidian-like eyes sparkled with desire, and upon closer inspection, they also bore traces of scorn and fury. Upon recognizing his face, Su Qingwan was utterly stunned. Why was it that the man sharing her bed was Yin Mingjue? Yin Mingjue, born into a prominent family, bore none of the traits of a noble scion. Rather, he was infamously known as the Evil Ghost. There were only erroneous names, but never an incorrect moniker. He had entered the elite Eagle Bureau at a young age, ruthless and unscrupulous, with blood on his hands numbering in the thousands. Even after being disowned by his family, he had no regrets, rising from a mere claw of the Eagle Bureau to its commander. But that was not all. He also bore another identity, her deceased half-sister's husband. A sharp pain pierced through Su Qingwan's mind. How had she ended up entangled with him? She was oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded, but she knew she must push him away, otherwise all her years of effort would be in vain. This was a trap. Yet, there was no time to ponder who might wish her harm. She needed to address the immediate crisis. She reached out to push Yin Mingjue away, only to realize that her body felt utterly weak, her arms lacking strength. Her feeble resistance was interpreted by him as a reluctant invitation. His breath quickened, devoid of any tenderness, his eyes reflecting sheer indifference. "Yin Mingjue." Su Qingwan gasped in pain, on the verge of speaking when laughter erupted nearby. Her expression shifted in alarm. There was no time left. Run. But contrary to her wishes, Yin Mingjue did not retreat, but resumed his previous actions. Growing increasingly anxious, she attempted to voice her concerns, just as the door to the room was flung open, ushering in a wave of gasps. All was lost. Su Qingwan shut her eyes. Yet, moments later, she reopened them. After enduring so long to reach this day, even if faced with inevitable doom, she would fight for her survival. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards the figures at the door, hoping to discern who they were and find a flaw in their presence. However, as she recognized those standing at the threshold, her mother, her legitimate sister, her half-sister, her pupils constricted in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't they all perished? Why were they now alive before her? As she observed their attire and features, an absurd thought surged through her mind. Had she been reborn? Chapter 1. With oneself. Second, miss. Everything has been taken care of. The woman dismissed the little maid and turned her gaze towards the distant courtyard. Sister, I apologize. However, one must prioritize oneself in this world, surely. I cannot squander the opportunity granted to me by fate to start anew. A cacophony of voices floated in from afar, and the woman caught sight of a group approaching the courtyard. A faint smile crept upon her lips as she concealed herself behind the thicket. Heat enveloped Su Qingwan, igniting a fire within her that threatened to consume her. Today marked the day she was to be honored as a lady of noble rank. After enduring years of hardship, she finally glimpsed the light of hope, and in her elation, she had unwittingly indulged in a few too many cups. Now, her head spun, yet the searing pain reminded her to remain somewhat alert. After more than a decade of marriage, this agony was not unfamiliar to Su Qingwan, though it had been a long while since she had experienced it. Why had he suddenly taken such an interest today? She had intended to endure it, but perhaps due to the prolonged absence of such suffering, her body had become delicate, or perhaps it was his wrath. Either way, the passage of time felt more torturous than before, and the pain seemed to intensify. Unable to withstand the torment any longer, Su Qingwan finally cried out, "Husband, be gentler." The man above her paused momentarily, and then a mocking yet frigid and unfamiliar voice echoed, "Husband?" The alien tone caused Su Qingwan's blood to run cold, her mind snapping into clarity. She opened her eyes, only for her pupils to widen in shock. How could this be? How could it be him? The man looming over her bore an icy demeanor, with a prominent nose and striking features. His raven hair, dark brows, and cold gaze exuded an innate charisma. Yet, his breath was labored, and an unusual flush colored his cheeks. His obsidian-like eyes glimmered with desire, tinged with a hint of derision and anger. The moment she recognized his face, Su Qingwan was utterly stunned. Why was it that the man sharing her bed was none other than Yin Mingjue? Yin Mingjue, of noble lineage, bore little resemblance to a refined scion, earning him the moniker of the evil spirit among the masses. His name may have been mispronounced, but his reputation was well-earned. From a young age, he had joined the Eagle Bureau, known for his ruthless nature and myriad misdeeds, having taken thousands of lives. Even after being cast out from his family, he harbored no regrets, rising from a mere claw of the Eagle Bureau to its commander. But that was not all. He bore another identity, was the husband of her late half-sister. A sharp pain throbbed in Su Qingwan's head. How had she ended up entangled with him? She was oblivious to the circumstances that had led to this moment, but she knew one thing. She must push him away, or all her years of effort would be in vain. This was treachery. Yet, she had no time to ponder who sought to harm her. She needed to address the immediate predicament. She reached out to shove Yin Mingjue away, only to discover that her body felt weak and devoid of strength. Her feeble resistance appeared to him as a coy invitation. His breath grew increasingly erratic, devoid of tenderness, his eyes cold and indifferent. "Yin Mingjue!" Su Qingwan gasped in pain, ready to speak, when laughter erupted outside. Her expression shifted in alarm. There was no time left. "Leave quickly." Yet, contrary to her wishes, Yin Mingjue continued his relentless advance. Panic surged within her as she attempted to voice her concern, but at that moment, the door burst open, accompanied by a flurry of gasps. It was over. Su Qingwan squeezed her eyes shut, but in a mere moment, she reopened them. After enduring so long to reach this day, even in a seemingly hopeless situation, she was determined to carve out a path for herself. She slowly turned her gaze toward the doorway, seeking to identify the intruders, hoping to uncover a flaw. However, upon recognizing the figures standing at the entrance, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Her mother, her legitimate sister, her half-sister. What was happening? Had they not all perished? Why were they now standing before her, alive and well? As she took in their attire and appearances, an absurd thought crossed her mind. Had she been reborn? Chapter 2. Not so bad after all, miss. Please have something to eat. The maid, Qinshi, placed the food before Su Qingwan, her voice laced with concern. Ever since the incident that day, the young lady had been confined to her room, not allowed to step outside even once. The turmoil within the household had been incessant. And recalling the news she had just overheard in the kitchen, a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes. "Leave it," Su Qingwan replied, glancing at Qinshi, her eyes sparkling with delight. In her previous life, Qinshi had perished at the hands of refugees in an attempt to protect her, while her so-called husband had only cared for his mother and sister throughout. After these past 2 days, she had confirmed that she had indeed been reborn. However, the trajectory of this life was slightly different from the last. The events of that fateful day still transpired, yet it was her half-sister, Su Qinglan, who had failed to ensnare the fourth prince and instead ended up in the bed of Yin Mingjue. In this life, however, It was she who found herself in that position. Despite many aspects remaining the same as her previous life, there was only one possibility. Su Qinglan had also been reborn. And she had done so before Su Qi-wan. In the past, she would have never believed such an absurdity. Yet, having experienced it firsthand, she understood that nothing in this world was impossible. "Qinshi, what news have you gathered from outside these past 2 days?" Su Qingwan inquired. The events had unfolded so abruptly, and the notion of rebirth was too surreal, catching her off guard. But she was not one to shy away from adversity, even though her situation was dire. She was determined to carve out a path for herself. Upon hearing her question, Qinshi cautiously scrutinized Su Qingwan, and upon noting her lack of sorrow or despair, she spoke up. "Today, I overheard the head maid speaking to the madam in the kitchen. The master has decided to marry you off to Supervisor Yin." Su Qingwan pursed her lips, her expression remaining largely unchanged. She had anticipated this outcome long ago. The uproar from that day had drawn in not only her mother but other madams as well, ensuring that her marriage prospects were irrevocably tarnished. She found herself with 2 choices: to sever her hair and become a nun, leading a life of solitude, or to marry Yin Mingjue. Her father would never allow her to adopt the former path. Even though Yin Mingjue's reputation was tarnished, and he was no longer a commanding general but merely a supervisor, he still held some value. Her father, who prioritized power, would surely weigh the options. As this thought crossed her mind, a wry smile flickered in her eyes. She closed them for a moment, and when she opened them again, all emotion had vanished. Qinshi, however, felt sorrow for her mistress. "Miss, how could you marry that wretched man? Besides, this incident clearly indicates someone has plotted against you." Yet the master, she trailed off, recognizing that as a maid, speaking such words was already a grave offense. Su Qi-wan's expression remained unchanged. No one understood her father better than she did. She replied coolly, "Given the circumstances, marrying Yin Mingjue is the best choice. Besides, it may not be as dreadful as it seems. At the very least, I would not have to compromise myself and could live a somewhat comfortable life." Miss Qinshi, unable to fathom Su Qingwan's thoughts, interjected. "I have heard that he is yet to marry his rightful wife, yet already has 7 or 8 concubines, many of whom he forcibly took. How could such a man be worthy of you? You are renowned as one of the finest ladies in the capital." Su Qingwan frowned at this revelation. Yin Mingjue's reputation was indeed abysmal, and Qinshi's claims held merit. In her previous life, after Su Qingwan married him, she was tormented by those concubines and spent her days embroiled in conflict with them. Furthermore, Yin Mingjue had a penchant for favoring his concubines over his wife, turning Su Qingwan into the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. If given a choice, she would prefer to remain uninvolved with Yin Mingjue. Yet, at this moment, she had no alternatives. However, marrying Yin Mingjue was not devoid of advantages. He was solitary, with no in-laws to cater to and no siblings to oversee. Moreover, the Eagle Bureau was known for its lucrative dealings, and even a mere underling lived in opulence, let alone Yin Mingjue, who was now a 4th-rank supervisor. It was said he was generous with his concubines, never depriving them, which was precisely why Su Qinglan had caused such an uproar in the past. Unlike Su Qinglan, who had acted foolishly, she could navigate this situation with wisdom. By marrying him, she would become the mistress of the household, and should she bear a child, who could touch her? Yet, her acceptance did not mean she would allow herself to be manipulated. Contemplating this, she asked, "What of the Yongning Marquis? Is my father planning to marry Su Qinglan to them? Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, she would have been wed to Zhou Shulang next month. Now, with her destined marriage to Yin Mingjue, someone else would surely take her place at the Marquisate." Su Qinglan had orchestrated such a grand scheme for this very purpose. And a cold smile crept upon Su Qingwan's lips. If Su Qinglan wished to marry, she would have to seek her approval first. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qinshi hesitantly remarked, "I have heard that it is not the 3rd miss who is to be married to the Yongning Marquisate, but rather the 2nd miss." Chapter 3. Always able to endure Qinghe. How could it be Qinghe? Upon hearing that her younger sister was to marry into the Yongning Marquisate in her stead, Su Qingwan could no longer sit still. Ignoring her father's confinement order, she rushed to her mother's quarters, her expression dark with worry. Others might regard the Yongning Marquisate as an excellent match, given that Zhou Shulang was the heir apparent, and she herself had achieved great distinction this year by topping the imperial examinations. Yet only she understood the true nature of her past life within the Yongning Marquisate. In truth, the Marquisate, despite its noble title, was bereft of substance, having fallen into dire straits. Her mother-in-law was obsessed with appearances, utterly unconcerned with the household's financial struggles, insisting on maintaining a facade of grandeur. Zhou Shulang, too, was foolishly filial, prioritizing his mother and younger siblings above all else, leaving his meager salary to support their relatives who were nothing but parasites. Thus, it was her dowry that propped up the marquisate's dignity. Ironically, while she could only afford to dress decently by relying on others' approval, her initial patience was shattered when her beloved Qinshi was brutally murdered by refugees, and her husband remained fixated on his mother and sister. In that moment, she awakened to the bitter truth. One can never depend on a man. Everything is ephemeral. The only reality is in living one's own life joyfully. No longer would she endure. She seized control of the household's power, and her relationship with Zhou Shulang reached its inevitable end. They grew to despise each other, their mutual respect replaced by a chilling distance. To outsiders, they appeared as a loving couple, never having quarreled, yet they knew full well their hearts had long since drifted apart. Reflecting on these memories, Su Qiwan quickened her pace, determined to prevent her sister from following the same tragic path. Upon reaching the door of the Qin residence, she was halted. Mississippi. The one stopping her was Han Yao, a maidservant by Qin's side, wearing a pained expression. Han Yao, I have urgent matters to discuss with mother, Su Qingwan said. Before Han Yao could respond, a voice from within called out, let her in. Upon entering, Su Qingwan discovered not only her mother, but also her own sister, Su Qingha. Upon seeing her, Qingha's gaze faltered as she hastily rose to perform a courtesy. Elder sister. Without waiting for Su Qingwan to speak, she declared, Mother, elder sister. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited, furrowing her brow. Su Qiwan was about to speak when her mother sighed. Awan, you are aware, aren't you? Mother did not wish for this, but I truly have no other choice. Su Qingwan turned to her mother, noting the dark circles under her eyes, which were still visible through heavy makeup, revealing her fatigue, a clear sign she had not rested well these past few days. A wave of compassion washed over Su Qingwan as she softly replied, You have worked too hard, mother. What foolishness. Today, Su Qiwan wore plain clothes, devoid of makeup, yet her beauty remained unparalleled, a celestial presence. She was rightfully celebrated as one of the twin beauties of the capital, not only for her striking looks, but also for her remarkable talent. Had she not been promised to the Yongning Marquisate, suitors would have flocked to the Su household in droves. Yet now, this perfect daughter was to be wed to a wretch. Qin gazed at her eldest daughter with sorrowful eyes, filled with regret. However, the situation was already cemented, and now she could only muster the strength to speak positively. Today, the Yin residents sent over the betrothal gifts. I reviewed them, and they are quite generous, indicating that Yin Ming truly values you. Her words lacked conviction, prompting her to amend, I shall ensure that they are included in your dowry. With wealth at your side, and when you bear a child, life can still be lived well. A warmth spread through Su Qingwan's heart. She understood her mother's genuine concern for her well-being. Yet, her visit was not for her own marriage, but rather for Qingha. Mother, I have heard that Qingha is to take my place and marry into the Yongning Marquisate. Chapter 4. The inevitable upon hearing Su Qingwan's words. Qin's expression shifted several times before she finally spoke. So you are aware? Indeed, your father and I have decided to arrange for Qingha to marry into the Yongning Marquisate. She paused momentarily and continued, This matter was settled between your father and me. Do not blame Qingha. We must not let this harm the bond between you sisters. Mother. This cannot be. Su Qingwan exclaimed urgently. The Yongning Marquisate is not a suitable place, and Zhou Shulang is far from a worthy match. Please, do not. Before she could finish, Qin interrupted, Enough. Furrowing her brow, a hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes, although she had intended to express her anger. Seeing her eldest daughter, who had never caused her any worry, softened her tone. Awan, I understand your grievances. However, this matter cannot be blamed on Qingha. If there is blame, it should be directed at the mother and daughter from the southern courtyard. As she spoke, a trace of animosity crossed Qin's gaze. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Qingwan had been wronged. Yet, she could only suspect Zhou Yinyang and her daughter, despite her desire to confront them. Su Yuqing had been fiercely protective of them. This thought only deepened Qin's simmering frustration. Su Qiwan realized her mother had misconstrued her intentions. She understood that merely criticizing the Yongning Marquisate or Zhou Shulang would lead her mother to believe she harbored resentment. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, Mother, what about the fourth prince? In her previous life, Qingha had married the fourth prince as his consort. Given the timeline, Her father must already be contemplating such an arrangement, though it had yet to be finalized. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression darkened further. The fourth prince had already chosen Su Qinglan as his secondary consort. Su Qinglan's countenance shifted as she realized the unexpected turn of events. Qin, evidently holding back her emotions, coldly remarked, "On the very day you encountered your misfortune, Su Qinglan also fell into the water, and it was the fourth prince who rescued her." As she spoke, she struck the table in frustration, clearly harboring deep animosity towards Su Qinglan. Her actions had jeopardized both of her daughter's prospects for marriage. Su Qinglan's heart raced with turmoil. Everything had unraveled. In her previous life, she had wed Zhou Shulang. Qinghe had married the fourth prince, and Su Qinglan had been promised to Yan Mingjue. Yet, in this life, the roles had reversed. She was to marry Yan Mingjue, Qinghe was to wed Zhou Shulang, and Su Qinglan was to become the fourth prince's secondary consort. Thus, Su Qinglan's ambitions did not extend to Zhou Shulang, but rather to the fourth prince. Taking a deep breath, Su Qinglan steeled herself, her gaze turning icy. Seeing her demeanor, Qin was startled, quickly adding, "Qinwan, the situation is now irreversible. Do not act rashly." After such a significant incident, Su Yuqing has forbidden any actions against Zhou Yinyang and her daughter, precisely because Su Qinglan has allied herself with the fourth prince. Reflecting on this, Qin reluctantly said, "Do not waste your energy on these matters. Even if you do not come today, I would still seek you out. Prepare yourself. The wedding is in 3 days." Su Qingwan was taken aback. 3 days? So soon? What can be arranged in such a short time? Seeing her reaction, Qin's heart ached even more. She struggled to find the right words. The wedding date with the Yongning Marquis remains unchanged. As the eldest sister, if you do not marry, neither can Qinghe. At this point, Su Qingwan understood all too well. In her father's eyes, she, once the pride of the family, had now become the most expendable pawn, destined to make way for her 2 younger sisters. Lowering her gaze, she replied softly, "I understand, mother." Seeing her like this, Qin felt a deeper sorrow. Patting Su Qingwan's hand, "I have put you through this ordeal." As Su Qingwan rose to leave, she couldn't help but urge once more, "Mother, please reconsider Qinghe's marriage." Upon witnessing Qin's frown, it was clear her mother was displeased. With a sigh of resignation, Su Qingwan realized her mother did not trust her words. The matter was now set in stone, and it seemed her only option would be to subtly advise Qinghe when the opportunity arose. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remained her own impending marriage. She was to wed Yan Mingjue. Chapter 5, Marriage 3 days later. Su Qingwan was awakened early to prepare for her wedding. Her bridal attire had been arranged well in advance, and now it was time to don it. Gazing at her reflection, adorned in splendid garments, Su Qingwan felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Suddenly, she recalled the day of her previous life when she sat in this very spot, dressed similarly, but then her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation for the future. Now, however, her gaze was tranquil, absent of the sorrow others presumed she felt, and devoid of any excitement. Su Qingwan exhibited none of the bashfulness or unease typical of a new bride. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of establishing herself firmly within the Yin household. Sister. Su Qinghe, who had avoided her for 3 days, approached cautiously. Her eyes were slightly puffy, indicating she had likely been crying for a considerable time. "I'm sorry, sister." Su Qingwan understood what she wished to express and gently stroked her hair, interrupting her softly with a smile. "Why are you crying? It's not your fault." With her head bowed, Su Qinghe remained silent, only able to stifle her sobs. Just as Su Qingwan was about to comfort her, Su Qinghe spoke again. "Sister, I don't want to marry Zhou Minglang either. But father said you have already brought shame upon the family, and we cannot allow the Marquis to suffer further disgrace. So it's all Su Qinglan's fault." No sooner had her words left her lips than a playful voice chimed in. "What nonsense is the second sister spouting? It is clearly the eldest sister's own indiscretions that are to blame. I have nothing to do with it." Su Qinglan had arrived. Upon hearing her remarks, Su Qinghe raised her head, her eyes aflame with anger. "Su Qinglan, what did you just say? Dare to utter another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Su Qinglan dismissed her with a glance, choosing instead to focus on Su Qingwan. The sight of Su Qingwan's exquisite visage ignited a jealousy within Su Qinglan that she could not conceal. The daughters of the Su family were all beautiful, yet Su Qingwan was of unparalleled beauty. Usually dressed modestly, today her vibrant red wedding gown accentuated her allure to perfection, perhaps due to her past experiences. Su Qingwan now exuded an air of calm and composure. Standing before Su Qingwan, Su Qinglan felt inexplicably diminished. struggling with her emotions. She soon adopted a tone of feigned delight. Eldest sister, as you marry today, I have come to assist you with your makeup. Congratulations on securing a good match. What does it matter how beautiful one is? What of the renowned talented women of the capital? What of the celebrated beauties? In the end, aren't you still marrying a fiend? Her words dripped with schadenfreude, unmistakable to all present. Su Qinghe could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand, intending to strike Su Qinglan, but Su Qinglan interceded. If Su Qinghe acted out, it would reflect poorly on her, as it would be seen as a breach of decorum on the day of her own sister's wedding. Gently grasping Su Qinghe's hand, she offered a reassuring pat until she calmed down, then turned her gaze towards Su Qinglan, a smirk curving her lips. Thank you, third sister. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your ascent in status, finally achieving your desire to become a concubine, just like Aunt Zhou. At her words, Su Qinglan's expression shifted dramatically. She despised being reminded of her status as a concubine. How did Su Qinglan know precisely where to strike? What of being the side consort of the fourth prince? Was she not simply a concubine? In her previous life, Su Qinglan had met an early demise, likely unaware that the once-esteemed fourth prince would ultimately face eternal exile. One could only wonder if, on that day, Su Qinglan would feel regret. Having been ridiculed by Su Qinglan felt no desire to linger any longer. She flung down a hairpin and departed, leaving behind a venomous remark. I've heard that the Yan household boasts no fewer than 8 concubines, not to mention the maidservants. Eldest sister, do take care. To this, Su Qinglan merely lifted her gaze slightly to respond. Isn't it rather advantageous? There will always be someone to attend to me, and I need not waste time greeting the matriarch every morning and evening. Her words were sincere, yet both Su Qinglan and Su Qinghe interpreted them as a facade of strength. With a scoff, Su Qinglan exited, leaving Su Qinghe visibly distressed. Just as Su Qinglan was about to discuss matters concerning the Yongning Marquise, Mrs. Qin entered the room. Her eyes were red, and she handed a thick list of wedding dowries to Su Qinglan. May you lead a happy life from now on. All will be well. I know, mother, Su Qinglan replied, and at that moment, the sound of firecrackers echoed outside. Yan Mingjue had arrived to escort her. Su Qinglan had no time to exchange further words with her mother and sister before the red veil was placed over her head. Suddenly, Su Qinghe rushed forward to embrace her, weeping. I'm sorry, sister. Chapter 6. The bridal chamber due to the incessant wailing of her younger sister. Su Qinglan found herself delayed in her departure, her wedding attire still slightly damp upon closer inspection. As she prepared to marry, her sister, even more fervent than she, repeatedly uttered apologies. A warmth enveloped Su Qingwan's heart. She and Su Qinghe were merely 2 years apart, having grown up together in a close-knit bond. In her past life, her sister had wed the fourth prince as his primary consort, and they maintained correspondence. However, when the fourth prince fell from grace and was exiled from the capital, Su Qingwan went a bid in farewell, yet Su Qinghe did not meet her. Understanding her sister's sorrow, she merely presented the financial assistance she had prepared. Subsequently, despite writing numerous letters to Su Qinghe, she received no replies and gradually ceased her attempts. Thus, the sisters' connection faded into silence. In this life, she would not allow such a rift to occur again. No one understood the Duke of Yongning's household better than she. With her presence, her sister would not suffer. Lost in thought, she was suddenly lifted off her feet, her body cradled in an unexpected embrace. The abruptness startled her, prompting her to instinctively clutch the neck of her captor, only to hear a muffled grunt followed by a sharp reprimand. Humph. It was Yan Mingjue. She had been so absorbed in her musings that she had not noticed his arrival. Realizing her grip was too tight, she loosened her hold slightly. Feeling him pause momentarily before hastening his pace and unceremoniously depositing her into the sedan chair. The events of the Su residence had spread throughout the capital, and although the marriage was hastily arranged, many had gathered to witness the spectacle. Observing Yan Mingjue's dark expression, they speculated that the future of the Su family's eldest daughter would be fraught with difficulties. This thought elicited a collective sense of pity. Su Qingwan was a lady coveted by countless suitors, yet fate had delivered her into the hands of this tyrant, Yan Mingjue. Unaware of the public sentiments, Su Qingwan sat in the sedan chair, lifting her veil. Through the swaying curtain, she caught a glimpse of Yan Mingjue's imposing figure. Furrowing her brow, she found it challenging to decipher his temperament. Let it be, one step at a time. When the sedan chair finally came to a halt, she had managed to readjust her veil, believing it to be flawless, unaware that the embroidered side had been reversed. Yin Mingjue merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment, and bent down to lift her from the chair. Su Qiwan anticipated he would set her down to lead her over the ceremonial fire pit, yet he defied expectation, carrying her directly to the bridal chamber. Alone, without any elders to preside over the rites, he bypassed the traditional offerings and proceeded straight to the couple's exchange of vows. As a cacophony of revelers clamored to catch a glimpse of the bride, their raucous laughter lacked any semblance of decorum. She surmised they were Yin Mingjue's comrades from the Eagle camp. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared he might unveil her veil right there in the ceremony. Based on her previous life and her recent observations of Yin Mingjue, such an act was not beyond him. Fortunately, he merely muttered an expletive in jest before again lifting her and striding toward the courtyard. Without a hint of gentleness, he laid her upon the bed, uttering not a single word before departing. Once assured that silence enveloped the room, Su Qiwan finally removed her veil. The chamber was sparsely decorated, bordering on austere, with only the essentials of a bed and a table present. As she surveyed her surroundings, the door creaked open, and in walked Qin Shu and Miao Hua. Upon seeing Su Qiwan unceremoniously unveil herself, they gasped in astonishment. "Miss, why did you remove your veil yourself? It must be lifted by the groom for harmony and beauty." Having lived a second life, Su Qiwan had long abandoned such beliefs. She waved her hand dismissively. "Go to the kitchen and fetch something to eat. I am quite hungry." Having risen early and endured much commotion, she indeed felt famished. Additionally, she hoped to glean any information possible. Exchanging glances, the two maidservants bowed and withdrew. They sensed a significant change in their mistress, who now exuded an air of authority, her demeanor more commanding than that of the lady of the house. Oblivious to their thoughts, Su Qiwan pondered how best to navigate her relationship with Yin Mingjue. From his earlier actions, it appeared that although he did not harbor affection for her, he still afforded her the respect she deserved. If he continued to grant her dignity, she would embrace her role as Mrs. Yin and manage the household well. Conversely, if he acted recklessly, she would not hesitate to assert herself. Now, she awaited to see how Yin Mingjue would proceed. Chapter 7. The Bridal Chamber. Su Qiwan had anticipated that Yin Mingjue would take a considerable amount of time to return. Yet she was taken aback by his swift arrival. At the moment he entered, Su Qiwan was indulging in the sweet rice balls prepared for her by Miao Hua. Miao Hua was startled by his sudden presence, her face paling at the thought that he might reprimand her mistress. Yin Mingjue merely cast a glance at Su Qiwan without uttering a word. Nevertheless, his imposing aura, coupled with his notorious reputation, left Miao Hua trembling slightly. "Please step outside for a moment," Su Qiwan instructed Miao Hua before turning her attention to Yin Mingjue, inviting him. "My lord, would you care for some?" Upon hearing her address, Yin Mingjue furrowed his brow and approached her, taking a seat beside her. A faint scent of alcohol wafted from him. Perhaps the collar of his ceremonial attire was a bit too tight, as he impatiently tugged at it, presenting an image that was far from that of a gentleman. In truth, the man himself bore little resemblance to one. Su Qiwan's gaze drifted from his neck to his face. Yin Mingjue possessed striking features, sharp eyes, a high nose, and a strong jawline. Yet, he exuded an undercurrent of menace, and his cold stare instilled a sense of trepidation in others. It was said that he hailed from a noble family before, for reasons unknown, he had entered the Eagle's bureau. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice laced with mockery. "Have you not yet had your fill of the sights from that day?" Su Qiwan snapped back to attention, meeting Yin Mingjue's gaze. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, yet his dark eyes betrayed a blatant derision. "Given your insight, my lord, I would assume you were aware that I was merely a victim of circumstances that day," she replied with cleverness, subtly elevating Yin Mingjue while implying that if he could not see through such a simple ruse, then his position as an inspector in the Eagle's bureau might be in jeopardy. Yin Mingjue was not dim-witted. He regarded Su Qiwan, noting her exceptional beauty today, far more alluring than on that previous occasion. He frowned and averted his gaze. He had certainly heard of the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Su family and had seen her in person, had it not been for that day's events. He doubted he would ever have crossed paths with her. As he reminisced about that day, his expression darkened. He was not, in fact, ensnared in a plot. He was simply following a predetermined course of action. However, a mix-up had occurred, resulting in the eldest daughter of the Su family replacing the intended Su family concubine. Had he been a gentleman, he would have withdrawn at that moment. Yet, he was neither a gentleman nor a monk, and who would refuse a feast laid before them? The substitution of Su Qinglan with Su Qingwan was rather fortuitous. Moreover, It was not certain that Su Qingwan's appearance there was entirely innocent. Perhaps she herself harbored ambitions for the position of princess. With this thought, his gaze grew colder as he rose and declared, regardless of your previous intentions, now that you are within my residence, it would be prudent to conduct yourself accordingly. With that, Yin Mingjue turned to leave. Their relationship had already been marred by deception. And with the audience now departed, the performance had concluded, rendering his presence unnecessary. Su Qingwan was astonished that Yin Mingjue was unwilling to even feign courtesy before departing. As he moved to exit, she called after him, "Wait." She lifted her gaze to meet his. "My lord, today marks our wedding. Are you truly set on leaving?" Yin Mingjue regarded Su Qingwan, noting her composed demeanor, devoid of the bashfulness typically expected of a newlywed. He raised an eyebrow. Thus, her attempt to retain him was likely motivated by a desire for a more comfortable existence within the household. A flicker of irritation surged within him. And he retorted with sarcasm, "Is my lady attempting to curry favor?" Su Qingwan tightened her fingers, taken aback by his blatant disregard for her dignity. "Curry favor? What does he take me for?" Before she could respond, Yin Mingjue continued, "If you seek to vie for my affection, your methods leave much to be desired. I have little interest in lifeless fish. The women in the back courtyard are all more delicate and possess sweeter voices than you. Perhaps you might learn a thing or two from them." With that, he turned away, leaving no room for Su Qingwan to retort. Anger flared within her, draining the color from her face. She had not anticipated that Yin Mingjue would prove to be so formidable. Once, she had hoped for mutual respect between them. But now it seemed that was unnecessary. If he refused to grant her the courtesy she deserved, she would not hesitate to create trouble for him. Chapter 8. Ignorance of etiquette. Despite the absence of Yin Mingjue, Su Qingwan enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, unfazed by the unfamiliar surroundings. The following morning, Qinshi attended to her as she rose, while Miaohua ventured to the kitchen to fetch their breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Miaohua returned, her countenance revealing unease. Noticing her distress, Su Qingwan inquired, "What troubles you?" As Miaohua prepared to respond, Qinshi subtly shook her head, prompting Miaohua to reconsider. It was prudent not to burden the newlywed mistress with unnecessary complications. Observing the silent exchange between her maidservants, Su Qingwan encouraged, "Speak freely." Aware that Yin Mingjue had not stayed the previous night, she anticipated a day fraught with challenges. The inner residence was rife with discord. And given Yin Mingjue's recent acquisition of numerous concubines, it was indeed peculiar if no one sought to stir discontent. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's words, Miaohua could not restrain herself. "The kitchen staff dismisses you entirely, though you are the rightful mistress of the Yin household. They seem solely preoccupied with serving that insufferable concubine Xin." Concubine Xin? Su Qingwan turned to Qinshi, who promptly elaborated. Concubine Xin was recently taken in by the master and is rumored to be quite favored. Su Qingwan nodded thoughtfully, withholding further comment. The two maidservants exchanged glances, perplexed by their mistress's inscrutable demeanor. Regardless of her recent marriage, the departure of her husband, and the slight from a concubine, Su Qingwan remained unfazed. Her reactions devoid of sorrow or joy, as if she were wholly indifferent. Once breakfast concluded, Su Qingwan finally spoke. "Qinshi, summon the steward." "Yes, miss." Qinshi promptly complied. Soon, the steward, Zhou Shan, arrived. "I pay my respects to the lady," he greeted with a bow. "There is no need for excessive formality, Steward Zhou," Su Qingwan replied, scrutinizing him closely. Though he was barely in his 20s, his position as steward indicated he was undoubtedly Yin Mingjue's trusted confidant. With a calculated tone, she inquired, "Has the master left any messages for me today?" Zhou Shan hesitated before responding, "Madam, the master has not conveyed a single word." He kept his gaze lowered, refraining from assessing the lady's expression, yet curiosity brewed within him. The news of the master's absence after their wedding night had circulated throughout the household. What could the new mistress possibly intend? Was she inviting humiliation upon herself? Before he could ponder further, Su Qingwan continued, "Without elders in the household, I find it challenging to serve. However, it is fortunate that my husband is considerate and has already taken 8 concubines to attend to him. While I am not one to impose strictures, the customs of the inner residence must be upheld. Today, it would be fitting for a few concubines to pay their respects. Don't you agree, Steward Zhou?" Though Zhou Shan kept his head bowed, beads of sweat began to form. Prior to Su Qingwan's arrival, he had heard of her reputation but did not anticipate that the renowned beauty of the capital would become the mistress of their household. He had only heard of her talents, unaware of the sharpness of her mind. He comprehended her implication. The concubines had grown presumptuous, emboldened by the master's absence. and were disregarding her authority. She intended to assert her position without demeaning herself by seeking them out, which would not only diminish her stature, but could also backfire on her. Instead, she deftly passed the burden to him. This lady was formidable indeed. Realizing the significance of her words, Zhou Shan swiftly resolved, in the absence of a proper mistress, the concubines have likely forgotten their manners. I shall urge them to pay a visit at once. Please, madam, allow me a moment. Chapter 9. 8 concubines half an hour later. Several exquisite women graced the courtyard of Su Qingyuan. Seated at the head, Su Qingyuan leisurely observed the ladies before her. One could not help but acknowledge the fortuitousness of Yan Mingjue. These women, each possessing distinct charms, varied from plump to slender. It was no wonder that in her past life, Su Qingyuan had harbored such jealousy. It was implausible for any wife to act magnanimously, with the sole exception being herself. Having lived another life, she had gained clarity. The events of that time brought her nothing but pain, devoid of joy, and she was more than willing to let others serve her. Nevertheless, concubines must adhere to their own set of rules. Clearly, these women were oblivious to such decorum, as only 6 out of the 8 concubines had arrived. With this thought, she turned her gaze toward Zhou Shan. Sensing Su Qingyuan's scrutiny, Zhou Shan hastily lowered his head and replied, Concubines Xin and Huang are unwell and have sent me to convey their apologies. Oh? Su Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. Ill? How unfortunate indeed. Qinshi, go out and summon Dr. Zhou to attend to the 2 concubines. They must recover swiftly to serve the master properly. There was no flaw in Su Qingyuan's words. However, the expressions of the concubines varied. Familiar with one another, they exchanged glances, weighing the new mistress's capabilities. Initially, upon hearing that the master intended to marry this renowned lady of the capital, they had harbored concerns. They feared the master would henceforth focus his affections on his wife. Yet, following the wedding night, Yan Mingjue had not lingered, which revealed his stance, prompting this morning's display of authority. As concubines, none dared to act presumptuously during Zhou Shan's invitation, and they all complied. Now, they were relieved to have attended, for this new mistress appeared far from foolish. They thought their communication was discreet, unaware that Su Qingyuan had already discerned their dynamics, who was close to whom, and who remained detached. Observing this, Su Qingyuan lowered her gaze, took a sip of tea, and slowly spoke. As I am new here, I am unfamiliar with this household. In the future, I shall require my sisters to converse with me. Let us conclude for today. Please return. With Su Qingyuan's words, the concubines departed, eager to deliberate their approach toward the new mistress. Once they had left, Su Qingyuan turned to Zhou Shan. Please enlighten me about these sisters. They all serve the master, and we must not be careless. Zhou Shan felt a twinge of anxiety. This lady was indeed formidable. Her words were impeccable, yet laden with meaning. He quickly stated, the first to enter the household was concubine Qin. Concubine Qin? Su Qingyuan pondered and recognized her. She was a rather unassuming figure, with downcast eyes and no interaction with the others. Su Qingyuan had instructed Qinshi to investigate, and it turned out that concubine Qin had once been a courtesan from the Huai River. Concubines Qiu, Lu, and Chun had entered the household together, bestowed upon the master by his superior upon his promotion earlier this year. Concubine Huang arrived later, brought back from the 4th prince's estate. Concubine Wang was a rescued orphan from a few months prior, while concubine Hong was the daughter of the master's wet nurse. Lastly, concubine Xin, the most recent arrival, was a legitimate daughter of the Jingjiaoyin. Su Qingyuan nodded, understanding why concubine Xin dared to act in such a manner. Zhou Shan meticulously detailed the origins and arrival times of each concubine, all information that could be easily verified. By sharing this, he hoped to earn a favor from Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan regarded Zhou Shan, recognizing the talent that allowed him to manage affairs at such a young age. I appreciate your assistance today, Zhou Shan. Without needing to be told, Miaohua discreetly pressed a pouch into Zhou Shan's hand. After he had departed, Miaohua could not help but remark, the master is quite the charmer. 8 concubines, and he seems unbothered by the consequences. Su Qingyuan smiled. Miaohua's understanding was superficial. Among those 8, it was likely that Yan Mingjue truly desired no more than 2, while the others posed either trouble or served as spies. Should he afford her some respect, she might assist him in navigating certain matters. However, in the absence of such regard, she would not shoulder these burdens herself. She would await Yan Mingjue's initiative to seek her out. Let us see how it unfolds. Chapter 10. Truly capable after the several concubines returned. With the exception of Lady Qin, the others gathered together. This lady seemed difficult to engage with, remarked Lady Lu. Perhaps she is merely a facade of strength. Let us observe her further. Is there not someone eager to take the lead? Lady Wang said, casting a glance towards the courtyards of Lady Xian and Lady Huang, prompting knowing expressions among the others. Indeed, it was not long before news reached them. The matron had commanded that the courtyards of Lady Xian and Lady Huang be sealed. Everyone was taken aback. Why? It was reported that the doctor from Tongan Hall personally diagnosed Lady Xian and Lady Huang with a contagious malady. Thus, the matron ordered their courtyards to be sealed, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, awaiting the recovery of the two before allowing them to emerge, relayed the maidservants. The expressions of the concubines shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Su Qingwan's approach to be so resolute and decisive. She was fully aware of Lady Xian's status, which even Yan Mingjue regarded with a degree of respect, yet she acted without hesitation, leaving no room for dissent. Who could question the esteemed physician from Tongan Hall? It was evident that this new matron possessed considerable acumen. The concubines had already formed their conclusions in their hearts. Though newlywed, as the inspector of the Eagle Bureau, Yan Mingjue was burdened with numerous responsibilities. He returned to the estate only when the moon reached its zenith, instinctively heading towards his own courtyard, only to remember halfway that it was currently occupied. Frowning slightly, he redirected his steps toward the study. Just as he settled down, a young servant presented him with tea, and then Zhou Shan entered. What news? Zhou Shan lowered his head and recounted the events of the day involving Su Qingwan, from her summons of the 8 concubines to the sealing of their courtyards. The matron had summoned a doctor who confirmed that both Lady Xian and Lady Huang were afflicted with a contagious illness, prompting her to seal their courtyards until their recovery. As Zhou Shan spoke, he cautiously observed his master's expression, noting a flicker of surprise in Yan Mingjue's eyes. Su Qingwan's actions indeed exceeded Yan Mingjue's expectations. This woman was rather different from the rumors. Was it not said that her temperament was gentle? From the wedding night to her series of decisive actions today, she exhibited no trace of gentleness. Master, Lady Xian has caused quite the commotion all afternoon, Zhou Shan whispered. He too found it exasperating. Since entering the estate, Lady Xian had made no small amount of trouble, and today, confined to her courtyard, her uproar escalated. Yan Mingjue's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing this. To the outside world, he was perceived as favoring Lady Xian, yet she was the one he loathed most. Utterly foolish, with no redeeming qualities, were it not for her advantageous position. With that thought, Yan Mingjue stood and moved toward the exit. Zhou Shan hurriedly followed, whispering swiftly, Master, I believe the matron's actions are commendable. She is a clever woman. If she manages the inner quarters, it will alleviate much of the household's troubles and spare you further vexation. He was cautioning Yan Mingjue against visiting Lady Xian, lest the matron's authority be undermined, making the management of the inner quarters even more challenging. Yan Mingjue suddenly halted, causing Zhou Shan to stop abruptly to avoid collision. Yan Mingjue glanced at him, his expression inscrutable, and remarked, She indeed possesses quite a talent. In just a day, even my confidant speaks on her behalf. A surge of indistinct emotions welled within Yan Mingjue as he turned and quickened his pace. Chapter 11. In the main courtyard, Su Qingwan sat by the window, draped in a summer garment, engrossed in her book. Qinshi entered several times, observing her unwavering focus, and could not help but advise, Miss, it is getting late. You ought to rest. Tomorrow will come regardless. There is no rush. Su Qingwan merely turned a page. Qinshi was about to speak again when the door was abruptly flung open, and footsteps echoed in the room. She turned to see Yan Mingjue standing behind her, exuding an air of frostiness. Qinshi was startled and quickly bowed, Master. Yan Mingjue did not spare her a glance. His obsidian eyes were fixated solely on Su Qingwan. He was well aware of her captivating beauty, having witnessed her bloom beneath him that fateful day. Last night, she had adorned herself in a crimson wedding gown, enhancing her allure even further. Yet tonight, she radiated an entirely different charm. Clad in a simple azure robe, her ebony hair cascading down her waist, neck, and chest, she appeared ethereal. The combination of her plain attire and flawless visage, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered her breathtakingly enchanting. In that moment, she seemed to merge with the pristine moonlight, embodying the essence of a beauty beneath the moon. Even a man like Yan Mingjue, accustomed to beauty, found his breath momentarily stifled by the sight. Su Qingwan glanced up at him and said to the visibly anxious Qinshi, You may leave now. Your service is not required here. Qinshi cast a worried glance at Su Qingwan, fully aware of Yan Mingjue's notorious temper. Rumors suggested he was capable of unspeakable cruelty, and she genuinely feared for her mistress's safety. Su Qingwan offered her a reassuring look. It is fine, go on. Although Yin Mingjue was no paragon of virtue, he would not resort to violence against her. Once Qinshi departed, Su Qingwan slowly rose, the pure moonlight cascading over her, as if she had stepped out of a painting. She gracefully approached the table, pouring tea for both herself and Yin Mingjue. Master, please sit. Yin Mingjue narrowed his eyes, having observed Su Qingwan's every movement and expression since his arrival. She remained composed, her gaze unwavering. She anticipated his visit, suggesting that her late-night reading was, in fact, a wait for him. Moreover, she showed no fear of him. Over the years, he had encountered many who feigned courage, their eyes betraying their trepidation. Yet this woman was genuinely unafraid. Why? Curiosity piqued within Yin Mingjue. As he beheld her delicate, porcelain-like hands, they appeared even wider than the jade cup she held. An oddly distracting sight. He averted his gaze, silently taking a seat and downing his tea before finally speaking. You know why I am here. Su Qingwan smiled lightly. Master is indeed concerned about Aunt Xin. I wonder if this concern is truly for Aunt Xin or for the esteemed Jing's Huyan behind her. Hearing her address him as master repeatedly, Yin Mingjue felt a twinge of irritation. Am I so old? Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to care about such a triviality. Noticing her astonishment, Yin Mingjue realized he had let those words slip. He pressed his lips together, intending to return to the matter at hand, when Su Qingwan interjected, since you dislike the title master, would husband be more agreeable? Chapter 12. Heaven and Earth. Zhou Shan awaited Yin Mingjue outside the courtyard, pondering the outcome of the contest between his two masters. He surmised that concubine Xin would be released the following day, as she held significance for his master. He also wondered what methods the lady would employ to assert her authority thereafter. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he witnessed his master emerge from the courtyard with a solemn expression, striding purposefully towards the study. Zhou Shan was momentarily taken aback, hastily following, wondering if his master had lost. He dared not inquire, yet the look on Yin Mingjue's face suggested he was close to the truth. His speculation was indeed accurate. Yin Mingjue originally intended for Su Qingwan to release the woman voluntarily. Although concubine Xin was valuable, he could not disregard the Su family behind her. Having already diminished Su Qingwan's dignity the previous night, he could not simply command concubine Xin's release today without openly signaling discord between himself and Su Qingwan. Such an act would not merely signify a lack of regard for his wife. It would explicitly imply favoritism towards a concubine at the expense of his legitimate spouse. Thus, he sought Su Qingwan's assistance. However, the outcome deviated from his expectations. The reason for this was difficult for him to articulate. As the moment Su Qingwan softly uttered husband, his heart was thrown into disarray. He felt the effects of the drug from that day still lingering, threatening to resurface, especially when Su Qingwan gazed at him with a charming smile, addressing him as her husband. Consequently, he chose to leave her chamber without delay. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken in their observations regarding human desires. Even a malevolent spirit could be ensnared by physical allure. Unknown to Yin Mingjue, after his departure, Su Qingwan toyed with the incense in the burner, which had yet to burn out completely. After a moment, she poured a cup of tea over it, extinguishing the remaining fragrance. This incense, which she had personally prepared, was designed to induce relaxation and had subtle aphrodisiac properties. She had anticipated that Yin Mingjue would visit her that evening. Thus, she had made early preparations. She needed a child, as well as the position of the lady of the house. She had meticulously calculated everything. With Yin Mingjue's presence in her courtyard tonight, it would clarify the situation for all within the estate. Although she had no desire to resort to such tactics, necessity compelled her. She had even discerned Yin Mingjue's preferences from the attire of several concubines today. He favored simplicity and cleanliness. Therefore, she had deliberately chosen her garments and the location by the window. Today marked the auspicious moment for her to conceive. Coincidentally, it was also a full moon, as if Providence were in her favor. If she could seize this opportunity, she would not have to force herself into such distasteful endeavors in the future. Yet, fate proved unpredictable. Despite her careful arrangements, Yin Mingjue did not approach her. She could not help but touch her own face, as many had praised her beauty. She had not anticipated that Yin Mingjue would be indifferent. It appeared that he was even more formidable than she had envisioned. Clearly, alternative strategies were required. Su Qingwan lowered her gaze, concealing her irritation. The next day, Yin Mingjue departed early without inquiring about concubine Xian's situation. His demeanor made the hierarchy within the estate starkly clear. Although he showed little affection for his new wife, even refusing to stay with her, he still honored her position as the legitimate spouse. Thus, when Su Qiwan arose, 6 concubines awaited her outside, eager to pay their respects and serve her. Clad in a peach-red summer gown, a color that would typically overwhelm most, she wore it with such grace that it only accentuated her fair complexion. The concubines were hesitant to overstep their bounds. "Have you dined? If not, let us share a meal together. I have no strict rules here." Despite her invitation, none dared to sit. They silently observed the woman in the principal seat, who savored her meal with leisurely elegance, every gesture exuding the poise of a true lady. In that moment, they grasped the profound difference between heaven and earth. When Yin Mingjue returned, he beheld this scene, his newlywed wife enjoying her meal, while his concubines regarded her with expressions of admiration. The tableau was both peculiar and harmonious. His footsteps faltered slightly. Chapter 13. Difficult to grasp upon seeing Yin Mingjue. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Su Qingwan. She quickly regained her composure and smiled at him, inquiring, "Have you finished the morning court session, my lord?" Logically speaking, given Yin Mingjue's rank, he should not have been qualified to attend the court. However, the Eagle Chamber was exceptional. "Would you care to join me for breakfast, my lord?" Su Qingwan asked gently. As she flashed that perfectly timed smile, Yin Mingjue felt a surge of inexplicable irritation. He preferred the moment from the other day when her eyes widened in panic and surprise upon seeing him. That was the genuine demeanor one would expect from an ordinary person. Unfortunately, it had only happened that once. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Yin Mingjue took a seat. In the past, his mere presence would have incited several concubines to vie for his attention. Yet today, not a single one dared to move. In this regard, he had to commend Su Qingwan. Within just a day, she had managed to establish her authority over the concubines, at least making them hesitate to act out in her presence. Reflecting on his plans from the previous day, Yin Mingjue felt a sense of discomfort. As he lifted his chopsticks, Su Qingwan spoke up. "Qin concubine, please attend to the lord." Clearly, she remembered his displeasure from the previous day, opting instead to address him as the lord. Yin Mingjue glanced at Su Qingwan, gestured for Qin concubine to retreat, and then turned to Su Qingwan, saying, "Shouldn't it be the lady of the house attending to me?" Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Indeed, my lord." Rising from her seat, she took up her chopsticks and began serving dishes for Yin Mingjue, cheerfully suggesting, "Do try this, my lord. I find it quite delicious." She displayed no resentment whatsoever, instead appearing genuinely pleased. Yin Mingjue had intended to put her in her place, yet her actions unexpectedly transformed the moment into one of marital playfulness. He realized he had become a pawn in her intricate game, one he had willingly entered, and it left him feeling quite nauseated. Sensing his discontent, a fleeting smile crossed Su Qingwan's eyes, which he nonetheless caught. The more he observed this woman, the more he found her infuriating. How dare she mock him? Her audacity was remarkable. He set down his chopsticks, maintaining a stern expression as he retorted, "You do not even know what I like to eat. How can you claim to be my lady?" Su Qingwan, undaunted, responded obediently, "It is my fault. However, my lord, will you grant me the opportunity to understand your preferences?" She gazed at him with clear, innocent eyes, as if she had been wronged, causing him to pause once more. Yin Mingjue realized that Su Qingwan was as slippery as an eel, alternating between being dignified and mischievous. In short, she was difficult to pin down. Her quick wit allowed her to navigate his challenges and critiques with ease. He was curious as to how the Ministry of Rights had managed to raise such a daughter. After all, those he had interrogated lacked the cunning that Su Qingwan possessed. It seemed she understood him well, sensing that he would not be overly harsh with her, allowing her to dance around his boundaries. Little did he know, these strategies and responses were cultivated by Su Qingwan over the course of more than 10 years. Born from countless hardships, all aimed at securing her own greatest benefit. This was the most significant lesson she had learned during her past life in the Duke's residence. Yin Mingjue found himself unable to grasp Su Qingwan's nature fully. He no longer wished to engage in circles with her. He spoke directly, "Concubine Xian." Chapter 14. You are in charge. Upon hearing the mention of Concubine Xian, everyone perked up their ears. Finally, the moment had arrived. Although the concubines appeared submissive, each one was intently listening to the exchange between Su Qingwan and Yin Mingjue. Before Yin Mingjue could finish his sentence, Su Qingwan interjected, "My husband need not worry. The physician has already informed me about Concubine Xian's illness. I have engaged the finest doctor and procured the best medicine. I believe that in a few days, concubine Xin will recover. While speaking, she gazed at Yin Mingjue with a smile, yet her eyes reflected a coldness. She had already granted Yin Mingjue considerable respect. This was merely a warning. Should he insist on undermining her, she possessed other means at her disposal. They held each other's gaze for a moment. And the room fell silent for a breath, until Yin Mingjue finally spoke. Then it is a burden upon you, my lady. Su Qingwan smiled genuinely this time. What do you mean, my husband? Managing the inner quarters is indeed part of my duties. Yin Mingjue raised an eyebrow. Recognizing her prowess, one sentence had effectively seized the authority over the household management. By the way, my husband, I have heard that concubine Xin oversees the storeroom? Su Qingwan inquired casually. It was common knowledge that controlling a household storeroom was crucial. Typically, the mistress of the house held this power. Previously, the keys to the Yin household storeroom had been managed by steward Zhou Shan, but after concubine Xin entered the household, she had taken the keys. Emboldened by Yin Mingjue's indulgence, this contributed to her sense of superiority. With her noble lineage and Yin Mingjue's tacit approval of her authority, concubine Xin believed that her elevation to the principal wife was inevitable. Little did she know that Su Qingwan would emerge as a formidable rival. In comparison, concubine Xin's modest background paled before Su Qingwan's standing. One was a mere daughter of a Jing Zhaoyin, while the other was a legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. One was an obscure woman, the other a celebrated beauty of the capital. It was evident whom one would choose. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's remarks, Yin Mingjue cast her a sardonic glance. Do you desire the keys to the storeroom? I had thought you were resourceful, but it seems you are not as clever as I presumed. A woman can never escape the confines of the inner quarters. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Qingwan responded, my husband overestimates me. I can scarcely manage my own dowry, let alone oversee the storeroom. I merely thought that given concubine Xin's current condition, it would be inconvenient for her to hold the storeroom keys. Therefore, I considered entrusting them to another concubine for safekeeping. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned by her words. The concubines regarded her with incredulous expressions. Traditionally, the head matron managed the storeroom. Yet this lady was willing to relinquish her claim and select someone among them for the task. Even Yin Mingjue regarded her with surprise. Unable to deny that she had once again astonished him, he quickly grasped her intention, narrowing his eyes as he followed her lead, asking, and whom do you deem suitable for this responsibility? Su Qingwan met his gaze and spoke slowly. I believe concubine Qin would be appropriate. What do you think, my husband? A sharp glint flashed in Yin Mingjue's eyes before it vanished. He replied coolly, you may decide matters of the inner quarters as you see fit. With that, he rose to leave, while Su Qingwan lowered her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, she had been correct. Concubine Qin was aligned with Yin Mingjue. Chapter 15. Temptation. The concubines departed from Su Qingwan's courtyard in small groups, each returning to their own discussions. None had anticipated that this lady, having only arrived at the residence for a mere 2 days, would instigate such a flurry of events. All aspired to hold the key to the treasury. If that key were in Su Qingwan's possession, they would have little to contest. However, she had chosen the most lowly ranked and least influential concubine, Qin, which incited their indignation. Qin, too, felt helpless. She did not leave immediately. Rather, she waited until the others had vacated before respectfully bowing to Su Qingwan. Madam, my origins are humble and I lack worldly experience. How can I possibly undertake such an important task? I implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan replied mildly. Qin, you are being excessively modest. You are the first to have been brought into the residence by the master, which suggests you possess unique qualities. Furthermore, as you have just witnessed, the master did not object, so please do not let his expectations go unfulfilled. With the conversation having reached this point, Qin could no longer refuse without appearing ungrateful. Even if it were not for Su Qingwan, she could not contradict Yin Mingjue's wishes. Yet, she was acutely aware that she would no longer be able to discreetly relay information from the inner chambers to her master. She could only wonder what her master thought of the situation. Zhou Shan, too, was perplexed. The number of people in the master's inner quarters had grown. Yet no incidents had arisen in recent years, largely due to Qin being a hidden chess piece. He could not comprehend why the master suddenly wished to place Qin in the spotlight. Yin Mingjue understood Zhou Shan's confusion but offered no explanation. He was aware that even if he did not acquiesce today, Su Qingwan would devise other means to maintain control over the inner chambers. Moreover, with Su Qingwan's presence, no one could predict the future dynamics of the household. He recognized Su Qingwan's intention. She was compelling him because he had previously shamed her on their wedding night. A woman seeking vengeance indeed. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. Only women and petty men are difficult to manage. What Yin Mingjue did not realize was that he had offended Su Qingwan on multiple fronts. Last night, she had meticulously prepared herself, even resorting to stimulating substances. Yet he had withdrawn abruptly, striking her pride. He reflected on her every move with a sense of dread. Had he known the troubles that Su Qingwan would bring, he would have never approached her that day. Yin Mingjue felt a deep remorse. He was evidently still lacking in self-discipline, easily swayed by beauty. Though the influence of the substances had played a role, he could not deny the secret joy he felt upon discovering it was Su Qingwan, not Su Qinglan, before him. It was akin to believing one had merely acquired a mundane wildflower, only to find it transformed into a magnificent peony. Humans are inherently greedy, and he was no exception. Yet, he had not anticipated that this exquisite bloom would be so challenging to cultivate. Perhaps this added an element of intrigue. Zhou Shan observed the master's changing expressions, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind. Later that evening, upon concluding his official duties and returning to his study to read, a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was Zhou Shan, he called without looking up, "Come in." However, upon entry, he instantly sensed something amiss. Indeed, as he lifted his gaze, it was not Zhou Shan, but that exquisite peony. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Yin Mingjue instinctively adopted a guarded demeanor. "What brings you here?" Noticing the wariness in his eyes, Su Qingwan smiled. "My husband's demeanor makes me feel as though I have become a fearsome beast." In his mind, Yin Mingjue mused that she was not unlike a fearsome beast. To the world, he was a demon, and his wife was perceived as a seductive enchantress, clad in a deceptive guise. Despite these thoughts, he betrayed none of his inner turmoil, merely observing Su Qingwan, attempting to discern her intentions. Su Qingwan was candid, stating, "I have come regarding the return home tomorrow. I have prepared some gifts for the occasion." At this, Yin Mingjue recalled that tomorrow marked the return home. Observing his reaction, Su Qingwan silently thought, "Indeed, he has forgotten. Had she not come, he would likely have vanished at dawn, leaving her to navigate her familial visit alone amidst the inevitable gossip that would arise." Suddenly recalling something, she slowly spoke. "I have often wondered why you harbor such disdain for me. Could it be that you have already set your heart on another? Was the one you intended to meet that day not someone you favored, only to find it was me instead?" As her words fell, she noticed Yin Mingjue's eyes narrow slightly. A weight settled in her heart. She realized her suspicions were correct. She understood that Yin Mingjue did not harbor feelings for Su Qinglan. Yet this revelation indicated that he had been aware of Su Qinglan's schemes but had still chosen to engage, not anticipating that the outcome would involve her. He clearly had the power to thwart it yet allowed it to unfold, and now he dared to show her displeasure. How infuriating. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Su Qingwan's eyes. Chapter 16. A crisis emerges despite her reputation for intelligence. Su Qingwan's perceptiveness took Yin Mingjue by surprise as she accurately deduced his actions from that day. Internally alarmed, he maintained a facade of indifference, adopting an expression that suggested she was merely seeking trouble. He tossed the book in his hand onto the table and leaned back in his chair, silently observing Su Qingwan. His imposing aura became palpable. Su Qingwan felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, yet instead of retreating, she stepped forward with a light laugh, inquiring, "What is it? Have I struck a chord with my husband, causing him distress and wishing to silence me?" Her words thickened the atmosphere with tension. Yin Mingjue's expression shifted multiple times before he slowly responded, "Are you truly unafraid of death?" This woman displayed no fear of him, as though she doubted the veracity of the rumors surrounding his notorious reputation. His moniker as a ruthless figure was not without merit. His blood ran cold, and his heart was equally frigid. Fear. Who among mortals is not afraid of death? Though Su Qingwan verbally claimed to fear, her visage betrayed no semblance of dread, inciting Yin Mingjue's ire. What was her source of confidence? Did she believe her status as the daughter of the Minister of Revenue rendered her untouchable? He knew all too well that erasing someone from existence could be achieved with utmost ease. As he pondered this, Su Qingwan interjected, "I am aware that you are merely trying to intimidate me. You could never bear to harm me." Her words dripped with a seemingly affectionate tone. Yet Yin Mingjue discerned the sarcasm beneath. Just as he prepared to retort, she added, "It is getting late. I shall not intrude upon you further. Until tomorrow." With that, she elegantly waved her sleeve and departed. Once outside the study, both individuals wore grim expressions. Yin Mingjue found Su Qingwan's cunning difficult to manage. fearing she might jeopardize his carefully constructed plans. Should he keep her close or let her go? Meanwhile, Su Qingwan reflected on her past life. Recalling how swiftly Yin Mingjue ascended the ranks after Su Qingwan's demise, eventually becoming the deputy commander of the Eagle Bureau, followed by its commander. By the time of her death, he had already risen to become the most powerful minister in the court. She had long recognized his exceptional nature. But today's probing revealed that he had been scheming from an early stage. He had already anticipated those maneuvers, seizing opportunities with the support of the Ministry of Revenue, all while portraying himself as a victim. What a clever strategy. Yet, more pressing for Su Qingwan was whether the downfall of the Ministry of Revenue in her past life had any connection to him. Regardless, she resolved that this time, she would not allow the ministry to become his stepping stone. Suppressing her concerns, Su Qingwan returned to the courtyard. The following day, she rose early. Upon finishing her breakfast and preparing to depart, she indeed found Yin Mingjue awaiting her in the grand hall. "How early you are, my husband." "Today." Su Qingwan donned a deep violet wide-sleeved skirt, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire hall upon her arrival. Yin Mingjue averted his gaze and stated coolly, "Let us proceed." The previous night, he had made a decision. If Su Qingwan were perceptive and did not disrupt his plans, he would grant her some regard. However, should she prove to be oblivious, he would not hesitate to act. Still, it would indeed be a pity if the world were deprived of such beauty. He hoped she would not disappoint him. As they walked together, they formed a striking pair. Zhou Shan, arriving on the scene, witnessed this captivating tableau and hesitated to disrupt it. Yet, recalling the urgent news he had just received, he steeled himself and interjected, "My lord, my lady. A crisis has arisen. Concubine Xin has attempted to take her own life." Chapter 17. Sorrow. Su Qingwan and Yin Mingjue abruptly halted their steps. Yin Mingjue furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is she dead?" Beside him, Su Qingwan regained her senses and cast a glance at the man beside her. Indeed, all affection was but a facade. This man possessed a heart as stone, or perhaps he simply lacked one. Yet, in a way, this was preferable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Qingwan's mouth. Yin Mingjue paid no heed to her expression. His sole concern lay with the fate of Aunt Xin. Zhou Shan, upon hearing the question, hesitated before responding, "No." The maid discovered her in time and managed to save her, but she remains unconscious. "I have already sent someone to fetch a doctor." Yin Mingjue nodded in acknowledgement. The theatrics of weeping, wailing, and suicidal antics were all too familiar in the inner quarters. To be frank, he found them utterly distasteful. Such tactics were clumsy and unrefined. However, considering her connections to the Jingzhou Yin, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Su Qingwan interjected, "Husband, please wait a moment. Given the circumstances, I must attend to this matter. I ask for your patience." With that, she turned to Miaohua and instructed, "Serve tea to the lord." She arranged everything clearly, leaving no opportunity for Yin Mingjue to interject. Before swiftly making her way to Aunt Xion's courtyard, Zhou Shan stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Coming to his senses, he couldn't help but glance at his master, who wore a perplexed expression, lost in thought. Noticing Zhou Shan's gaze, Yin Mingjue remarked, "What are you doing standing there? Go and see if the mistress requires assistance." "Yes." Zhou Shan promptly complied. As Yin Mingjue took a seat, disbelief washed over him. Su Qingwan truly was extraordinarily virtuous. Yet, this was fortuitous. He was quite disinclined to deal with such matters himself, so it suited him perfectly to leave it in her capable hands. As for her leveraging her position within the household, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was hardly the first time. Yin Mingjue remained oblivious to the fact that he had developed a rather nonchalant attitude towards Su Qingwan. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan walked toward Aunt Xion's courtyard, accompanied by Qinshi. Along the way, Qinshi couldn't help but remark, "This Aunt Xion. Why did she not choose to end her life sooner or later, but instead opted for such a dramatic display just when the young lady returned home? Even a fool could decipher her intentions. Why not simply perish?" She could easily imagine the scandal if the young lady had returned alone today. The rumors surrounding the minister's residence would be relentless. The mere fact that the young lady had married into the family had already given rise to endless gossip. If her husband did not return for the visit, it would undoubtedly incite uproarious laughter. Su Qingwan remained remarkably composed. In her eyes, Aunt Xion was pitifully foolish. She found herself genuinely intrigued to meet this Aunt Xion. Upon arriving at the courtyard, she found it sealed off, but the matron stationed outside swiftly stepped aside upon seeing Su Qingwan. In just a couple of days, They had come to understand that this lady wielded considerable influence. Inside the courtyard, an Exion's maid was attempting to console her. "Miss, the news has already spread. The Lord will undoubtedly come to see you. What does it matter if today is her return feast? A woman who cannot even keep the Lord on her wedding night certainly cannot retain him now. Soon, everyone in the household will know who truly holds the Lord's favor." As Su Qingwan stood outside the door, she overheard this conversation. Qinshi was seething, ready to unleash a tirade. While Zhou Shan could hardly suppress the cold sweat beating on his forehead, he cast a furtive glance at Su Qingwan, only to find her face devoid of anger, instead adorned with a hint of amusement and a deeper sense of pity. Su Qingwan found Aunt Xian both laughable and tragic. She had invested her heart. Yet Yin Mingjue remained heartless. Alas, this was the lament of women in the inner quarters, forever vying for favor. Was it not preferable to have wealth and servants at one's beck and call? Noticing Su Qingwan's inscrutable expression, Zhou Shan feared that Aunt Xian's retinue might utter something even more outrageous, and he quickly cleared his throat to signal the presence of someone outside. Su Qingwan shot him a glance but bore no resentment. She nodded to Qinshi, who then pushed open the door, saying, "Miss, please be careful." Chapter 18. The run on the bank. Upon hearing the faint cough from outside, the two occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback. Aunt Xian was uncertain whether to feign unconsciousness, and before she could decide, the door opened, revealing Su Qingwan approaching her slowly. Aunt Xian had encountered Su Qingwan several years prior, during a gathering of noble ladies she attended alongside her legitimate sister. In that setting, her domineering sister, usually so arrogant at home, had been unusually docile, carefully mingling among the group of esteemed ladies. Among them, Su Qingwan had shown the brightest, drawing everyone's attention. Aunt Xian had felt utterly unqualified to approach her, merely watching from a distance, her eyes betraying a jealousy she herself had not fully recognized. She had assumed that after several years and such significant events, Su Qingwan would have lost some of her allure. However, she was mistaken. Su Qingwan remained as enchanting as ever, perhaps even more so, her beauty having matured with an elegance previously unseen. Aunt Xian's jealousy was palpable. Why did this woman possess such fortune? Born into privilege, gifted with beauty, and surrounded by admirers? Her envy was unmistakable, even noted by the watchful Zhou Shan outside. Zhou Shan sighed inwardly, pondering the stark contrast between the two women, both of noble lineage. How could the disparity be so vast? Aunt Xian, with her limited capabilities, dared to vie with the mistress. Such audacity was truly laughable. Oblivious to the jealousy emanating from Aunt Xian, Su Qingwan walked directly into the room and took a seat. She surveyed her surroundings and could not help but acknowledge that Yin Mingjue had indeed made a commendable effort in appearances. The decor suggested that Aunt Xian was genuinely favored. Of course, the adornments in the other concubines' rooms were equally splendid, as it was said that Yin Mingjue was quite generous in this regard. After surveying the room, Su Qingwan's gaze finally settled on Aunt Xian. "Zhou, there is no need to summon a physician. After all, this ailment is contagious, and doctors are human too. Why put them at risk?" "Yes," Zhou Shan replied from outside. Aunt Xian, upon hearing this, erupted, "I have never been afflicted with any such ailment. It is merely the slander of a jealous woman. You speak of being from a noble family, yet you cannot bear to see the master's favor towards me. You vile envious wretch." Zhou Shan inwardly lamented Aunt Xian's inability to grasp her own limitations. Su Qingwan remained unperturbed, not sparing Aunt Xian a glance. Instead adjusting her sleeves as Qinshi interjected, "You are outrageous. Who allows a mere servant to speak so to her master?" Aunt Xian, taken aback by the audacity of a lowly maid reprimanding her, could not help but strike the bed in frustration. The wound on her wrist reopened, yet she paid it no mind. "Do you know who I am, to dare speak to me in such a manner?" Qinshi smirked. "How could I not know? You are merely the 8th concubine in this household. Just another concubine, no more significant than a servant, and hardly above me." Qinshi deliberately emphasized the words 8th and concubine, reminding Aunt Xian that she was not the sole concubine, and there might even be a 9th or 10th in the future. Moreover, you are just a concubine, not even a legitimate wife, your status entirely dependent on the mistress's favor. Aunt Xian, nearly fainting from Qinshi's verbal onslaught, could scarcely find her voice to respond. Zhou Shan outside dared not lift his head, recognizing the formidable nature of the mistress's maidservants. "How remarkable! Truly, a reflection of their master." Aunt Xian stammered. struggling to regain her composure. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to declare, "I demand to see the master. I demand to see him." Chapter 19. My principal Su Qingwan cast a sympathetic glance at Aunt Exine, inwardly sighing at her foolishness. How could she still not understand, given the gravity of the situation? If Yan Mingjue truly cared for her, he would have come by now. His absence spoke volumes, yet she remained oblivious. There was little point in conversing with someone so dim-witted. Rising to her feet, she declared, "An Exine is indeed gravely ill. Allow her to rest properly. She shall only emerge when she is well. Do you comprehend, Steward Zhou?" Outside, Zhou Shan immediately responded with utmost respect. "Understood, madam." Upon hearing this, An Exine panicked, fearing she would be confined indefinitely. "How dare you? I am the daughter of the Exine household, and my aunt is the most favored concubine within the estate." At this, Su Qingwan raised her gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, replied coolly, "You yourself admitted that your aunt is merely a concubine. What capabilities do you believe she possesses?" Provoked by Su Qingwan's pitying look, Aunt Exine became even more flustered. "My aunt would never abandon me. The master would not forsake me either." Su Qingwan, weary of her delusions, found conversing with such a dimwit rather tiresome. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly halted and remarked, "Steward Zhou, the attendants around Aunt Exine have poorly cared for her, exacerbating her condition. Please find 2 new maids to attend to her, allowing her to rest adequately and learn some decorum. As for her previous attendants, they should be sold off. Our household does not support idleness." Upon hearing this, both Aunt Exine and her maid were thrown into a state of alarm. The maid desperately knelt, pleading for mercy, while Aunt Exine, still failing to grasp reality, shouted, "On what grounds? Zhuer is my maid. You have no right to sell her." Su Qingwan turned her gaze back to her, coldly stating, "If I can be sold, what makes you think a mere maid is exempt? If you are so reluctant to part with her, I would not mind including you in the sale. What say you? Would you like to accompany her?" Faced with Su Qingwan's icy stare, Aunt Exine shrank back. She contemplated retorting that Su Qingwan dared not. However, witnessing Su Qingwan's unwavering demeanor, her underutilized mind finally began to function. Realizing Su Qingwan spoke the truth and was not merely attempting to intimidate her, fear enveloped her, rendering her unable to meet Su Qingwan's gaze any longer. Noticing that Aunt Exine had finally ceased her uproar, Su Qingwan withdrew her imposing presence and spoke softly. "Though I prefer to avoid trouble, I am not one to shy away from it. I reciprocate respect in kind. Should one deceive me, I shall repay with interest. This is my principle. Remember this well, Aunt Exine." After all, this is the second instance. Having delivered her message, Su Qingwan departed without a backward glance. The servants in the courtyard remained frozen in place, hesitant to move until some time had passed after Su Qingwan and her attendant had left, at which point they collectively exhaled, relief evident in their breaths. Su Qingwan's every action had been promptly reported to Yan Mingjue. Thus, when she arrived before him, he regarded her with a peculiar expression. She exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, she appeared remarkably composed, as if the recent commotion had not stirred her in the slightest. In that moment, Yan Mingjue found himself uncertain whether he had unearthed a treasure or unwittingly brought home a troublesome burden. Upon encountering Yan Mingjue, Su Qingwan smiled gently and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Husband, the matter has been resolved. Shall we depart?" After speaking, she stood attentively to the side. Yan Mingjue's eyes flickered. Disaster. This was the sole thought occupying his mind. Chapter 20. Fortunately, on their way back to the residence, the two shared a carriage in silence. The commotion caused by concubine Exine had delayed their arrival, and as Su Qingwan alighted from the carriage, she noticed another carriage waiting outside the gates. The emblem on that carriage was one she knew all too well. It belonged to the Zhou family of the Yongning Marquisate. She paused, momentarily taken aback. Yan Mingjue followed her gaze, and, upon seeing the Marquisate's carriage, felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. With a cold snort, he remarked, "What? Are you feeling restless at the sight of an old flame?" Snapping back to reality, Su Qingwan cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled lightly. "Husband, your words make me think you are feeling jealous." Yan Mingjue's expression darkened as he shot her a frosty look before striding ahead toward the Su residence. They entered the estate, one heading to the front hall, the other to the rear courtyard. As Su Qingwan made her way to the rear, Miaohua spoke up, "Miss, I have just inquired and confirmed that it is indeed the Yongning Marquis's wife and heir visiting today." They have come to propose a marriage. At this, she cautiously glanced at her mistress. The fickleness of fate was evident. What was once meant for Miss had now fallen to the second Mississippi. Su Qingwan halted momentarily. And to the eyes of Qinsuo and Miaohua, it was clear she felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, she was troubled. The Yongning Marquisate was being intentionally provocative. Knowing full well that today was her return visit, they had chosen this very day to make their proposal, a blatant affront to her dignity. Whether in this life or the last, the people of the Yongning Marquisate had always been insufferable. Her gaze grew somber, but when she looked up again, she wore a mask of composure. Upon entering the courtyard of the matriarch, the lively sounds from within reached her ears, voices she recognized, her grandmother's, her mother's, the Yongning Marquis's wife, and her own sisters. Su Qingwan hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon hearing the maid announce her return, a hush fell over the room, followed by her grandmother's voice. "Let her in." Su Qingwan lowered her eyes to conceal the sarcasm in her gaze. As she stepped into the room, a poised smile adorned her face. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother and mother. She performed the proper courtesies. Her grandmother, who had once showered her with affection, responded coolly. "Rise." Then, the matriarch added, "Have you not greeted the Yongning Marquis's wife?" Su Qingwan replied lightly, nodding toward the Marquis's wife. "Greetings, madam." Zhou Lancy, the Yongning Marquis's wife, smiled and nodded in return, her demeanor revealing no outward signs of discord, though her gaze towards Su Qingwan held a hint of disdain and displeasure. She had indeed come today to propose a marriage deliberately to make Su Qingwan regret her past. The scandal involving her and that scoundrel had brought embarrassment to the Yongning Marquisate. With that thought, she grasped the hand of her daughter, Su Qinghe, beside her, and said, "Qinghe, do you like these gifts?" They were personally prepared by the heir. Su Qinghe, unable to meet Su Qingwan's eyes, merely smiled shyly. At that moment, many curious glances fell upon Su Qingwan, and Qin's heart sank a little. Yet, Su Qingwan remained unfazed, maintaining her composed smile. The spectators, noticing her demeanor, found it difficult to continue, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The matriarch then turned to Qin, saying, "You may take Qingwan back to your quarters. I shall remain here with Zhou." Qin, upon hearing this, nearly bit her tongue in frustration. How could a mere concubine be considered worthy to accompany others? However, as the elder had spoken, and with her desire to inquire about her eldest daughter's recent happenings, she complied with the matriarch's request and exchanged pleasantries with the Yongning Marquis's wife before leading Su Qingwan back to her own quarters. "Mother, I have caused you distress," Su Qingwan said once they returned to Qin's quarters. Qin cast her a reproachful glance, saying, "What nonsense are you speaking? Have you been well at the Yin residence these past few days?" Chapter 21. Envy unfathomed being her own flesh and blood. Su Qin had been increasingly concerned that Su Qingwan would face mistreatment in recent days. After all, her son-in-law was truly not a commendable person. Observing the worry in her mother's eyes warmed Su Qingwan's heart. Indeed, there were those who genuinely cared for her. She smiled and reassured, "It's all right. He is not as dreadful as the rumors suggest." Although aware that her daughter might be merely comforting her, Qin was nonetheless relieved. Reflecting on recent events, Qin sighed and said, "Do not hold it against your sister. She is in a difficult position as well." Her greatest concern was that the two sisters would fall into discord over the matters of the Marquisate's marriage. "Mother, I understand," Su Qingwan replied. She felt no envy towards Qinghe. Rather, she feared that her sister might be bullied by the Yongning Marquisate. Soon, she planned to find an opportune moment to have a heart-to-heart with Qinghe. Noticing her demeanor seemed genuinely unaffected, Qin felt a measure of reassurance. After sharing a few intimate words, a maid soon arrived to inform them it was time to dine in the front hall. In addition to the two of them returning home, Zhou Shulang and his mother had also joined. However, as the two families were closely connected, they did not sit separately, but rather had a screen separating the men and women, adding to the liveliness of the gathering. Lady Yongning had pulled Su Qinghe close, lavishing her with compliments, leaving Su Qingwan with no chance to converse. Su Qinghe glanced apologetically at her sister. Su Qingwan returned an expression that signaled there was no need for concern. She understood that Zhou Lan was intentionally trying to provoke envy. Nevertheless, she had already seen through their true nature and felt no envy at all. The women conversed softly, while the men's voices were somewhat louder. The Su family was not particularly large. Her second uncle was in official service, so only the main branch resided in the capital. Aside from her mother, Her father had taken 3 concubines. Her mother had only 2 daughters, with no sons. Concubine Zhou had given birth to Su Qinglan and Su Qingming, while the other 2 concubines had no children. Su Qingming was the only son of the main branch and, although a son of a concubine, held a high status within the household. This explained why, over the years, concubine Zhou, despite her position, had managed to overshadow her mother. Through the screen, Su Qingwan could hear her father and brother fawning over Zhou Shulang, neglecting Yin Mingjue, their esteemed uncle. Currently, Yin Mingjue was merely a minor inspector at Eagle Liao, far from being comparable to Zhou Shulang, the newly appointed top scholar and heir of the Marquisate. Su Qingwan recognized her father's vanity, but this was excessive even for him. She did not perceive Yin Mingjue as a magnanimous individual. She feared that once he gained prominence, he would not treat her father kindly. As she pondered how to remedy the situation, Su Qinglan spoke up. "Elder sister, you appear somewhat fatigued. Surely, the household responsibilities must weigh heavily upon you." Her words were a jab at Su Qingwan, as everyone knew the multitude of concubines in the Yin household. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table, save for Qin who shot Su Qinglan a fierce glare, either remained expressionless or regarded Su Qingwan with an amused countenance. Calmly, Su Qingwan responded, "Being a wife is undoubtedly different from being a maiden. The responsibilities of a matriarch are indeed numerous. However, such burdens are foreign to you, third sister. In the future, when you enter the 4th prince's household, all matters will be managed by the 4th princess, leaving you untroubled. Ah, how I envy you, dear elder sister." Chapter 22. A slap in the face. Su Qingwan rarely condescends to show mercy to her subordinates, let alone mock her half-sister in such a public setting. As the words left her lips, Su Qingwan's face flushed crimson, a flush ignited by indignation. Su Qingwan's remark was a pointed jab at her, insinuating that even after entering the royal household as a concubine, she remained merely a secondary wife. Observing her daughter subjected to ridicule, Madame Zhou felt a pang of discomfort. Although she held a high status within the household, during this family banquet, she was relegated to serving on the sidelines. Unable to bear the sight of her daughter being bullied, she interjected, "The third young lady is endearingly naive. It is perhaps for the best that she does not concern herself with the affairs of the household. Besides, even without engaging in any duties, she still holds a rank and is able to be recorded in the royal genealogy without the arduous struggle to attain the title of a legitimate wife, which is a far superior situation than that of some primary wives." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those at the table shifted with surprise. Among them, only Lady Qin boasted the title of a legitimate wife. Even the matriarch Su and the lady of Yongning Marquis lacked such distinction. Years ago, when Su Yu became Lady Qin, it was naturally impossible for her to seek such a title for the matriarch Su. The same applied to the Yongning Marquis household, where the Marquis, being dutiful, granted the title of legitimate wife to his mother, leaving his own wife without such honor. Madame Zhou intended to deliver a veiled criticism, unaware of the many hearts her words pierced. Thus, before Su Qingwan could respond, the lady of Yongning Marquis could not contain herself and retorted, "So it seems that in your Su household, even concubines dare to discuss their superiors. Today has truly opened my eyes." Although she disapproved of Su Qingwan's actions that brought shame upon the Yongning Marquis household, at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on it. The title of legitimate wife had long been a thorn in her side. "Foolish creatures, this is no place for you to voice your opinions." Though the matriarch Su generally favored Madame Zhou, she too wore a stern expression now. Stunned by the rebuke, Madame Zhou's face turned scarlet. Since giving birth to the only male heir in the household, it had been a long while since she had been so publicly humiliated. Even Su Madame usually afforded her some respect. After the matriarch's reprimand, she still felt irked, casting an annoyed glance at Su Madame, eldest daughter-in-law. "Look at the person you have raised, utterly lacking in decorum." Su Madame hurriedly offered her apologies, feeling an unusual sense of relief at being chastised by the matriarch for the first time. Observing Madame Zhou's embarrassment, she slowly stated, "You need not remain here. Go and reflect on your behavior." Madame Zhou felt as though her teeth would shatter with indignation. Instinctively, she sought out Su Yuqing through the screen. The commotion had grown quite loud, and there was no way he could have missed it. Yet, no response came from the other side. Madame Zhou knew well that Su Yuqing would not speak up for her. Seeing her still anxiously glancing around, Su Madame coldly remarked, "Are you not leaving?" At this, the atmosphere at the table of female guests became notably subdued. while the male guest table also lost its earlier vibrancy, particularly affecting Su Yuqing and Su Qiming. The former felt that Madame Zhou had brought disgrace upon the Su household, while the latter felt humiliated. After all, he was the only male heir. Yet his mother remained an inconsequential concubine. Su Shulang appeared somewhat dazed, sensing a change in Su Qingwan compared to the person he once knew. The only one unaffected was Yin Mingjue, who observed the expressions of those at the table with a slight raise of his brow. Thus, the family banquet concluded in an awkward silence. After the meal, the two were still unable to return home. Su Qingwan led Yin Mingjue towards her courtyard, and their journey was marked by silence. "Rest for a while, my husband," she said, as she took the wine-soothing soup from his hands and offered it to him. Yin Mingjue lifted his gaze to regard her, conceding that in these matters, Su Qingwan was flawless. Noticing he did not take it, Su Qingwan surmised his thoughts but chose to remain silent, taking a sip herself to indicate that the soup was fine. Yet, Yin Mingjue's concerns lay elsewhere. Observing her actions, he refrained from offering an explanation. After finishing the soup, he reclined on the couch to rest, while Su Qingwan perused her books. And for a rare moment, they shared a harmonious atmosphere. After a while, just as Yin Mingjue was teetering between sleep and wakefulness, he heard Su Qingwan softly calling, "Husband, husband." He did not move, maintaining a steady breath. After a spell, the sound of a door closing reached his ears, prompting him to open his eyes, clarity flooding in. Chapter 23. Shameless on this day, Su Qingwan had already resolved to seek out her half-sister to discuss matters concerning the Yongning Marquisate. As the evening drew near, she realized that if she did not find Su Qinghe soon, it would be too late. Thus, she paid little heed to whether Yin Mingjue was truly asleep. As she traversed the path, her mind was preoccupied with how to broach the subject of the Marquisate with Su Qinghe. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly roused by a familiar voice. "Are you doing well?" The voice was all too familiar, echoing from a decade past in her previous life. Upon looking up, she indeed saw Zhou Shulang standing not far away, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with regret. The sight of him in such a state left Su Qingwan momentarily dazed. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed Zhou Shulang like this. In her former life, shortly after her marriage into the Yongning Marquisate, there were moments when she and Zhou Shulang shared a harmonious connection. Initially, he would show her tenderness, and in those moments, his gaze reflected such compassion. However, as conflicts with her family deepened, his expressions shifted from guilt and concern to impatience. He began to believe that the discord was entirely her fault. After all, Zhoumu was his mother, and the others were his siblings. Why could she not be more accommodating? Gradually, they drifted apart until all that remained in their eyes was mutual disdain. Therefore, seeing Zhou Shulang in this state now left Su Qingwan somewhat disoriented. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings, stating, "This is the inner courtyard. It is inappropriate for the young master to enter." Zhou Shulang furrowed his brow at her words. He was acutely aware of the impropriety, yet he could not resist the urge to see her, despite knowing he should not. Especially since she was now a married woman and he was soon to wed her sister, the temptation was overwhelming, especially after catching a glimpse of her. "I wish to see you," he uttered before realizing the gravity of his statement. Su Qingwan regarded him with a bemused expression, and after a moment, she scoffed. "Young Master Zhou, are you aware of what you are saying?" A flicker of struggle crossed Zhou Shulang's eyes. He understood that he should not voice such sentiments. Yet he found himself unable to refrain. "I know that what happened that day was orchestrated by others. Forcing you to marry such a coarse man was an injustice to you," he continued. Su Qingwan was taken aback. "What does that imply? That the unattainable is the most desirable?" His words filled her with revulsion. Her gaze turned icy as she approached him, halting a mere 3 steps away. "I have been wronged, so what?" As the distance between them lessened, Zhou Shulang could discern every nuance of her beauty, which struck him with an even more profound intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I will take you away." "What?" Su Qingwan laughed lightly, as if she had heard the most ludicrous of statements. "Young Master Zhou, have you lost your wits? Take me away? Why did you not do so earlier?" Before her marriage, she had not dared to show her face. Now, he feigned such deep affection. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a peculiar smile surfaced on her lips. "Do you know who I am married to? It is Yin Mingjue, the one branded as the evil spirit. So, do you truly dare to take me away?" Zhou Shulang's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, a sight to behold. His earlier words had escaped his lips without thought, and upon reflection, he regretted them deeply. Now, faced with Su Qingwan's mocking gaze, He felt as if his face had been slapped repeatedly. Coming to his senses, he dared not utter such foolishness again. After 10 years of marriage, Su Qingwan knew Zhou Shulang all too well. She tilted her lips into a derisive smile, saying, "Young master, think carefully before you speak, lest you become the laughingstock. Moreover, it would be wise for you to leave the inner courtyard soon. Otherwise, it may become quite convoluted. If you are shameless, I still have my dignity." After delivering her pointed remarks, Su Qingwan gracefully departed, paying no mind to Zhou Shulang's ashen face. Zhou Shulang watched her retreating figure with a sense of reluctance. How had she changed so much? Yet, this new version of Su Qingwan stirred something within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even though he had seen her countless times in the past, he gazed at her departing silhouette, unaware of the unacknowledged longing in his own eyes. What Zhou Shulang did not realize was that two pairs of eyes were observing him from the shadows. Chapter 24. The Unattainable, Where is she? Su Qingwan furrowed her brows, realizing that Qinghe was not present in the courtyard. The maidservant from Su Qinghe's residence informed her that the second young lady had gone to visit the matriarch. Just as Su Qingwan was about to head to Madame Su's quarters, Su Qinghe returned unexpectedly. Her expression was somewhat grim, and upon seeing Su Qingwan, she managed a forced smile. "Elder sister, you're here. What is the matter? You look unwell." Instinctively, Su Qingwan raised her hand to stroke Su Qinghe's head, but was deftly evaded. A flicker of surprise appeared in Su Qingwan's eyes. Realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, Su Qinghe hastily reassured her, "Elder sister, I am fine." After a thorough appraisal, Su Qingwan nodded, "As long as you're well. What brings you here?" Su Qingwan replied, "I came to check on you and to discuss certain matters regarding the Yongning Marquise." Once seated, Su Qingwan wasted no time. Diving straight into the heart of the matter, the Yongning Marquise is unlike our family. It is populous, and Zhou Shulang has many younger siblings. The Marquise might not be as prosperous as it appears. Before Su Qingwan could finish, she was interrupted by Su Qinghe. "What are you saying, elder sister? The Yongning Marquise is a hereditary estate. How could it not be splendid? Which prominent family does not have many children and grandchildren to bless them?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan frowned, aware that her sister was skeptical but feeling no anger. Were it not for her own experiences in her past life, she too would not have believed that such a seemingly glorious marquise could be merely an empty shell. "Listen to me." Su Qingwan attempted to elaborate further on the marquisate's affairs, but once again, she was cut off by Su Qinghe. "Elder sister, now that you are married to Yan Mingju, you should not dwell on the Yongning Marquise any longer." At this statement, Su Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe averted her gaze. Looking into the distance, "Elder sister, Zhou Shulang will be your brother-in-law. You ought to understand the principle of avoiding suspicion." Su Qingwan. To say I am not disappointed would be a lie. She had always considered her younger sister's well-being. Yet Su Qinghe seemed to believe she could not let go of the Yongning Marquise. A wry smile crossed Su Qingwan's lips, tinged with mockery. Enough. Suddenly, she felt no desire to continue the conversation. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience. She could only hope that in the future, Qinghe would not regret today's events. The warmth in Su Qingwan's gaze began to fade. Perhaps sensing the shift in her emotions or feeling that her previous words had been excessive, Su Qinghe shifted the topic to other matters. "Elder sister, how is brother-in-law treating you?" "It's fine," Su Qingwan replied indifferently. "Really?" Su Qinghe appeared somewhat incredulous, as if doubting that Yan Mingjue could treat her well. Su Qingwan found it peculiar that Su Qinghe seemed to doubt Yan Mingjue's character, acknowledging her own excessive demeanor. Su Qinghe spoke softly, "You know the reputation of brother-in-law. Moreover, I heard from Granny Wang that he did not stay on the wedding night." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan frowned. Granny Wang was one of their mother's attendants, and she had anticipated that the woman would divulge such details. It seemed her primary concern should not be with the Yan family, but rather with her own household. "Elder sister, do not force yourself. No one will mock you. Tell father and mother, and let them advocate for you," Su Qinghe urged. Seeing her sister's genuine concern, Su Qingwan felt a warmth in her heart, her expression softening. "What I said is true. He is quite well." She held no expectations of Yan Mingjue, thus felt no disappointment. Moreover, based on his conduct, he appeared capable and resourceful, unlikely to be a hindrance. Upon hearing her affirmation, Su Qinghe's eyes glimmered, yet she ultimately held her tongue. After sitting together for a while longer, Su Qingwan prepared to leave, reminding her once more, "Qinghe, do not suffer for the sake of appearances. Life is not meant to be lived for others, but for oneself. Su Qinghe paused, then replied coolly, "What you say is true, but I hope you will also heed your own advice." In the end, she could not resist delivering a sharp retort to Su Qingwan. Taken aback, Su Qingwan regarded Su Qinghe with a mixture of unfamiliarity and disappointment. Enough. Some lessons must be learned the hard way. Unable to force the matter any further, Su Qingwan turned and departed. Chapter 25, Too Thin. Upon returning to her courtyard, Su Qingwan found Yin Mingjue already awake, engrossed in a book he had previously been reading. With a lackluster spirit and no inclination to engage in pretense, she sat down at the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Uncertain if there had been some instigation, she noted a marked shift in Qinghe's demeanor, which had turned unfamiliar and hostile. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference, for she was, after all, raised alongside her own sister. Slowly shaking her head, Su Qingwan became lost in her thoughts, unaware that Yin Mingjue was observing her intently. His mind was preoccupied with her earlier words. She had said he was good. Not only did her sister disbelieve it, but he himself found it hard to accept. To be fair, his treatment of her over the past 3 days had hardly been commendable. Recalling the scene he had witnessed in the garden, his gaze flickered. He had overheard the conversation between Zhou Shulang and Su Qingwan, as Zhou Shulang, being a martial artist, was too close for comfort, and he feared detection. What had they discussed? It was evident from Zhou Shulang's expression that he was unable to let go. But what of Su Qingwan? This thought compelled his gaze towards her, where he found her brow furrowed, a shadow of sorrow lingering in her eyes. So, she too was troubled? A pang of unease shot through Yin Mingjue, and his expression darkened. He approached her, suddenly gripping her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze directly. Su Qingwan, taken aback by the suddenness of his action, regarded him with pain in her eyes, baffled by his erratic behavior. Yin Mingjue spoke coldly. "Though I seldom resort to violence against women, it does not imply that I am incapable of it. If you do not wish to face dire consequences, you would do well to behave." Surprised by his words, Su Qingwan paused, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, instead of cowering, she leaned closer, inquiring, "What constitutes behaving?" After pondering briefly, she speculated that he might be referring to the matter of concubine Xin. She continued, "If this concerns concubine Xin, there is no need for you to be angry. In a few days, I shall find an opportunity to bring her out. I believe that after this incident, she will be more compliant and will not disrupt your enjoyment." Yin Mingjue felt the irritation rise within him. He was not concerned with that troublesome concubine Xin. His warning was merely to caution her against infidelity, yet faced with the clarity of her gaze, he could only concede, "As long as you understand." Releasing her, he noticed the faint red marks he had inadvertently left on her chin. Her alabaster skin now bore those unsightly traces, strikingly vivid, igniting a troubling desire within him to see more such marks upon her delicate form. He had not restrained his strength that day. He pondered how many imprints he had left behind and whether they had faded over the days. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Yin Mingjue's expression shifted, and he stepped away, adopting an impassive facade once more as he returned to his reading by the window. Su Qingwan remained bewildered, grappling with the enigma of Yin Mingjue's thoughts and intentions. As dinner time approached, the members of the Yongning Marquis had returned. Su Yuqing, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Yin Mingjue, arranged for everyone to dine together, disregarding distinctions of gender. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding their meal, burdened by Yin Mingjue's infamous reputation, was palpable. Observing her mother's discomfort, Su Qingwan was eager to conclude the dinner swiftly. At that moment, a piece of venison appeared on her plate. She looked up just in time to see Yin Mingjue withdrawing his hand. Meeting her gaze, he remarked casually, "Eat more. You are too thin." Su Qingwan was left speechless, pondering his unexpected gesture. Chapter 26 means the gathering was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Where there is one, there is always another. Yin Mingjue seemed to find amusement in this and embarked on a journey of indulgence, soon placing a myriad of delicacies before Su Qingwan. The expressions of those present were complex, especially Su Qingwan, whose eyes brimmed with jealousy. Wasn't Yin Mingjue supposed to be fierce? Having never encountered him before, she had only heard of his notorious reputation, leading her to envision a fearsome visage. Yet upon seeing him today, she could only perceive a dashing young gentleman. And what was more, he was exceedingly considerate. How fortunate was Su Qingwan! Su Qinghe's gaze towards Su Qingwan was even more intricate, filled with incredulity as if she could not fathom that Yin Mingjue would engage in such acts. Su Qiwan herself was unsure what had prompted Yin Mingjue's sudden change in demeanor, but she was more than willing to play along. At least, their harmonious appearance would alleviate their mother and sister's concerns regarding her well-being at the Yin residence. However, there was an excessive amount of food piled on her plate, rendering her unable to consume any more. Frowning slightly, she pondered how to handle the surplus. Just then, Yin Mingjue inquired, "Can't eat any more?" Instinctively nodding. She then watched as he took her plate and poured its contents into his own bowl. He ate swiftly yet with an unexpected elegance. His actions left the guests in awe once more. Following the incident with Aunt Shou, Su Qiming could not help but interject, "Is the Yin household not well fed?" As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere at the table seemed to freeze momentarily. Yin Mingjue shot him a fleeting glance, sending a chill down Su Qingming's spine, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent, causing him to instantly regret his hasty tongue. How could he have momentarily forgotten who sat before him? At that moment, Su Qingwan spoke calmly. This year, many regions have suffered from floods, leading to a significant decrease in grain supply. The emperor advocates for frugality, urging that no food be wasted. Your brother-in-law, as a court official, naturally must lead by example. Qiming, at 16. You are to take part in the imperial examination this year. Some matters are best discussed within the confines of our home, but you must exercise caution in public. Not everyone possesses the same generosity as your brother-in-law. A slight misstep could jeopardize your future before it even begins. Yet, this is not entirely your fault, as you have been raised by your aunt and have indeed seen less of the world. Turning her gaze to Su's father, she continued, "Father, Qingming is the only male heir in our household and is to sit for the examination this year. Certain matters should be addressed." Su Qing looked at his daughter with surprise, aware of her usual intelligence and having always favored her. Initially, he thought her marriage to Yin Mingjue would render her ineffectual, yet today she appeared to have become even more astute. Her words held substantial merit. With the emperor currently troubled by the floods, should outsiders overhear Su Qingming's remarks, the repercussions could be dire. Although Aunt Shou had her merits, she lacked the poise of a legitimate wife. Contemplating this, he declared, "Qingming, starting tomorrow, you shall spend your mornings and evenings in your mother's chambers, diligently seeking her guidance without fail. In the evenings, come to my study, and I shall personally instruct you." Su Qingming's expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately resigning with an unwilling, "Yes, father." At this, the way everyone regarded Su Qingwan became increasingly remarkable. Qin Shi wore a look of relief. She had long feared her eldest daughter would be mistreated by Yin Mingjue, but it appeared her concerns were unfounded. Chapter 27. A true incident after dinner. Su Qingwan and Yin Mingjue prepared to return home. Su Qin, holding Su Qingwan's hand, expressed her initial concerns about some troubling news. However, after observing her son-in-law's demeanor today, she felt considerably reassured. Noticing her daughter's performance, she no longer feared that he would be at a disadvantage. In just a day's time, he had overshadowed Aunt Shou and made Su Qiming, that arrogant little wretch, come to her daily for morning and evening greetings. With such capabilities, the eldest daughter instilled confidence in her mother. Casting a glance at Yin Mingjue in the distance, Su Qin lowered her voice and cautioned, "Before you bear a legitimate son, you must not allow anyone to give birth to an illegitimate child before you. Do you understand?" Su Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Su Qin continued, "Now that your husband dotes on you, you must strive to conceive a child, preferably a son at that. In the inner quarters, securing a legitimate heir is essential for establishing your position. Look at me. I am the best example. If I had a legitimate son, Aunt Shou would not dare to act so arrogantly." Su Qingwan understood her mother's concerns. She nodded, but inwardly pondered that the decision regarding this child was not solely hers to make. Instinctively, she glanced at Yin Mingjue, only to find him gazing back at her. Their eyes met, and she distinctly perceived the mockery in his gaze. In the carriage, silence enveloped them until Su Qingwan finally broke it. "Husband, thank you for today. I appreciate how you honored me during the banquet. Regardless of the circumstances, being valued by one's family is always a good thing." Yin Mingjue did not raise his eyelids, replying, "You performed admirably these past few days." Su Qingwan was taken aback. Was this a reward for her management of the household? Yin Mingjue offered no further explanation, as his actions were influenced by the words he had heard that day. He recalled her sister's derisive expression and tone. Before he fully comprehended his own reaction, he had already served food to Su Qingwan. Yet, that was his nature. Once he acted, he did not retract. Moreover, Su Qingwan had indeed performed well, particularly in handling the matters concerning Aunt Xian, thus sparing him considerable trouble and preventing further losses from the storeroom. With this in mind, he remarked, upon our return, "You may select a few items from the storeroom that you like." Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned. So this was her reward? Yan Mingjue's words confirmed her suspicions. "You understand boundaries. I shall not treat you unfairly." Su Qingwan felt that the nature of her relationship with Yan Mingjue had shifted somewhat. Rather than merely partners, they were more akin to collaborators. This arrangement suited her better. Judging by Yan Mingjue's tone, he was not inclined to disadvantage her. Compared to the precarious bonds of couples who might part ways at any moment, their current relationship appeared more stable. Reflecting on this, Su Qingwan slowly replied, "I understand, my lord." In an instant, her form of address changed. Yan Mingjue found the new title somewhat jarring, yet he chose to remain silent. With Su Qingwan's assistance, his household would undoubtedly experience a measure of tranquility. This was quite satisfactory. For the remainder of the journey, they exchanged no further words. Su Qingwan, her eyes half closed, appeared either deep in thought or genuinely asleep. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Mingjue had begun to observe her more than he had before. Upon reaching home and alighting from the carriage, Su Qingwan's expression reverted to that of when she had first departed, addressing him no longer as my lord, but rather as husband. In response, Yan Mingjue was left speechless. Just as he contemplated speaking, Zhou Shan rushed out, hastening to bow before them. "My lord, madam, something has happened with Aunt Xian." Noting the gravity in their expressions, he added, "It is indeed a serious matter." Chapter 28. Words become reality. Su Qingwan stood in the courtyard of Aunt Xian, her brow furrowed in concern. Before returning home, she had visited Aunt Xian, who had appeared lively and spirited. Now, however, the woman lay lifelessly in bed. Previously, she had feigned illness, claiming to be gravely unwell. But little did she know that her words would manifest into reality. Upon inquiring with the maids on duty, they recounted hearing noise from within the room. When they entered, they discovered Aunt Xian had collided with the wall. The incident transpired abruptly, and despite Zhou Shan's attempts to suppress the news, it was likely that everyone in the household was already aware. And Xian was expressing her discontent with her life in the most drastic manner. To be honest, Su Qingwan was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated such fortitude from the woman. It must be said that Aunt Xian's resolve to sacrifice her life indeed posed a challenge for her. Having only married into the family 3 days prior, she was now faced with the prospect of having driven her husband's most favored concubine to despair. If word of this spread, her reputation for jealousy would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, Aunt Xian's status was not insignificant. She was, after all, the illegitimate daughter of the governor. Su Qingwan's brow knitted tighter as she asked, "Has a doctor been summoned?" Zhou Shan promptly replied. In response to the madam's inquiry, Dr. Zhou has already been called. He indicated the situation is quite dire and advised us to prepare for the worst. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan's expression grew even more troubled. She turned to Yan Mingjue, and indeed, his countenance was exceedingly grim. Aunt Xian had been of use to him, and now her impending demise rendered all his prior efforts futile. Su Qingwan realized that if Aunt Xian were to pass away today, their nascent collaboration would come to an abrupt halt. Furthermore, her reputation for jealousy and ruthlessness would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Thus, it was imperative that Aunt Xian must not die, at least, not at this moment. With a flicker of determination, she summoned Qin Shu and whispered a few instructions. Qin Shu immediately hurried outside. "My husband." I suddenly recalled that there is a recluse in the capital known for his remarkable medical skills. "I have sent Qin Shu to invite him. Let us wait and see." Yan Mingjue cast a glance at Su Qingwan. Aside from the imperial physician, no one in the capital possessed medical prowess surpassing that of Dr. Zhou. Yet, Su Qingwan claimed that there was indeed a recluse whose skills exceeded those of Dr. Zhou. How could he be unaware of this? Fortunately, it was not long before Qin Shu returned, accompanied by a young man. Yan Mingjue raised an eyebrow. Was this the reputed doctor whose skills surpassed those of Dr. Zhou? Su Qingwan did not acknowledge him, but addressed the young man directly. "Dr. Qing, please attend to the patient." The young man, taken aback, regarded Su Qingwan with a look of confusion. Who was this woman, and how did she know of him and his medical expertise? Without offering an explanation, Su Qingwan implored, "Dr. Qing, lives are at stake." Recovering his composure, the young man responded, "Lead the way." Su Qingwan nodded to Zhou Shan, who discreetly glanced at Yan Mingjue. Seeing no opposition, he guided the young doctor into Aunt Xian's chamber. Su Qingwan focused on the doorway, her fingers tightening slightly. She was aware that Yin Mingjue was observing her, yet she could not afford to be distracted. And Xian must not die, at least not now. It was a gamble she was taking. In her previous life, she had encountered this Dr. Qing by chance and recognized his exceptional medical skills. However, whether he could save Aunt Xian remained uncertain. She had to prepare for all eventualities. With this thought in mind, she leaned toward Miao Hua and whispered a few words. Yin Mingjue observed everything keenly, choosing not to intervene. He was curious to see how Su Qingwan would navigate this precarious situation. Chapter 29. What is the explanation? Before long, Miao Hua returned, offering a nod to Su Qingwan, which eased her anxieties slightly. She cast a glance towards the door of Aunt Xian's chamber, silently hoping that her contingency plan would not be necessary. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the physician Qing emerged. Su Qingwan tightened her fingers, though her expression remained composed. How is she? She inquired with measured calmness. Qingmu regarded her for a moment and replied, I have administered acupuncture, for the time being. She is not in serious danger. However, she has sustained a head injury, and there is likely some internal bleeding that will require continued treatment over the next few days. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Su Qingwan's heart. Thank you, Dr. Qing, she expressed gratefully. With a discreet gesture, she signaled to Qin Shi, who promptly presented the prepared consultation fee. Dr. Qing regarded Su Qingwan with a profound look before accepting the payment and departing. He had many questions for this lady, but the moment was not appropriate for inquiries. Yin Mingjue also harbored doubts. He had observed Dr. Qing's reaction clearly. It was evident that the physician did not recognize Su Qingwan, nor had he anticipated that she possessed knowledge of medical practices. Yin Mingjue too wondered how a young lady of the boudoir could be acquainted with someone of Dr. Qing's caliber, especially since even he was not familiar with him. Suppressing his curiosity, Yin Mingjue's gaze towards Su Qingwan took on a more scrutinizing quality. Unperturbed by his skepticism, Su Qingwan performed a respectful bow. Husband, since Aunt Xian is currently stable, I shall take my leave. With that, she did not wait for his response and departed with her two maidservants. Once she was gone, Yin Mingjue turned to Zhou Shan. After we left the residence today, did anyone enter this courtyard? He had a fair understanding of Aunt Xian. She was a woman prone to jealousy and spite, appearing formidable but essentially employing the petty tactics of household women, lacking the courage to truly contemplate self-harm, especially not in such a drastic manner as slamming into a wall. Zhou Shan grasped his intent and replied softly, aside from the guard. Only the maidservant delivering food has entered. I have already inquired, and she poses no issues. Of course, this was merely the surface activity. Yin Mingjue pondered, glancing towards the other courtyards. What are those few individuals? There has been no unusual movement, Zhou Shan reported. This morning, after the lady departed, Aunt Lu and her companions did gather for a brief conversation, but they soon returned to their own quarters. Aunt Lu and her companions were sent by Yin Mingjue's superior. Outsiders were unaware of this, believing that Yin Mingjue was highly regarded by his superior. In truth, his superior was reluctant to part with Yin Mingjue's skills while fearing that one day he might surpass him. Thus, Aunt Lu and her companions served as his eyes and ears. Resting his chin on his hand, Yin Mingjue tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He sensed that this incident was primarily aimed at Su Qingwan. With Aunt Xian gone, Su Qingwan would undoubtedly be the first to be affected, and naturally, his own affairs would also be impacted. This maneuver was indeed cunning, yet it did not resemble the methods of his foolish superior. Su Qingwan, too, harbored suspicions regarding Aunt Xian's demise. From her recent interactions, she did not perceive Aunt Xian as capable of inflicting harm upon her. Someone was scheming behind the scenes, targeting her. Who could it be? Su Qingwan mentally reviewed the 7 other aunties, but found no clear leads. Being new to the household, she did not know them well enough to discern who might be suspicious. While she was deep in thought, Miao Hua and Qin Shi entered. Miss, we have inquired. After your departure today, no one visited Aunt Xian's quarters. During lunch, Aunt Xian appeared to be well, but later, when the evening meal was served, she was found collapsed on the ground. The maidservant had promptly informed Steward Zhou. We also questioned the little maidservant in the kitchen. She has been in the household for several years, having been sold here long ago, so her involvement seems unlikely. Su Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing her silence, Qin Shi ventured. Do you suspect that Aunt Xian was harmed by someone? Su Qingwan affirmed, indeed. However, This requires further investigation. She glanced at the two maidservants. What is the prevailing sentiment within the household at present? Chapter 30. The Nakqin Shu and Miao Hua exchanged glances before speaking. Following the incident, Steward Zhou immediately commanded that no one should speak recklessly. However, the news had spread throughout the household, and it was known among those who needed to know. Many were hesitant to divulge too much information, which they had acquired through bribing certain maids and matrons in the estate. And what of the concubines? Su Qingwan inquired. Have they shown any unusual behavior? Qin Shu shook her head. After the incident with concubine Xian, they have all been remarkably well behaved. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan lowered her gaze, her voice cool and composed. They are certainly quite cunning. Miss, do you suspect that the concubines are trying to sabotage you? Miao Hua asked. It's possible, Su Qingwan replied, massaging her temples. The chaos surrounding Yin Mingjue's estate was more intricate than she had anticipated. While this matter seemed to target her, it also affected Yin Mingjue, leaving her uncertain about the true intentions of her adversaries. Miss, it is getting late. Perhaps you should rest and consider these matters in the morning, Qin Shu gently advised, her concern evident. She had witnessed the turmoil Su Qingwan faced. With no respite to be found in either her marital or familial home, and her heart ached for her mistress. Su Qingwan nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Have someone inform me when the physician arrives tomorrow. Understood, Qin Shu replied. The mention of the physician piqued the curiosity of both Qin Shu and Miao Hua. How had their mistress come to know of such an esteemed doctor? However, as Su Qingwan did not elaborate, they refrained from asking further. The following day, as soon as there was movement in Su Qingwan's room, Qin Shu and Miao Hua entered with water to attend to her. Miss, besides concubine Xian and concubine Huang, who is still recovering, the other concubines are waiting outside, Miao Hua announced, a hint of pride in her voice. Just days ago, they had regarded their mistress with disdain, yet now they were all overly compliant. Once Su Qingwan had changed her attire, she commanded, let them in. The 6 concubines entered one by one, bowing to Su Qingwan. Esteemed lady, I have come to pay my respects, they said in unison. Please rise, Su Qingwan gestured, then inquired, have you partaken of breakfast? If not, let us share a meal. Though Su Qingwan's tone was amiable, none dared to take a seat. They had learned the formidable nature of this new mistress. The tales of her beauty and talent had been overshadowed by her cunning methods. The incident with concubine Xian, whom she had nearly pushed to the brink without facing any consequence, had made it clear that her abilities were not to be underestimated. Now, they regarded Su Qingwan with newfound caution, each one treading lightly. Noticing that none of them chose to sit, Su Qingwan did not press the matter. After taking a few bites, she signaled for the food to be removed and casually lifted her teacup. Have you heard about concubine Xian's situation yesterday? The atmosphere grew tense as the concubines exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Su Qingwan blew gently at the froth in her teacup and remarked coolly, concubine Xian's temperament is indeed rather fierce. To react so dramatically over trivial matters is quite revealing. As she spoke, she scrutinized the faces of the concubines. Some showed signs of agreement. Others remained inscrutable, while a few appeared fearful. However, none exhibited any semblance of relief. Lowering her gaze to conceal her contemplative thoughts, Su Qingwan concluded that only concubine Xian and concubine Huang were truly foolish, while the rest harbored more intricate thoughts. It seemed there was little to be gleaned from this encounter. Resolute, she set her teacup down and declared, upon my arrival, there were matters I wished to refrain from discussing. However, given the recent incident with concubine Xian, I find it necessary to address them. The master has brought you into this household to serve him well, not to engage in jealousy and petty squabbles, nor to threaten him with your lives. If you attend to the master properly, I assure you, I will not neglect you. However, should you entertain ulterior motives, do not expect me to show mercy. As for the events surrounding concubine Xian, I trust you are all aware of what is appropriate to say and what is not. Upon hearing this, led by concubine Chain, the others knelt in submission. Rest assured, esteemed lady, we understand our position. Concubine Xian is indeed narrow-minded, prone to making a scene over trifles and often resorting to threats against the master. We are all aware of this. Indeed, indeed. She has brought this upon herself, they echoed. Seeing their cleverness, Su Qingwan lifted her gaze to them and said, very well, you may leave. Once the concubines had withdrawn, Miao Hua stepped forward and announced, Miss, the physician has arrived. Chapter 31. Is it a dowry? After administering acupuncture, Qing Mu was escorted to the hall. where he immediately spotted the lady from the previous night seated in the center. "Dr. Qing, please take a seat." Su Qingwan greeted him with utmost courtesy. "Thanks to your timely assistance last night, Aunt Xian's life was saved. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will not refuse it." Upon finishing her words, Su Qingwan nodded, and a servant named Qin Shu approached, delicately holding a box before Qing Mu. Glancing at the box, Qing Mu replied, "The fee for the consultation has already been provided by you last night. That was merely the consultation fee. This is a token of gratitude." Seeing Qing Mu about to decline once more, Su Qingwan interjected, "Dr. Qing, why not open it and see? Perhaps it contains something you would appreciate." At her words, Qing Mu felt a flicker of curiosity. He accepted the box and opened it, only to be greeted by the sight of a rare medical text. He could not deny that Su Qingwan's gift struck a chord within him. It was precisely what he had longed for. However, the value of such a rare book weighed heavily on his conscience. As if sensing his thoughts, Su Qingwan spoke, "This book was discovered among my dowry. I have always had a fondness for collecting rare editions, yet I lack knowledge in medicine. It serves me little purpose and would be better bestowed upon someone truly in need. I implore you, Dr. Qing, do not refuse this gift." Moved by her sincerity, Qing Mu could not help but gaze at Su Qingwan. Finally, he asked, "May I inquire how you came to know of my medical skills? By chance? I witnessed you tending to a beggar. It slipped my mind until yesterday, but I recalled your exceptional skill." Su Qingwan's response was impeccably crafted. In her previous life, she had indeed recognized Qing Mu in this manner, having seen him save a beggar. Qing Mu did not question her account, for he had indeed saved a beggar among those he aided. Nevertheless, he refrained from accepting the book immediately and instead inquired, "Is there something you require of me, madam?" He wished to distance himself from the intrigues of high society. Su Qingwan understood his cautious nature. Without revealing the details, she surmised that he would not accept the book. "I have a matter I wish to consult you about, Dr. Qing." At this, Qing Mu felt a sense of relief. "Please, go ahead. Being a doctor, can you ascertain whether Aunt Xian's injury was self-inflicted or the result of foul play?" Qing Mu's heart raced at her inquiry, and he scrutinized Su Qingwan anew. How could she know of his capabilities? Was it mere coincidence? He sensed it was more than that. Staring at her intently for a long moment, he found no trace of anxiety on her face. After a brief pause, he finally confessed, "I ascertained that she was indeed pushed. It was not an accident." The force and intent differ significantly between self-infliction and external harm, resulting in varying injuries. Most physicians would struggle to discern this, but I possessed the ability. His words confirmed the suspicions that had lingered in Su Qingwan's mind. Rising, she offered her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Qing. I shall require your assistance in the coming days." Though Qing Mu evaded her gesture of respect, he left with the medical text in hand, feeling justified in accepting it. Once he departed, Qin Shu gazed at Su Qingwan in astonishment. "Miss, there truly is someone intending to harm Aunt Xian and frame you for it. Who is it?" Meanwhile, Yan Mingjue had just concluded his morning audience when Zhou Shan hurried to him, recounting the exchange between Su Qingwan and Qing Mu in the hall. "The doctor named Qing Mu I've investigated, but could only trace him back to 2 years ago when he arrived in the capital. There are no further details. This young man possesses medical skills that surpass even those of Dr. Zhou, indicating his significant background." Unexpectedly, Zhou Shan continued, "However, it is astonishing that he could distinguish whether the injury was self-inflicted or inflicted by another. We were unaware of such a figure in our midst." Worrying that his master would be displeased, Zhou Shan pondered, but before he could dwell further, Yan Mingjue asked, "Do you suppose the medical book given by the lady is part of her dowry?" Zhou Shan was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Yes." He felt somewhat perplexed. Was this truly the crux of the matter? Shouldn't the focus be on the identity of Dr. Qing Mu? Before he could contemplate further, Yan Mingjue had already turned to leave, heading towards Aunt Xian's quarters. Zhou Shan hastily followed suit. Chapter 32. What protocol? At this moment, Su Qingwan was in Aunt Xian's chamber. She surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing of note, and then spoke. "Summon the maid who delivered the meal yesterday." Before long, the young maid, who had always been a mere kitchen hand, was brought before Su Qingwan. Having never encountered someone of Su Qingwan's stature, she trembled at the thought of the recent gossip circulating in the manor. Without waiting for Su Qingwan to speak, she stammered in fear, I know nothing. Please spare me, madam." Her terror suggested that Su Qingwan was some kind of malevolent specter. Taken aback for a moment, Su Qingwan soon smiled. It seemed her reputation in the household had risen to rival that of Yan Mingjue. Do not be afraid. Simply recount what you observed yesterday. Spare no detail. Yes. The maid, quaking with trepidation, was perplexed by the inquiry, having already been questioned numerous times the day before, yet she managed to respond smoothly. Yesterday, I came to deliver food to the new aunt. I knocked for some time without a response, and just as I was about to leave, I heard noises from within. Then I heard Aunt Xian's cries, so I pushed the door open and found her lying on the floor, covered in blood. Upon hearing this, Su Qiwan glanced around before stepping behind the screen, where she indeed saw that the window in the cleansing room was ajar. Just as she was about to approach, she heard the sound of servants bowing outside. My lord. Su Qingwan paused momentarily, and within moments, Yan Mingjue appeared before her. Before he could utter a word, she interjected. You arrive at an opportune time, my lord. I just spoke with Dr. Qing, who indicated that Aunt Xian did not take her own life. I am currently investigating. She understood that these matters could not be concealed from Yan Mingjue, nor did she wish to. Yan Mingjue cast a glance her way before turning his attention to the open window. Their eyes met momentarily, and he proceeded toward the window while Su Qingwan refrained from following. As the inspector of the Eagle Mansion, if he sought the truth, he would undoubtedly uncover the clues. If he chose not to investigate, her own discoveries might prove unfavorable. This way, it was just right. Yan Mingjue glanced back at Su Qingwan, standing at a distance, and found her exceedingly astute. He paid her no mind and leaped out of the window. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Su Qingwan did not inquire whether he had found any leads, as if nothing had transpired. He had been waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. Yet Su Qingwan remained more composed than he had anticipated, refraining from asking a single question. Finally, he could not hold back and remarked, You certainly possess remarkable composure. I trust my husband. You will make the right decision. Su Qingwan replied with a serene confidence. Humph. Yan Mingjue scoffed. This daughter of the Su family was astute to an almost uncanny degree, leaving him to wonder how the old scoundrel Su Yuqing had raised such a daughter. As their verbal sparring continued, Zhou Shan suddenly entered, his expression grim. My lord, Madam Xian from the Jingzhou Yin's residence has arrived. Upon hearing this, Su Qiwan and Yan Mingjue exchanged glances, both aware of the reason for the visit from the lady of Jingzhou Yin. It was likely that the news of Aunt Xian's situation had already spread to the Jingzhou Yin's residence. When a lady visitor arrived, it was naturally Su Qingwan who would attend to her. However, she needed to clarify the protocol. With this thought in mind, she turned to Yan Mingjue, My lord. What is the current protocol? Is Aunt Xian's situation a matter of self-infliction or foul play? We must have an explanation, regardless of the answer. She would not allow this disgrace to fall upon her. Chapter 33, Foolishness in the Hall. Madame Xian sat sipping tea, patiently waiting. Before long, she was greeted by the melodious sound of bells. Upon raising her head, she beheld a young woman clad in a delicate crimson gown, approaching her with a smile. The delightful chime emanated from the golden ornaments adorning her pearl shoes, ringing with each graceful step. Recognizing the opulence of her attire, Madame Xian swiftly discerned the young woman's esteemed identity. She rose with a smile, exclaiming, Madame Yan, even before your marriage, I often heard your name spoken of. I had the pleasure of seeing you in your childhood, and now you are a married woman. Dear Aunt Xian, please take a seat. Su Qingwan replied warmly, affectionately guiding Madame Xian to sit, embodying the demeanor of a respectful junior. I have often heard my mother and aunt speak of you, praising your amiable nature. Alas, I have never had the opportunity to make your acquaintance until today. I am eager to absorb your wisdom. Su Qingwan's eloquence was striking. As a concubine, Madame Xian had initially come merely to fulfill a social obligation, yet Su Qingwan's words brought her considerable comfort. They exchanged pleasantries for a while, transcending generational gaps in their conversation. The more Madame Xian conversed with Su Qingwan, the more she marveled at her poise and grace. Both were daughters of notable families. Yet her own daughter paled in comparison to Su Qingwan in demeanor and the subtlety of her composure. It left Madame Xian pondering the methods employed by Madame Su in raising such an exceptional daughter. What began as mere small talk soon evolved into a genuine desire within Madame Xian to forge a friendship with Su Qingwan. After some time, she decided to broach the main topic. Young lady of the Su family, I shall not beat around the bush. I have come today for a specific reason. As you must be aware, given the recent incident involving our household, my husband is deeply concerned. He has sent me to ascertain the situation. Madame Xian's words carried significant weight, subtly indicating that her visit was at the behest of the esteemed Lord Xian, rather than her personal inclination. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan lowered her gaze momentarily, but when she lifted it again, her expression revealed no trace of disquiet. To be honest, madam, I too did not anticipate such an occurrence. The temperament of the concubine is indeed quite fierce. She fell into despair when my husband did not visit her during her illness. Moreover, just before my return to my family, I made a special visit to reassure her, assuring her that once she recovered, she would be able to serve the master again. Yet, to my dismay, she still succumbed to her despondency. As she spoke, Su Qingwan let out a sigh, her eyes filled with remorse. I must admit, this is partly my fault. I should have encouraged my husband to visit the concubine. Perhaps then today's events could have been avoided. He is a man of deep feelings. Despite the concubine's actions, he still sought the best physician. Her life has been preserved and, in a few days, she should be well. Su Qingwan's words were remarkably astute, first attributing the blame to the concubine's fiery nature, who, feeling slighted, resorted to self-destructive behavior. She also pointed out the impropriety of a concubine causing turmoil on the day of the mistress's return to her family. Furthermore, she asserted that even in the face of such a scandal, they had successfully saved the concubine, leaving no room for outside criticism. Ultimately, her remarks ensured that the Yin household could not be faulted in any regard. This discourse left Madame Xian increasingly impressed by Su Qingwan's sophistication. She found herself unable to counter any of Su Qingwan's assertions. The maid who had been sold had been located, and the series of events clarified. The root of the issue lay in the ignorance of a foolish servant who dared to challenge the authority of the mistress. If the mistress had belonged to a lesser family, one might understand, but she was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Madame Xian could not fathom the foolishness of such behavior. Initially reluctant to visit, she had been compelled by her husband to attend. As the matter pertained to the reputation of the Xian household, with thoughts of her unmarried daughter lingering in her mind, she had no choice but to make this visit. With a composed demeanor, she suppressed her thoughts and remarked coldly, "She has always been gentle in the household. I wonder what has caused her to adopt such a fierce disposition upon arriving at the Yin residence." Chapter 34. Yin Mingjue is absolutely not wrong upon hearing this. Su Qingwan smiled gently. Being a concubine and being a daughter are naturally two different matters. My lord is remarkably handsome and valiant, and he dotes on concubine Xian, which makes her prideful behavior quite understandable. What do you think, madam? Su Qingwan gazed at Madame Xian, both of them exchanging subtle jabs. Madame Xian was indifferent to concubine Xian's fate, yet she could not allow outsiders to perceive her as an inept mentor, which could hinder the prospects of her other daughters. Su Qingwan's remarks were exceedingly satisfactory to her. With a deft touch, she avoided discussing the failings of both households, instead attributing the matter to the temperament of concubine Xian's youngest daughter, fabricating a reason steeped in jealousy to gloss over the incident. Su Qingwan showed her respect, and naturally, Madame Xian would not press further, breaking into a smile. "You speak the truth." Who is unaware of Yin Daren's exceptional appearance? Many young women in the capital are deeply infatuated with him. Madame Xian's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. While it was indeed true that Yin Mingjue was strikingly handsome, his reputation rendered many women hesitant to openly profess their affections. Had his lineage been slightly more distinguished, he might have truly become the dream suitor for the young ladies of the capital. "Thank you for your kind words, madam." After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Xian, she expressed her desire to take her leave. Su Qingwan accompanied her out of the residence. Throughout the visit, Madame Xian did not once express a wish to see concubine Xian, revealing her utter indifference towards the concubine's plight. Once Madame Xian had departed, Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Mingjue owed her another favor. In the study, Zhou Shan had already reported verbatim the conversation between Su Qingwan and Madame Xian to Yin Mingjue. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "My lord, the lady is truly formidable." Her words were exquisitely crafted, preserving the reputation of both households. Should this reach the outside world, it would merely reflect that concubine Xian is overly infatuated and spoiled by her favor. Contemplating this, Zhou Shan felt that his future burdens would be considerably lighter. Yin Mingjue, engrossed in reviewing some intelligence reports, did not lift his gaze but replied coolly, "Send the household accounts over." Zhou Shan was taken aback, but quickly acquiesced, "Yes." This implied that the lady was to assume management of the household affairs. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, "What about the secret accounts?" Yin Mingjue finally glanced at him, his eyes exuding an air of authority. Zhou Shan immediately fell silent, realizing he had spoken foolishly. The Lord's instruction to send the accounts was merely a public acknowledgement of the lady's role. The secret accounts would never be entrusted to her. Additionally, have concubine Sheen return the keys to the storeroom. I would not want others to mock me for being unable to support my wife, needing to utilize her dowry to hire a physician. This time, he owed Su Qingwan a favor. She had handled the matter splendidly and thus deserved a reward. Understood, Zhou Shan responded, preparing to leave when Yin Mingjue tossed him a piece of fabric. Upon inspection, Zhou Shan recognized it as an expensive scrap. Just as he was about to inquire, Yin Mingjue said, "This was found on a tree in concubine Xian's courtyard." Zhou Shan instantly understood his master's intention. This was left behind by the person who harmed concubine Xian. I shall investigate immediately. He bowed and exited. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan was sipping tea, pondering whether Yin Mingjue had uncovered any clues. Concubine Qin approached her, presenting the keys to the storeroom and insisting that she could not bear such a significant responsibility. Su Qingwan's suspicions began to solidify. After a while, Zhou Shan returned with the household accounts. Su Qingwan realized her suspicions were correct. This was a token of favor from Yin Mingjue. It seemed her handling of the situation had been to his satisfaction, thus formally entrusting her with the authority over household management. "My lady, the Lord has a message for you." Zhou Shan spoke respectfully. "What is it?" Su Qingwan inquired, intrigued. "The Lord said that any future expenses should be drawn from the household storeroom and accounts. Your dowry should be preserved for your personal use, as the household does not lack for your small contribution," Zhou Shan conveyed delicately, though he softened the wording of the original message. Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Once Zhou Shan had departed, Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow at her two maidservants. "See, your master is indeed quite remarkable." Chapter 35. Acceptable on a leisurely day, Su Qingwan took the account books and the key to the storeroom entrusted to her by Yin Mingjue, accompanied by two maidservants to inspect the inventory. Upon opening the storeroom door and surveying its contents, Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow. As a member of a wealthy family herself, she had accompanied her mother to the Su residence's storeroom, believing theirs to be opulent. Yet now, she realized her previous ignorance, gazing upon the storeroom brimming with rare treasures. She smiled, realizing why Yin Mingjue was so generous. The storeroom was indeed filled with remarkable items, ranging from exquisite paintings and calligraphy to antiques and precious herbs, everything one could desire. The two maidservants were equally astonished. No one had anticipated that the storeroom of a minor inspector could be so lavish. Miaohua could not help but exclaim, "Isn't the master only a fifth-rank official?" Su Qingwan chuckled, replying, "This is unrelated to rank. The Eagle Bureau is directly governed by the emperor, and even first-rank officials show them a degree of deference. The Eagle Bureau wields considerable power, often entrusted with many covert matters, including confiscations. It is said that the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Yin Mingjue, as a moderately ranked inspector, has ample opportunities to benefit. Thus, Yin Mingjue, a mere fifth-rank official, lived a life far more affluent than that of many highborn families, such as the now empty Yongning Marquisate." Reflecting on the Yongning Marquisate, Su Qingwan smirked with derision. In her past life, the Zhou family sought only to exploit her, scheming to extract her dowry, and even Zhou Shulang shared this mindset. He felt entitled to her dowry, showing not an ounce of shame. In contrast, Yin Mingjue had merely taken a medical book from her dowry to give to Qingmu. Yet he felt a sense of obligation and entrusted her with the entire storeroom. Comparing the two, she found Yin Mingjue to be quite commendable. Su Qinglan had indeed been blissfully ignorant of her fortune in her previous life. With the abundance of items, it would take several days to tally everything. After a cursory glance, Su Qingwan locked the storeroom door. "Miaohua, go to the front courtyard and inquire whether the master will dine at home today. If so, please invite him to join me for lunch." Miaohua swiftly returned with news that Yin Mingjue would indeed be coming shortly. Su Qingwan changed into a refreshing outfit. Her spirits lifted as she prepared to cook personally. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Miaohua and Qinshi exchanged glances. Miaohua could not restrain herself, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that Miss truly likes the master. Otherwise, why would she be so joyful and insist on cooking herself? I thought Miss still had feelings for the young Marquis of Yongning." "Hush," Qinshi quickly interrupted. "You are being foolish. Don't you know what should and shouldn't be said?" Miaohua, chastened, stuck out her tongue and fell silent. After a moment, Qinshi remarked, "Isn't this quite good? If Miss and the master are well, Their future together will surely flourish. As for the young Marquis, that belongs to the past. Miao Huan nodded in agreement. Yan Mingjue arrived punctually at Su Qingwan's courtyard, just in time to see her emerging from the small kitchen, dressed in a crisp outfit, with a hint of smoke lingering about her. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall change my attire," she said, retreating into the inner chamber. Yan Mingjue glanced at the baskets held by the maidservants behind him. Had she truly cooked herself? It seemed this woman relished wielding authority in the household. He pressed his lips together and seated himself. Before long, Su Qingwan emerged, clad in a refreshing blue garment, a welcome sight against the summer heat. "My lord, please sample my culinary skills," she said, serving him dishes with her own hands. Yan Mingjue was momentarily speechless. Su Qingwan exhibited an impeccable demeanor, respectful, courteous, and poised. Yet he sensed something was amiss. As he pondered this, he took a few bites, and his eyes brightened slightly. "How is it?" Upon meeting his gaze, Su Qingwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing a sincerity that surpassed her earlier demeanor. He slowly uttered 2 words, "Acceptable." Hearing this, Su Qingwan's smile deepened significantly. "To receive such praise from you, my lord, indicates that my culinary skills are indeed commendable." With that, she chuckled and began to eat as well. Yan Mingjue watched her for a moment before lowering his gaze. Chapter 36. The generosity of Yan Mingjue in the back courtyard. Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, Aunt Xiao, and Aunt Chun gathered together, indulging in food while engaging in conversation. Regrettably, Aunt Qin and Aunt Hong were unable to join them due to other commitments. Otherwise, the gathering would have been complete, as Aunt Wang remarked. "How can it be complete? Have you forgotten about Aunt Huang, who remains locked away, and Aunt Xin, whose fate is uncertain?" Aunt Lu interjected. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent momentarily. Aunt Xiao sighed, stating, "That lady possesses quite the cunning." Within just a few days of her arrival, she had the master completely under her thumb. Indeed, Aunt Chen added, "Even now, Aunt Xin lies in bed, her fate unknown. The situation has escalated to this extent, yet the master has not punished her. It is said he has even entrusted her with the authority of the steward and the keys to the treasury. Isn't it infuriating for Sister Qin? No wonder she hasn't come today," Aunt Lu remarked, exchanging glances with the others, and they all chuckled. "I must say, Aunt Xin truly lacks sense. A new official must assert their authority, and isn't the best way to do so by making an example of someone?" Aunt Chen lamented. However, the lady's methods are rather ruthless. It is said that the situation nearly cost a life. Given Aunt Xion's temperament, how could she dare to take her own life? Everyone knows the truth behind this. After Aunt Xiao spoke, they exchanged glances again, and Aunt Wang said, "Let it be. It does not concern us, and we should refrain from discussing it further. This lady is not someone to provoke." Nodding in agreement, the others listened as Aunt Chen remarked, "As long as the lady does not impose harshness upon us, everything will be bearable." "That is uncertain," Aunt Wang replied with a worried expression. "Now that the lady wields the authority of the steward, our lives may not be as comfortable as before." With a sigh, her words darkened the expressions of the other 3 aunts. After a moment, Aunt Lu spoke up, "It's fine. We still have Aunt Qin and Aunt Hong, don't we? One is the master's first wife, and the other is the daughter of his wet nurse. Their relationships are inherently different. Let us observe how they proceed." The others nodded in agreement. While they discussed, Su Qingwan was reviewing the household accounts and organizing the treasury. To her astonishment, she discovered that despite the Yan household having half the number of people compared to the Su household, their expenditures exceeded those of the Su household by over double. Looking at the accounts, Su Qingwan chuckled softly. "Our master truly is a generous person." In her previous life, when Su Qingwan first married into the Yan household, she had heard tales of her tumultuous relationships with the other aunts, largely attributed to her belief that Yan Mingjue was excessively generous towards them. Rumors circulated that Yan Mingjue was exceedingly lavish with his family. At the time, she thought such rumors were exaggerated, but upon seeing the accounts, she realized they were not only accurate, but perhaps even understated. In the Su household, her mother received a monthly allowance of merely 50 taels, while she and Su Qingha received 20 taels each, and Su Qinglan only 10. The aunts received a mere 5 taels. However, in the Yin household, each aunt received no less than 60 taels monthly. This did not include regular gifts, nor the 3 sets of clothing provided each month, summer cooling allowances, or winter coal expenses. When all these expenses were tallied, an aunt's monthly expenditure easily surpassed 100 taels. Fortunately, Yan Mingjue was quite affluent. Otherwise, maintaining so many ants would truly be unfeasible. Qin Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is an excessive expenditure." With 8 ants, that amounted to 800 taels. And this was merely the expense for the ladies of the inner courtyard, excluding the many servants of the household. "Master is exceedingly generous," she noted. "Miss, would you like to adjust the monthly allowances? This seems excessively high." Chapter 37. Serving. Upon hearing the words of Qin Shi, Su Qingwan chuckled lightly. "It matters not. Regardless, it does not come from my own purse, so why should I play the villain?" Unlike Su Qinglan, her understanding was far deeper. The silver coins were all provided by Yan Mingjue, who had no objections. Thus, she naturally felt no qualms. As long as those concubines behaved and were obedient, she did not mind spending a little more to support them. Moreover, her monthly allowance was substantial, amounting to 200 taels. She positioned herself quite rightly, merely assisting Yan Mingjue in managing the inner court while receiving her due rewards. The question of whether it was reasonable or not was beyond her concern. Listening to her, Qin Shi and Miaohua nodded, somewhat comprehending yet still unclear. However, given their generous monthly allowances, they were expected to fulfill certain responsibilities. On her part, receiving 200 taels monthly, she aimed to ensure Yan Mingjue's comfort. Thus, when Yan Mingjue returned from his official duties that day, he found Qin Yinyang waiting at the entrance. He furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is it?" Qin Yinyang, typically taciturn in front of outsiders, adopted a demeanor of utmost respect in the presence of Yan Mingjue. Upon hearing his question, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face, yet she managed to articulate, "Madam has set a rule. Today it is my turn to serve you." "My lord." Yan Mingjue paused, perplexed. "What rule?" Qin Yinyang dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head as she replied, "The madam remarked that my lord works hard and instructed us to serve you well. According to the order of our entry into the household, today falls to me, tomorrow to Lu Yinyang, and then to Qiu Yinyang and the others." Her voice dwindled as she sensed the coldness emanating from Yan Mingjue. Suppressing his laughter and anger, he thought to himself, "What a remarkable Su Qingwan, truly virtuous." He flicked his sleeve and strode towards Su Qingwan's courtyard. As Qin Yinyang raised her head, a flicker of worry crossed her features. She turned to Zhou Shan. "Did I say something wrong? It feels as though my lord is about to confront the madam, and I wonder if she might think it was I who stirred the pot. If that were the case, I fear my days would not be pleasant thereafter." Zhou Shan shook his head. "The madam likely will not hold it against you. However, whether my lord will take issue with the madam remains uncertain." Meanwhile, Su Qingwan had just finished bathing, and Qin Shi was attending to her with incense. Reclining on the couch, Su Qingwan's long, ebony hair was tenderly gathered by Qin Shi and carefully dried by the incense burner. "Miss, your hair is becoming ever more splendid, dark and dense, akin to satin. That hair oil is quite effective. We should produce more next time." As her words fell, the door was suddenly kicked open, startling Qin Shi, who nearly singed Su Qingwan's hair in her haste. Reclining, Su Qingwan looked up to see Yan Mingjue's darkened face. She slowly sat up. "Qin Shi, Miaohua, you may leave." Exchanging glances filled with concern, Qin Shi and Miaohua departed. What had transpired with the lord? Su Qingwan adjusted her nightgown, rising slowly, perplexed. She could not fathom what she had done to displease him. Why did he appear so menacing? Yan Mingjue's gaze remained fixed upon her. Freshly bathed, her fair complexion bore a rosy hue, and her long, dark hair cascaded over her chest and waist, resembling an enchanting sprite of the night, utterly beguiling. He felt his breath hitch before he coldly stated, "Who permitted you to arbitrarily arrange for others to serve?" Surprised by his ire, Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow. "My lord disapproves?" Without waiting for Yan Mingjue's response, she continued, "I presume that since my lord does not favor my service, it must be that the other concubines have served you well in the past, hence my arrangements. I did not expect that my lord would be displeased." Upon hearing this, a fiery rage ignited within Yan Mingjue. "I shall decide who serves me. I need not your interference." Su Qingwan frowned. "My lord, I believe this is unwise. Should you show excessive favoritism towards a particular concubine, it may disturb the harmony of the inner court. Xian Yinyang is a prime example. She grew arrogant from favoritism and lost sight of her role. A peaceful inner court ensures the tranquility of the household. What do you think, my lord? Chapter 38. Do you still require service? Yan Mingjue found himself almost amused by the audacity of the situation, as if she intended to ensure he shared his attention equally among all. What a truly virtuous wife she was. Suddenly, he grasped Su Qingwan's hand, drawing her close. The proximity allowed him to distinctly perceive the faint scent of osmanthus emanating from her, a fragrance wafting tantalizingly, igniting warmth within him. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable. A hint of derision curved his thin lips. "My dear wife, with such generosity, why have you not arranged for your own service days?" Su Qingwan paused momentarily, then smiled. "If my husband desires my service, it would be my honor." "Very well, I shall add my name to the list tomorrow." Her words rendered Yin Mingjue momentarily speechless. Observing the composed woman before him, he suddenly snorted dismissively. "There is no need. We are newlyweds, and with such beauty, why would I seek anyone else? From this day forth, you shall attend to me. My lady, you must serve me well." Yin Mingjue sensed a slight stiffening in her posture before she swiftly regained her composure. Although Su Qingwan reacted quickly, he noted the subtle shift. A mocking smile graced his lips. Indeed, she seemed reluctant to attend to him, opting instead to fill his schedule to the brim. She played her cards well, pushing him forth to indulge the other concubines while she remained comfortably ensconced in her lofty position, leisurely enjoying her time. Where in the world could one find such fortune? The more she sought to evade the burdens of service, the more he would compel her to engage. Upon hearing Yin Mingjue's proclamation, Su Qingwan was indeed taken aback. The thought of enduring such pain crossed her mind, causing her to feel a pang of discomfort. However, since Yin Mingjue wished to remain, she had no intention of declining. She had initially planned to foster a more harmonious relationship before considering a child, but now it seemed merely a matter of advancing that timeline. With this resolve, she calmly reached for the belt around Yin Mingjue's waist. He remained still, allowing her movements, his gaze fixed upon her, unwilling to miss a single nuance of her expression. Su Qingwan lowered her eyelids, yet her hands exhibited unwavering steadiness as she deftly removed the belt, outer robe, and inner garments. The chill of her fingers brushed against his skin at the waist, causing both to pause momentarily. Then, like a serpent, her delicate fingers slipped beneath his clothing, teasingly traversing his form. Yin Mingjue's expression shifted significantly, and just as her hand began to descend, he seized it. "You certainly possess a wide array of skills. Your alluring prowess might even surpass that of the women in the pleasure quarters." Hearing Yin Mingjue's scornful words, Su Qingwan raised her gaze, her eyes clear and unclouded. She sighed softly. "On our wedding night, my husband deemed me exceedingly dull and refused to touch me. Today, however, you mock me, comparing me to women from the pleasure quarters. Might I inquire, how must I behave for you to be satisfied? Should I embody grace or allure?" Su Qingwan wore an expression of frustration, fixated on Yin Mingjue, hoping for a definitive answer. Yet, he appeared as though he had just received a stinging slap. Remarkably, only Su Qingwan had the audacity to counter his words so boldly. He grasped her chin, coldly stating, "No matter how you present yourself, I shall never regard you favorably. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan blinked, her chin held firmly, making speech challenging, yet she persisted in seeking clarity. "Then does my husband still wish for my service?" Chapter 39. Retribution. Yin Mingjue felt a pang of regret, akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. Throughout the unfolding events, Su Qingwan maintained an air of tranquility, devoid of any visible fluctuations, while he simmered with anger. After a moment's pause, Yin Mingjue released his grip and, disregarding Su Qingwan, strode purposefully towards the inner chamber. Su Qingwan did not follow, but instead rubbed her chin, knowing full well that it must bear the mark of his grasp. Yin Mingjue was truly, initially, due to his previous generosity. Su Qingwan had thought him to be amicable, but in just a day, her perception had shifted dramatically. She began to analyze the reasons behind Yin Mingjue's fury. One aspect was her audacity to act on her own accord, but more crucially, she realized that she had disrupted his plans. Reflecting on her actions, she acknowledged her shortcomings in handling the situation. Although Yin Mingjue appeared to be driven by greed, he was not the type of man to be trifled with. Otherwise, he could not have ascended to such heights in a short span. What she had done might have been acceptable with other men, but with Yin Mingjue, it was utterly inappropriate. What she desired was his recognition and to firmly establish herself in the position of the matriarch, not to engage in a contest of wills. Having come to this realization, Su Qingwan swiftly composed herself. When Yin Mingjue emerged, she presented an inscrutable demeanor. She took the initiative to speak, acknowledging, "Today's events were my own doing, and I apologize for the trouble I have caused you." Yin Mingjue paused, casting a glance at Su Qingwan. observing her submissive countenance. He finally understood the source of his lingering discomfort. Su Qingwan was ostensibly his wife, yet in his presence, she comported herself as though she were one of his subordinates. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. His subordinates would not dare harbor such thoughts. Her submission was contingent upon her willingness. When he accorded her dignity, she would fulfill the role of the lady of the house with grace. However, should he provoke her displeasure, she would not hesitate to retaliate, much like the previous days. It could be said that Su Qingwan had inscribed the phrase mutual respect, no disturbance, deeply within her essence, and she executed this principle with unwavering resolve. For a moment, Yin Mingjue found himself at a loss, uncertain whether he should feel pleased to have such an understanding wife. Gazing at Su Qingwan's composed visage, which remained unperturbed in the face of adversity, he suddenly craved to witness her ire and urgency. Thus, he ignored her and made his way to the bed. Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow at this. Today, she had arranged for the maidservants to attend to Yin Mingjue in succession, yet he chose to stay in her chamber. What would the maidservants think? Surely, they would perceive her as feigning generosity, employing cunning to retain him, believing her to be a magnanimous and fair first wife. She could foresee the ensuing discontent among the maidservants. Yin Mingjue was indeed a man who would repay grievances in kind. She had merely acted unilaterally and displeased him, and he was intent on ensuring her discomfort in return. What was she still hesitating for? Yin Mingjue's voice interrupted Su Qingwan's reverie. She followed him and lay down beside him. Aware that he would not touch her, she refrained from seeking unnecessary discord, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Anticipating the troubles ahead, Su Qingwan had expected to suffer from insomnia, yet she found herself slipping into slumber swiftly, listening to the gradually calming rhythm of his breathing. Yin Mingjue opened his eyes and turned his head, only to find Su Qingwan already deeply asleep. He was taken aback, his expression darkening. This woman truly showed no fear of him. Initially intending to punish her, a wave of delicate osmanthus fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his blood to stir with tumult. In the end, he was left questioning who was truly punishing whom. Chapter 40. Celestial Duel. Su Qingwan enjoyed a restful night, awakening to find herself alone on the bed. The space beside her already cold, leaving her unaware of how long Yin Mingjue had departed. To her surprise, she had slept so soundly that he had not disturbed her at all. Upon hearing activity in the room, Qin Shu and Miao Hua entered promptly to attend to her. What time did the master leave? Su Qingwan inquired. He departed just as dawn began to break, Qin Shu replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Qingwan finished her ablutions, and soon several concubines arrived to pay their respects. Madam, they greeted, standing ready to serve her breakfast, which she declined. No need, please sit. She found it tedious to dine while being waited upon, and she was not inclined to see this flock of women every morning. Nevertheless, as a new bride, certain protocols had to be established. The concubines seated themselves and awaited her meal's conclusion. Once she finished, Lu Yinyang finally spoke up. Madam, there is something I wish to clarify, and I hope you can enlighten me. According to the rules you established, it should be my turn to serve the master today. However, since the master visited your chambers last night, and Sister Qin has yet to serve, should it be Sister Qin or myself today? Lu Yinyang posed her question with a demure demeanor, exhibiting utmost deference. A flicker of derision crossed Su Qingwan's eyes. Indeed, it took only a single night for someone to lose their composure. She refrained from answering immediately, taking a sip of tea before responding casually. Some matters have arisen. Let us postpone what was discussed yesterday. Changing orders hastily is a grave error for those in power. Yin Mingjue was evidently attempting to undermine her position within the inner chambers, a source of trouble for her. The concubines' expressions shifted at her words. They had rejoiced at her previous arrangements, knowing that Yin Mingjue rarely visited their quarters, and while they had their due share, who would not desire more? Moreover, some among them held complex statuses, naturally wishing to grow closer to Yin Mingjue. However, who could have foreseen that merely one night would alter everything? Lu Yinyang exchanged glances with Chun Yinyang and Wang Yinyang, each discerning unspoken sentiments within one another's eyes. Finally, Lu Yinyang asked, May I inquire, madam, when will the arrangements be restored? Su Qingwan lifted her gaze to regard her. You seem rather anxious, Lu Yinyang. However, such matters cannot be rushed. Return and await further instructions. You may disperse. Upon hearing this, the concubines had no choice but to take their leave. Wait a moment, Qin Yinyang, Su Qingwan called out. Aside from Hong Yinyang, the others hesitated, instinctively glancing at Qin Yinyang before exiting. Qin Yinyang internally lamented. She could easily surmise that the others would assume she had gained favor with the madam. Su Qingwan retained Qin Yinyang not to discuss anything of great significance, but merely to inquire about some matters concerning Yin Mingjue. Her words were gracious, noting that Qin Yinyang had entered the household earliest and served Yin Mingjue the longest, thus knowing him best. This conversation extended for over an hour before she allowed Qin Yinyang to leave. Once outside the courtyard, Qin Yinyang could not help but glance back at Su Qingwan's quarters, echoing the sentiments of Steward Zhou, marveling at the lady's remarkable cunning. Though it was Yin Mingjue attempting to place her in a precarious position, she had deftly maneuvered herself into the spotlight. Now, those concubines would surely be wary of her. Internally groaning, Qin Yinyang mused that this truly was a celestial duel, with mere mortals caught in the crossfire. Indeed, Su Qingwan harbored such intentions. Yin Mingjue wished to make her a target, but he would first need to ascertain her consent. After all, Qin Yinyang was his person, and it remained to be seen how much he valued her. Suppressing the amusement in her eyes, Su Qingwan prepared to continue her inventory of the household storeroom when Qin Shu hurried in, exclaiming, "Madam, Xine Yinyang has awakened." Chapter 41. The purpose of the mind. As Su Qingwan led Qin Shu into the room, she chanced upon Zhou Shan and Qing Mu exiting. Upon seeing her, Qing Mu spoke, "Starting tomorrow, there is no need for further acupuncture. A few doses of medicine will suffice." "Thank you, Dr. Qing." Su Qingwan expressed her gratitude once more. Qing Mu regarded her with a detached gaze and replied, "No need for thanks. The consultation fee and gifts you provided are more than adequate." Once Qing Mu departed, Su Qingwan entered the room. Aunt Xine had just awakened, her face as pale as a ghost and devoid of vitality. Yet, upon seeing Su Qingwan, her eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. "It's you." After days of silence, Aunt Xine's voice emerged hoarsely, lacking any semblance of authority. "You are so wicked. I will inform the magistrate." As she spoke, Aunt Xine struggled to rise. However, the moment she moved, dizziness overwhelmed her, and her body felt utterly feeble. After much effort, she remained lying down. "Rest comfortably," Su Qingwan stated coolly. "Do you truly believe I am the cause of your misfortune?" She had encountered foolishness before, but none as absurd as Aunt Xine's. Aunt Xine fell silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but due to her inability to do so. The few words she had uttered had drained her of all strength, leaving her only able to glare at Su Qingwan in resentment. She fancied her glare formidable. Yet in Su Qingwan's eyes, it resembled that of an insignificant ant. She instructed Qin Shu to open the window for fresh air while she found a place to sit. "Do you have any idea how much silver was spent to rescue you?" "Silver is trivial. The reward for that physician came from my dowry. If I wished to harm you, why would I expend such effort to save you?" Aunt Xine moved her lips, ready to respond, but Su Qingwan interjected. "Do not invoke your status as a concubine of the Xine family." On that day, Madame Xine visited. Aunt Xine's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, as a daughter of the Xine family, her predicament would warrant their concern. Observing her foolish expression, Su Qingwan's lips curled into a mocking smile as she slowly continued. "Madame Xine asked me to convey a message. As a concubine, you must adhere to your role. Furthermore, if you have taken on the position of a concubine, refrain from acting like a helpless young girl, seeking death at every turn. The Xine family cannot afford such disgrace." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xine's complexion grew even more ashen. She did not doubt that Su Qingwan was deceiving her. These words were indeed those that Madame Xine would say. Once Aunt Xine appeared to regain some composure, Su Qingwan inquired, "Now, let us discuss the events of that day. Did you see who pushed you?" Aunt Xine hesitated, instinctively looking at Su Qingwan. She had always suspected Su Qingwan, yet at that moment, doubt began to creep into her mind. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "I do not know. That day, I was waiting to deliver lunch when suddenly, someone yanked my hair and slammed my head against the wall. After that, I lost consciousness." She thought to seize the opportunity to escape and seek the magistrate. She could not believe that the magistrate would be so heartless. She was convinced that Su Qingwan was the one sabotaging her. If only she could meet the magistrate, everything would be resolved. Yet, she never anticipated that things would turn out this way. Although Su Qingwan had surmised from the moment she entered that Aunt Xine would not provide any useful information. Hearing her speak now still filled Su Qingwan with a sense of disappointment. Recognizing there was no need to linger, She cast a glance at Aunt Xian and said, "Take care of yourself. When you have recuperated, you may venture out again. Additionally, allow me to offer you a word of advice. The mind is meant to be utilized." With that, Su Qingwan departed with Qin Shu, leaving Aunt Xian lying in bed, her face a mask of bewilderment. Once outside the courtyard, Su Qingwan finally spoke. "Is everything arranged?" Chapter 42. Will they be deceived? Qin Shu promptly assured, "Miss, do not worry. Everything has been arranged." The servants stationed outside Aunt Xian's courtyard were all assigned by her. Only then did Su Qingwan nod in satisfaction. Over the past few days, apart from auditing accounts and organizing the storeroom, she had also recruited several capable individuals. With funds at her disposal and Yin Mingjue willingly entrusting her with the management authority, it was quite effortless for her to procure a few allies. Su Qingwan inquired, "Moreover, have the messages I instructed you to spread been disseminated?" "Indeed, miss. They have been released," Qin Shu responded. Content with the answer, Su Qingwan nodded once more. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, several concubines congregated in small groups. Aunt Wang glanced around before lowering her voice. "Have the rumors in the manor reached your ears, sisters?" Aunt Lu nodded in acknowledgement. It is said that Aunt Xian did not merely collide with the wall. Rather, someone intended to harm her. "I have heard that too," Aunt Chen chimed in. "They say she even saw her assailant, but due to the head injury, she is temporarily unable to speak or write, thus cannot reveal the identity of the perpetrator." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang frowned slightly. "Do you believe it?" The others exchanged glances, and finally, Aunt Chiu spoke. "Who can say? However, it is true that the lady exerted considerable effort to bring her back. I heard that Dr. Zhou declared Aunt Xian beyond saving. Yet it was the lady who sought out a miraculous physician, spending over 100 taels just for the consultation." Aunt Lu rolled her eyes. "It appears Aunt Xian is indeed quite precious." The group continued their discussion for a while before dispersing. At the same time, Aunt Qin and Aunt Hong found themselves together. Aunt Hong, being the daughter of Yan Mingjue's wet nurse, shared a close bond with Aunt Qin, who was seasoned in the household. "Aunt Qin, have you heard the rumors circulating in the manor? Do you think they are true?" "Whether true or false is of no consequence to us. We need only to live our lives well," Aunt Qin replied. She had grown wise to the ways of the world, having long ceased to yearn for unattainable desires. Moreover, having witnessed the new lady's capabilities, she understood that even the master found it challenging to assert himself before her, making her reluctant to stick her neck out. Aunt Hong nodded in agreement, but then added, "The lady previously instructed us to take turns attending to the master, yet the very next day, it changed. Is she toying with us?" Aunt Qin glanced at Aunt Hong, who clearly harbored grievances. She gently reminded her, "This matter requires the master's consent. If he is unwilling, the lady is powerless." She was aware of Aunt Hong's feelings toward the master, yet regrettably, he had never visited her quarters. Consequently, the other concubines often mocked Aunt Hong in hushed tones. This time, when the lady proposed that they take turns serving the master, Aunt Hong was undoubtedly the most elated. However, before it could even commence, it was abruptly curtailed, making her dissatisfaction quite understandable. Out of consideration for their bond, Aunt Qin cautioned, "The lady is a wise individual. Do not act foolishly." "How could I?" Aunt Hong chuckled. "I am well aware of my own standing." Hearing this, Aunt Qin nodded approvingly. "That is good." When Yin Mingjue returned to the manor after attending to affairs, he carried a distinct scent of blood. Today, he had interrogated several criminals, and his attire bore numerous stains. Walking through the streets like this would surely instill fear in others. Upon his arrival, Zhou Shan entered to report. Currently, the household is rife with speculation regarding who harmed Aunt Xian. Several concubines have expressed a desire to visit her, but they have all been thwarted by the matrons at the entrance, in addition to the individuals assigned by the lady. I have also arranged for some to lie in wait. Should that person dare to approach, they will undoubtedly be apprehended, long before the rumors spread within the manor. Zhou Shan had discerned Su Qingwan's involvement and swiftly made arrangements. Although they had discovered a piece of cloth that day, upon investigation, he found several pieces. 3 concubines had chosen them, and it could not be guaranteed that they had not passed them on to others. Thus, for the time being, they could not ascertain who had acted that day. He had been pondering how to unveil the mastermind behind the scenes when he realized the lady's astuteness. Now, they awaited to see if that individual would fall into the trap. Chapter 43. Doubt after attending to some matters in his study. Yan Mingjue made his way to Su Qingwan's courtyard. Upon seeing him, Su Qingwan felt no surprise. It was clear that he intended to ensnare her, and she expected his visits would become a daily occurrence. This would surely lead the other concubines to believe she was toying with them, and it was only natural for them to harbor resentment towards her. As Su Qingwan approached Yin Mingjue, she was about to assist him in removing his outer robe when she caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood emanating from him. A closer inspection revealed bloodstains on his cuffs and hem, though the deep navy color of his robe obscured them. Su Qingwan's hands hesitated momentarily. Yin Mingjue noticed this, and a hint of derision crossed his face. He was deliberately displaying his true nature to her, hoping to instill a sense of fear in her, especially after she had dared to meddle in his affairs. However, as he was about to push past her, Su Qingwan composed herself and graciously helped him out of his robe. "Dinner will be ready shortly. I shall have some water prepared for you, my lord. Please take a moment to cleanse yourself," she said, her tone sincere as she lifted her gaze to meet his. "You have worked hard, my lord." Yin Mingjue was taken aback. Her response was entirely unexpected. She genuinely expressed concern for him rather than resorting to sarcasm. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, stirred by her kindness. Without uttering a word, he proceeded to the washing area, tacitly accepting her arrangement. Su Qingwan nodded to Miaohua, who swiftly sent someone to prepare the water. Lowering her gaze, Su Qingwan concealed the depth of her thoughts. Just moments ago, witnessing Yin Mingjue in such a state had momentarily shocked her, but she quickly recognized his intentions. Any ordinary young woman might have been frightened. But she was no ordinary girl. She had encountered far more harrowing experiences. In her previous life, when Zhou Shulang was exiled, she had endured countless hardships by his side. She had witnessed the brutality of humanity when survival was at stake. For a morsel of food, brothers turned against one another, wives were sold, and all notions of honor and morality were cast aside. Had it not been for her unwavering dedication to music and literature, she would have perished long before. As memories of her past flooded her mind, a surge of resentment welled up within her. When Yin Mingjue emerged, he caught sight of her in that moment. Having merely washed his hands, confused by the sudden shift in her demeanor, he stood behind her, unable to see her face. Yet he could not overlook the palpable animosity radiating from her. Yin Mingjue had encountered many people, yet he had never seen Su Qingwan like this. Her aura was not befitting of a noble lady. What had she endured? Su Qingwan gradually calmed herself, turning to find Yin Mingjue observing her with an inquisitive gaze. A jolt of apprehension coursed through her. She had failed to suppress her feelings of anger, and he had likely perceived something amiss. She quickly contemplated how she would respond if he inquired about her state. At that moment, Miaohua entered with water. "Miss, the water is ready," she announced. "You may all leave," Yin Mingjue commanded. Su Qingwan was about to speak when Yin Mingjue interjected, "You, come in and attend to me." Surprised, Su Qingwan nodded, "Very well." Chapter 44. Seduction. Su Qingwan extended her hand to remove the garments from Yin Mingjue's body. His gaze remained fixed upon her, a sensation she could not ignore. Yet she chose to feign indifference as she calmly attended to her task. Before long, his upper clothing lay discarded, leaving only his undergarments. At this moment, Su Qingwan maintained an outward serenity, though her fingers trembled slightly, and her ears flushed with a faint hue of crimson. She was not an inexperienced girl. Having encountered the complexities of human relationships, she had believed herself capable of serving Yin Mingjue with composure and tranquility. However, when faced with the reality, she discovered that her inner state was anything but calm. Unlike Zhou Shulang, Yin Mingjue's physique exuded a sense of strength, marked by remnants of old scars. While such blemishes might mar another's form, they appeared strikingly fitting on Yin Mingjue. His tall frame and robust build stood in stark contrast to Zhou Shulang's delicate and pallid appearance. Yin Mingjue radiated a potent vigor, his muscles defined exquisitely, particularly the subtle contours of his abdominal muscles, which were undeniably alluring. In this instant, Su Qingwan recognized the inherent aggressiveness of his form. A sudden warmth washed over her, her heartbeat quickening, and her breath becoming less steady than before. Yin Mingjue noticed her change, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. Observing Su Qingwan's fingers lingering hesitantly on his trousers, he smirked slightly and teased, "Why do you not continue?" His words dripped with playful mockery. Su Qingwan understood the jest. Indeed, they had already crossed certain boundaries, and there was little room for pretension now. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and resolutely pulled down his trousers. Though reluctant, there were some things that could not be unseen. The prominent presence of his masculinity caught her off guard, and she froze upon inadvertently stealing a glance. How could this be? That day, under the influence of a drug and newly reborn, her mind had been clouded, leaving little room for contemplation beyond her immediate shock. Today, she finally grasped the full extent of Yan Mingjue's form. Following her initial astonishment was a wave of dread. She had assumed all men resembled one another, unaware of the vast discrepancies that existed. Reflecting on the pain she had endured with Zhou Shulang in her past life, she paled at the sight of Yan Mingjue. How had she survived that day in bed? Her expression shifted dramatically in mere moments, revealing a tempest of emotions. Yan Mingjue had never witnessed her in such a state. Throughout their marriage, she had exuded confidence, and now he beheld her disarray with intrigue. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on a particular area, causing a rush of blood to surge through him. He swiftly turned and stepped into the bath, finally uttering, "Have you not seen enough? Come here and scrub my back." Snapped back to reality by his taunting remark, Su Qiwan realized she had been staring at Yan Mingjue. She wondered what he would think of her. Regardless, his impression of her was already less than favorable, so she dismissed her concerns. Nonetheless, he was undeniably intimidating. With a gentle shake of her head, she attempted to dispel the shocking image from her mind. Steadying her nerves, she picked up a cloth and began to wash his back. The instant her fingertips made contact with his skin, a jolt coursed through them both. Yan Mingjue's muscles tensed, becoming even more formidable. Su Qingwan was equally taken aback. The differences between Yan Mingjue and Zhou Shulang were manifest in every aspect. Yan Mingjue's physique offered a sense of security, a stark contrast to the fragile nature of Zhou Shulang. A long scar traversed his back, a testament to his unique journey. A badge of honor marking his rise from obscurity to prominence. Unable to resist, she reached out to trace the scar, only to feel Yan Mingjue's body tense in response. "Leave," he commanded, his voice laced with restrained roughness. Startled by his tone, Su Qiwan complied without hesitation. Once she departed, Yan Mingjue gradually relaxed. His gaze fell upon a certain area, irritation flickering in his eyes. This Su Qingwan seemed to perpetually entice him. Chapter 45. The Hook. After enjoying a cup of tea, Yan Mingjue emerged, having changed into fresh attire. Su Qiwan had already arranged the evening meal. Both displayed an outward air of normalcy, yet when their gazes met, Su Qingwan instinctively averted hers. A faint smile graced Yan Mingjue's lips, clearly pleased by her reaction. The two remained silent until they had finished their dinner, at which point Yan Mingjue inquired, "Is it true that the rumors circulating in the residence were instigated by you?" "Indeed," Su Qingwan revealed. Harboring no intention to deceive Yan Mingjue, they found themselves aligned in this matter. Yan Mingjue refrained from asking whether Aunt Xian had witnessed any suspicious individuals, for Su Qingwan's actions had already provided him with the answer. Moreover, he had never harbored any expectations regarding that incompetent person. What if that individual does not fall for the bait? He pondered. One must at least attempt. Su Qingwan, too, remained noncommittal. Although she had set the trap, she was equally curious about the psychological resilience of the individual and whether they would take the bait. Yan Mingjue cast her a glance, but chose not to speak further. As the evening wore on, Su Qingwan occupied herself with a book by the window, while Yan Mingjue reclined on the couch, both content to remain undisturbed in each other's presence. As night descended, Su Qingwan glanced at Yan Mingjue before excusing herself to the bathing chamber. Listening to the gentle sound of water splashing from within, Yan Mingjue felt a rekindling of the earlier fire within him. He closed his eyes, striving to compose himself. As time passed and no news arrived, they exchanged a knowing glance before retiring to bed. Su Qingwan lay on the outer edge. Her eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, yet her heart raced. Ever since witnessing Yan Mingjue's formidable prowess, she had been profoundly shaken. In her previous life, intimate encounters with Zhou Shulang had left her feeling utterly desolate. Fortunately, Zhou Shulang had not been excessively demanding, allowing her to endure until it was over. But with Yan Mingjue, Su Qingwan dared not entertain the thought further, fearing she would not survive such an ordeal. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps her plans should be revised. She could forego the notion of a legitimate heir and instead opt for a concubine to bear a child, whom she could raise as her own, calling her mother. Relieved that Yan Mingjue did not intend to violate her, she prioritized her own survival over the prospect of children. Yan Mingjue, oblivious to her internal turmoil, noticed only a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Today, it was not the scent of osmanthus, but rather a subtler, yet more potent aroma. He furrowed his brow, questioning whether his choice to share a bed with Su Qingwan was a punishment for either of them. Listening to her steady breathing, he discerned that she too was wide awake. Were her thoughts consumed by worries or something else, each lost in their own contemplations? Neither found rest until a soft knock on the door interrupted them, accompanied by the voice of a servant. "My lord, madam." Steward Joe has arrived with news that a suspect has been apprehended near Aunt Xin's quarters. At this revelation, both opened their eyes simultaneously and sprang from their beds. Yan Mingjue had donned his outer robe, ready to depart, but Su Qingwan interjected, "My lord, allow me to go first. We do not yet know the identity of the captured individual. It is prudent for me to proceed alone, should they prove uncooperative." After a moment's thought, Yan Mingjue nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for elaborate dressing. Su Qingwan hastily donned her outer robe, securing her long hair with a single hairpin before rushing out. Yan Mingjue remained behind, awaiting news. Su Qingwan moved swiftly, and Zhou Shan had already arrived at Aunt Xin's courtyard. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, he promptly bowed. "Madam, someone attempted to stealthily infiltrate Aunt Xin's residence tonight, but was apprehended by the guards. Thus, I was sent to summon you." Su Qingwan nodded. "Where is the individual?" Zhou Shan waved his hand, and soon, a woman clad in black was brought forth. "Lift your head," Su Qingwan commanded as she noticed the woman bowing her head. The two matrons escorting her promptly grasped her chin, raising her face for Su Qingwan to see. Chapter 46, reporting to the authorities upon recognizing the face before her. Su Qingwan slowly spoke. "It is you." This woman was familiar to her, being one of the maids beside Lu Yinyang. Lu Yinyang, along with Chen Yinyang and Qiu Yinyang, had been sent to the residence by the superiors of Yan Mingjue. A plan began to form in Su Qingwan's mind. At such an hour, what was she doing here, dressed in such a manner? The maid appeared terrified but remained silent. Su Qingwan, unhurried, remarked coolly, "Since she is a servant of Lu Yinyang, let us summon her." "Someone, fetch Lu Yinyang," she commanded. When Lu Yinyang was roused from her slumber, she wore an expression of confusion. It was not until she arrived at the entrance of Xin Yinyang's courtyard and beheld her maid kneeling before Su Qingwan that her mind went blank. "Madam." Lu Yinyang hurriedly bowed to Su Qingwan, then turned to the maid, her voice trembling. "What are you doing here?" Su Qingwan raised her gaze to Lu Yinyang and replied calmly, "A pertinent question indeed. I too wish to uncover why, in the dead of night, your maid is attempting to stealthily infiltrate Xin Yinyang's quarters." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyang grasped the implications and immediately knelt before Su Qingwan, exclaiming, "Madam, I assure you, I am completely unaware of this matter." Unlike Xin Yinyang, who was foolish, Lu Yinyang quickly deduced the situation. This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Su Qingwan to capture the individual plotting to harm Xin Yinyang and frame her for it. Though she understood the situation, she could not fathom why her own maid was involved. Realizing that she was in a predicament she could not explain, she repeatedly pleaded, "Madam, please believe me. I am innocent." Su Qingwan regarded Lu Yinyang, her thoughts inscrutable. After a moment's pause, she instructed, "Housekeeper, search Lu Yinyang's quarters and bring forth all her servants." "Yes." Su Qingwan had a chair brought to her and settled herself in Xin Yinyang's courtyard. The summer night was stifling, yet a gentle breeze offered a modicum of relief. As the cool wind caressed her, Su Qingwan pondered the events of the day, glancing at Lu Yinyang and the maid, both detained and lost in their thoughts. Zhou Shan worked efficiently, soon returning with the people from Lu Yinyang's courtyard in tow, and he held a piece of clothing in his hands. Noticing Su Qingwan's gaze, he quietly announced, "We discovered a torn piece of fabric behind Xin Yinyang's courtyard, and I just found this garment in Lu Yinyang's room. The hem is indeed damaged and matches the torn cloth perfectly." Hearing this, Lu Yinyang was taken aback. "What torn cloth? What garment? I know nothing," she protested. "Madam, I am being wronged." Su Qingwan scrutinized them for a moment before declaring, "Take them away for further confinement. We shall report this matter to the authorities first thing in the morning." Zhou Shan hesitated briefly before responding, "Understood, madam." Upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, despair washed over Lu Yinyang. "Madam, believe me, I am innocent. Madam, please," she cried out, her desperate pleas echoing into the night until she was dragged away, her voice piercing the stillness and amplifying the sense of tragedy. The commotion stirred many lights in the surrounding courtyards. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingwan rose and instructed, "Ensure Lu Yinyang is closely watched." Zhou Shan nodded in comprehension. Su Qingwan took the garment and returned to her own quarters, where Yan Mingjue was already aware of the events in Xin Yinyang's courtyard. Upon seeing Su Qingwan return with the clothing, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a prolonged silence, Yan Mingjue finally asked, "What is your assessment?" Su Qingwan lifted her gaze to meet his. "It is not Lu Yinyang." Chapter 47. A lady's fury. Yan Mingjue raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Su Qingwan replied with an air of indifference. If it were truly her, she would not have retained this garment. Moreover, the expression on Aunt Lu's face did not seem feigned. Having managed the inner quarters for many years, she can discern certain matters at a glance. "And whom do you suspect?" Yan Mingjue pressed further. "The greatest possibilities lie with Aunt Wang, Aunt Chun, and Aunt Xiao. These three have always been closest to Aunt Lu, particularly Aunt Chun and Aunt Xiao, as they were all presented to you together. Given this, do you still intend to report it?" Yan Mingjue asked again. She was sent by a superior. It would be inappropriate to handle it privately. However, we must provide an account of the Jingjiaoyin. Thus, it would be most fitting for the matter to be addressed by someone from the Jingjiaoyin. Yan Mingjue chose not to pursue the subject further, his mind only fixated on one thought. If Su Qingwan could indeed be of use to him, it would alleviate many burdens. She possessed the wisdom to navigate fortune and misfortune, as well as the ability to weigh her options. Indeed, the renowned beauties of the capital were not merely faces adorned with beauty, nor were they limited to mere empty rhetoric. Yet, he was acutely aware that Su Qingwan would not be his pawn. Her current compliance stemmed solely from the absence of conflicting interests, suppressing the emotions flickering in his eyes. Yan Mingjue spoke. "You shall handle this matter." "Yes, my lord," Su Qingwan acknowledged, recognizing that their collaboration had taken another step forward. With this thought, she ventured, "Will you not stay to rest, my lord?" She too had realized that the tension of lying on the same bed was not hers alone to bear. Yan Mingjue seemed equally restless in this space, and she deemed it unnecessary for them both to endure mutual torment. Initially, Yan Mingjue sought an excuse to depart. But upon hearing her words, his gaze turned icy, and he responded with a hint of derision, "Why not remain? I have been residing in your chamber for an entire month." With that, he disregarded Su Qingwan's expression and lay down directly. Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that Yan Mingjue could display such petulance. After a night of turmoil, she felt as though she had barely settled down when dawn broke. With matters at hand, she did not linger in bed, but summoned Zhou Shan to report to the authorities. Before long, the Jingjiaoyin's men arrived to escort Aunt Lu away. "Is it resolved?" "Yes," Zhou Shan replied, bowing. "Gather the other ladies, Aunt Huang and Aunt Xian together. Should Aunt Xian be unable to rise, carry her here," Su Qingwan instructed calmly. Zhou Shan promptly complied, "Yes, my lady," in the span of a single tea time. The ladies arrived, with Aunt Huang and Aunt Xian being the last. Aunt Huang, lacking any significant standing, had previously been spurred by Aunt Xian to intimidate Su Qingwan. However, upon hearing the recent events, she was struck with fear. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, she immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lady, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs." No longer did she possess the audacity to act defiantly. Even Aunt Xian, who had some influence, appeared half-dead in demeanor. How could she dare confront Su Qingwan? Her actions heightened the tension within the room. The other ladies, hearts racing, lowered their heads to their chests, scarcely daring to cast a glance at Su Qingwan. Without permitting Aunt Huang to rise, Su Qingwan perched herself at the head of the table, delicately savoring her tea. Once the atmosphere had thickened sufficiently, she finally spoke. "I consider myself a person of good temper and do not wish to act with cruelty. Alas, it seems my kindness has become the basis for your machinations against me. Do you truly perceive me, as the new mistress, as someone easily bullied?" As she spoke, she forcefully placed her teacup upon the table. The resounding thud reverberated through each person's heart. The ladies, startled, promptly knelt in unison, pleading, "My lady, temper your wrath." Chapter 48. Difficult to get along with, madam. "Why do you speak thus?" "I am wronged, madam. I would never dare." The incessant chattering was unbearable. Su Qingwan lifted her eyelids slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. At that moment, Qin Shu stepped forward and declared, "Enough. Silence yourselves and do not disturb the madam." The concubines, akin to geese with their necks grasped, fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Once they quieted, Su Qingwan slowly began, "Are you aware of the situation regarding Aunt Lu?" The concubines dared not raise their heads, instead bowing low to hear her continue. "I did not expect her to possess such audacity. To commit murder and attempt to shift the blame onto me. I always believed you were all well behaved. It appears I was mistaken. Today, I have reported this matter to the authorities. How they choose to handle it is their prerogative, and the Lord will not interfere. I have summoned you here to convey this. conduct yourselves properly, and should there be further disturbances in the inner quarters, I shall take matters into my own hands and sell you all without needing to involve the authorities. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the concubines hastily affirmed, "Understood, madam. We would never engage in such actions." Their expressions bore no signs of deceit. The incident concerning Aunt Lu had profoundly shaken them. Seeing that her intimidation had achieved its purpose, Suchi once softened her demeanor and spoke, "I am not one to impose undue hardship. If you serve the Lord diligently, I shall not trouble you. What has been will continue to be. However, do not entertain thoughts that should not arise. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, madam," came the simultaneous response. After delivering her admonition, Su Qingwan gestured for them to leave. Gazing at the unfamiliar Aunt Huang, she addressed Steward Zhou. "Aunt Huang's illness has nearly resolved. There is no need for anyone to guard her starting tomorrow." She then glanced towards Aunt Xian and added, "The same goes for Aunt Xian. She need only recuperate in her chamber. I trust that neither Aunt Xian nor Aunt Huang will fall ill easily again." "Yes, madam," Zhoushan promptly replied. Not only the concubines, but even he felt a sense of trepidation towards this new madam. Her method of mixing a stern warning with a sweet promise was a skill that few men could rival. Once the concubines exited Su Qingwan's courtyard, they felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Aunt Chen and Aunt Qiu hurried away without exchanging pleasantries. Aunt Wang intended to follow, but reconsidered upon observing their expressions, opting instead to approach Aunts Qin and Hong, exclaiming, "I was terrified. How could Aunt Lu do such a thing?" She spoke with evident anxiety. "Sister Qin, do you think the madam will implicate others? After all, she has been close with Aunt Lu and the others." Aunt Qin glanced at her. "You worry too much, Aunt Wang. Did the madam not say that as long as we remain within our bounds, all will be as it has always been?" "But," she began, only for Aunt Qin to interject, "We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." With that, she swiftly pulled Aunt Hong away. Aunt Wang watched their retreating figures, huffing in discontent. What are they so proud about? Once they returned to their quarters, Aunt Hong whispered, "I was just terrified. The madam is truly formidable. I thought she would punish us all. Do not fear. As long as we do not err, the madam will not impose any penalties." Aunt Qin reassured her. "Yet, I perceive the madam as someone difficult to deal with. How shall we navigate our lives from here on?" Aunt Hong lamented, gently caressing her abdomen, yearning for a child. Noticing her gesture, Aunt Qin's expression changed, and she whispered urgently, "You mustn't do anything foolish." She genuinely feared that Aunt Hong might unwittingly conceive a son or daughter out of wedlock. Aunt Hong nodded in understanding. "I am aware. The matter of children is still far off. For now, I merely wish to see the Lord more often, as I have yet to truly serve him." Chapter 49. Shall we go together? After the incident involving Aunt Lu, peace reigned in the Yen residence for several days. The concubines, aside from their daily greetings, remained confined to their own quarters, too fearful to even visit one another, a clear testament to their apprehension of Su Qingwan. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan busied herself during this period of tranquility, meticulously organizing the account books and storerooms provided by the steward. To her surprise, she discovered that while the storeroom contained a wealth of valuable items and ample silver, there was a striking absence of estates, shops, or farmland. This absence was to be expected. Yen Mingjue was a solitary figure without elders, thus lacking any inherited family estate. Contemplating this, she decided to broach the subject upon Yen Mingjue's return that evening. "My lord, I wish to purchase some estates and shops. This would enable the household's expenses to be covered by the estates, allowing for some savings. Additionally, these shops could generate more income. What do you think?" Yen Mingjue, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Since you are in charge of the household, you may decide as you see fit. Such matters need not require my consultation in the future." At these words, a smile of relief spread across Su Qingwan's face. This was what it meant to be in charge. To others, Yen Mingjue might not seem an ideal match. His reputation was tarnished, he had a fierce demeanor, and the household was rife with concubines, lacking tranquility. Yet in her eyes, he was quite commendable. His generosity, clarity in rewards and punishments, and trust in his subordinates were sufficient to outweigh all else. Noticing her silence, Yen Mingjue finally looked up to find Su Qingwan smiling at him. He paused slightly, then coldly queried, "What are you smiling about?" "I am happy," Su Qingwan responded, her eyes sparkling as she unabashedly revealed her joy. Taken aback, Yen Mingjue soon grasped the reason behind her happiness. Observing her genuine smile, he couldn't help but retort, Did the outside world know that this talented woman is so mundane? Su Qingwan, concealing her face with a laugh, replied, even talented women need to eat and dress. This was a lesson learned over more than a decade. Talents and reputation meant little without the means to secure one's sustenance. Before her marriage in her past life, she had never imagined she would one day contend for food. It was only through real experience that she realized that, in the face of survival, everything else was but an illusion. Seemingly unprepared for her candidness, Yin Mingjue was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Su Qingwan growing increasingly complex. He had never anticipated such profound insight from her. The peculiar sensation within him deepened. How had this daughter of a prestigious family in the capital transformed into such a person, as if she had endured myriad trials? Before he could ponder further, Su Qingwan spoke, "My lord, do you have time tomorrow to accompany me back to the Su residence?" Tomorrow marked the wedding day of her younger sister, Su Qinghe, and as the elder sister, her presence was imperative. However, whether Yin Mingjue, as her husband, would choose to accompany her was uncertain. During her previous visit, he had been overlooked as the new son-in-law, leaving her unsure of his willingness to attend. Yin Mingjue, upon hearing her, glanced at Su Qingwan, recalling that tomorrow was indeed the wedding day of the heir of the Yongning Marquisate. He remembered that this was her previously arranged fiancé, and his thoughts turned to the day he had seen her conversing with Zhou Shulang, an inscrutable expression crossing his face. Ah, the former fiancé, the younger sister. Let us see if she can still smile tomorrow. Very well. Su Qingwan, oblivious to Yin Mingjue's thoughts, nodded in agreement, planning to return after assisting Qinghe with her makeup, ensuring Yin Mingjue would not be slighted again. With their respective thoughts, the two coexisted without further incident. As the days passed, Su Qingwan had grown accustomed to sharing her bed with only one person. Nearly as soon as she lay down, sleep claimed her. Listening to the steady rhythm of Yin Mingjue's breathing beside her, he turned to face Su Qingwan, incredulous. She had fallen asleep so easily. Tomorrow was Zhou Shulang's wedding day. The groom was her younger sister, and she appeared utterly unperturbed. As he reflected on the rumors he had heard, Yin Mingjue found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Were the rumors erroneous, suggesting that Su Qingwan's feelings for Zhou Shulang were not as profound as implied? Or was she merely a cold and unfeeling individual? Chapter 50. The benevolence of adults unknown to others. The following day, Su Qingwan rose early to adorn herself. Today, she was to attend a wedding banquet, and thus could not appear too plain. Moreover, many awaited to witness her embarrassment. She must not allow them to succeed. Donning a long gown of deep purple, its hem embellished with intricately embroidered peonies glimmering with silver threads, she cinched her waist with a light-colored silk ribbon. The ends adorned with large pearls, complemented by a fine piece of jade at her waist. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, secured with a pearl hairpin and a golden phoenix pin. With her natural beauty accentuated by such attire, she appeared resplendent. Upon seeing her, Yin Mingjue paused momentarily before discreetly averting his gaze. Realizing the reason behind her splendid appearance, he could not help but remark, "Today marks your sister's wedding, yet you seem unaware of the need to restrain yourself." Su Qingwan, oblivious to Yin Mingjue's thoughts, replied, "Though it is my sister's wedding, there are many who wish to see me suffer humiliation. My dignity reflects your own, my lord. I cannot afford to tarnish your reputation." This statement took Yin Mingjue by surprise. Thus, her splendid attire was not merely for the occasion of Zhou Shulang. His spirits lifted considerably. Casting a glance at the boxes of musical instruments and exquisite paintings behind Su Qingwan, he suggested, "Since she is your dear sister, you ought to present her with more gifts. I recall there being a box of jade in the storeroom." Su Qingwan was initially taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "No need, my lord. These are already sufficient." The Su family was not impoverished, and her mother would adequately prepare her sister's dowry. As the elder sister, her contribution of a few additional gifts sufficed. Besides, she was reluctant to allow the Zhou family to benefit from too many fine items. Upon hearing her, Yin Mingjue ceased to press the matter, and they both boarded the carriage. Su Qingwan thought Yin Mingjue truly generous, fortunate that he was stationed in the eagle's nest, steadily rising in rank. Otherwise, given his lavishness, he would have squandered their household long ago. The Su residence was bustling with activity today, a stark contrast to her own wedding, which had been a mere formality, as her father deemed her a disgrace and hastily sent her off. Now, with a union to the Yongning Marquisate, her father naturally placed great importance on the occasion. although she had long been aware of her father's superficiality and utilitarian nature. Witnessing this scene still left her somewhat disheartened. Yin Mingjue noticed her change in expression, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes. Despite his pleasant words, she was evidently unsettled. Had it not been for the previous incident, it would have been her day of glorious marriage. This thought soured Yin Mingjue's mood, and as he prepared to enter, his sleeve was suddenly pulled. Turning, he saw Su Chi-won gazing at him earnestly. "My lord, please refrain from excessive drinking to avoid a headache. Also, should my family show any neglect, I hope you will not take it to heart. Your kindness remains unrecognized by others." Concerned that her family might give Yin Mingjue a cold reception, she felt compelled to issue this warning. Yin Mingjue was a man who bore grudges, and she did not wish for the Su family to incur his ire. In her previous life, she was unsure if Yin Mingjue had played a role in the downfall of the Su family. However, this time, she wished for a different outcome. He was indeed a commendable husband, and she did not want their relationship to reach a point of confrontation. Yin Mingjue's displeasure dissipated in an instant as he gazed deeply into her eyes and nodded in agreement. "Very well." As he made his way to the front hall, Su Chi-won exhaled softly, feeling a measure of relief, and proceeded towards the rear courtyard. Chapter 51. Adorning the bride. Su Chi-won arrived early, though there were others who had arrived even earlier than she. Upon her arrival, Su Chingha's chamber was already filled with several young ladies from noble families, all friends of Su Chingha. When they caught sight of Su Chi-won, admiration flickered in their eyes, and they hastily greeted her. "Sister Su," they called out, for they were quite familiar with her. Su Chi-won returned their greetings and then turned to Su Chingha, who was already elegantly dressed, offering her a warm smile. "Chingha, you look truly splendid today." Her words rang true. Su Chingha's beauty was indeed remarkable, and draped in her red bridal gown, she appeared even more resplendent. "Sister," Su Chingha called out to her, yet did not respond to the compliment. She had keenly observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the ladies when Su Chi-won entered. It puzzled her. Why was it that despite marrying someone like Yin Mingjue, Su Chi-won appeared to be flourishing rather than diminished, like a blooming peony? Unbeknownst to her sister's thoughts, Su Chi-won gently touched Su Chingha's meticulously styled hair and sincerely advised, "Chingha, you must take good care of yourself in the future." Although her sister might not heed her counsel, she genuinely hoped for her well-being, as they had grown up together. She then instructed Qinshi to bring forth the gift she had prepared for the bride. Su Chingha opened the box to reveal two exquisite sets of headpieces. One crafted entirely of pure gold, while the other was adorned with an array of magnificent gemstones. Each set was already a remarkable display of opulence, and to present two at once was truly extravagant. Gasps of admiration filled the room as the ladies and matrons praised the beauty of the headpieces. Observing the two sets, Su Chingha felt a mix of emotions and managed a strained smile. "Thank you, elder sister. There's no need for formality between sisters," Su Chi-won replied, deliberately presenting the gifts in front of so many witnesses. Should the Zhou family wish to claim these treasures, it would be evident to all what they represented. As the time drew near, Su's mother arrived, prompting the others to discreetly exit and grant the mother and daughters a moment for private conversation. With Su Chi-won present, Su's mother refrained from saying much, only reminding Su Chingha of the usual matters. However, when she advised Su Chingha to serve her in-laws well, Su Chi-won furrowed her brow, yet chose not to voice her dissent. She understood that expressing her concerns would only lead her mother and sister to believe she was still attached to the youngling marquise. Very well, she thought. She would take it one step at a time. Before long, the groom's party arrived, and it was Su Qingming who came to carry Su Chingha away. Su Chingwon had not enjoyed such a privilege at her own wedding. Her father had chosen a distant cousin for her. In his eyes, she had become a discarded piece on the chessboard, unworthy of burdening the family's only son. Reflecting on this, Su Chingwon couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just before they departed, Su Chingha turned back to look at Su Chingwon, her gaze serious as she said, "Elder sister, I will live well in the future." Su Chingwon was momentarily taken aback. A thought flickered through her mind, but she could not grasp it. Su Chingha continued, "Elder sister and mother need not worry." With that, she lowered her bridal veil, allowing Su Qiming to carry her away. Su's mother felt a swell of emotion at her daughter's words, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your sister has grown up." Indeed, Su Chingwon mused, watching Su Chingha's silhouette fade away, her brow slightly furrowed. Su's mother wiped her eyes, quickly regaining her composure. There was much to be done today. Linking arms with her mother, Su Chingwon proceeded to the front hall. They arrived just in time to see Zhou Shulang, clad in a ceremonial wedding robe, come forth to greet the bride. The gathered guests then witnessed the groom's gaze fixate intently on the bride, his elder sister. Chapter 52. Adding insult to injury, Zhou Shulang had not wished for this, yet upon seeing Su Qingwan, he could not restrain himself. Compared to the last visit, he felt that Su Qingwan had become even more beautiful. The crowd of wedding guests quickly noticed Zhou Shulang's unusual demeanor. Many observed the change in his gaze towards Su Qingwan and began to whisper amongst themselves. Su Qinghe vaguely caught snippets of their conversation, yet remained oblivious to the situation at hand. Su Qingwan furrowed her brow, taken aback by Zhou Shulang's lack of awareness, as he became lost in thought while staring at her in such a setting. She knew all too well that after today, the capital would be rife with gossip, potentially straining her sisterly bond with Qinghe. They had both become sources of trouble in their 2 lifetimes. Her expression grew increasingly frosty as she turned her head to evade Zhou Shulang's gaze. However, he remained oblivious, following her movements. His friend, serving as the matchmaker, gently nudged him, reminding, "Brother Zhou, do not be foolish. Today is your wedding day." Only then did Zhou Shulang regain his senses, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes as he realized his indiscretion. He refrained from looking at Su Qingwan any longer and hurriedly took Su Qinghe from Su Qingming's back, carrying her towards the bridal sedan. The unexpected incident cast a shadow over Qing's countenance as well, although she understood that this matter was not significantly related to her eldest daughter. Some of her ire was misdirected. She did not wait for Su Qingwan and, upon seeing her second daughter enter the flower sedan, turned to head back to the inner chambers. The whispers around her continued, predominantly discussing the entanglements involving her, Qinghe, and Zhou Shulang. Su Qingwan felt a deep sense of frustration, not anticipating that today's makeup ceremony would lead to such a debacle. The already fragile relationship with Qinghe was further strained by this incident, and she feared that Qinghe would harbor resentment towards her. Rubbing her temples, she was interrupted by a voice exclaiming, "Eldest sister is here." Su Qingwan arrived fashionably late, just days prior. She had been brought into the 4th prince's residence as a concubine. In the brief time since their last encounter, Su Qingwan had already begun to adopt an overbearing demeanor, approaching Su Qingwan with an air of superiority. Before she could speak, her maidservant interjected, "How dare you? Do you not know to pay respects upon seeing the concubine?" Su Qingwan regarded the arrogant pair with a glint of sarcasm in her eyes. According to the laws of the land, only a concubine of a prince was entitled to a title, and it was customary for a subject's wife to show respect. However, to her knowledge, the 4th prince had yet to be formally bestowed a title. "Dear sister, should the officials hear of your behavior today, it may incite trouble. If the 4th prince learns of your conduct, he is likely to be displeased." Su Qingwan's words left Su Qinglan's face a canvas of red and white, a reflection of her embarrassment. Back in the Su household, she had always been overshadowed by Su Qingwan. Now, even as a concubine, Su Qingwan still looked down upon her. Anger flickered in Su Qinglan's eyes. "Even if I am lesser, I am still superior to you. What status do you hold compared to mine, that you dare speak to me in such a manner?" Su Qingwan merely looked at Su Qinglan with disdain. Even in this new life, Su Qinglan remained just as foolish. How had she managed to scheme against her in the past with such a feeble mind? Before she could ponder further, Su Qinglan commanded, "Hurry and pay your respects." Su Qingwan's thoughts were interrupted, and she glanced at Su Qinglan with a cold smile, stating, "In terms of status, we both lack a title, and thus I owe you no courtesy. As for age, I am your elder sister. You have not shown me respect upon our meeting, yet you demand it from me. Where in the world is there such logic? Furthermore, as the legitimate eldest daughter, and you being a mere illegitimate child, who ought to pay respects to whom?" Su Qingwan's remarks left Su Qinglan speechless. Unable to retort, she signaled her maidservant with her eyes. The maid, taking the cue, raised her voice, "How presumptuous! The concubine has instructed you on etiquette, yet you remain ungrateful. Today, I shall teach you the proper decorum on her behalf." With that, she raised her hand. Chapter 53. Doubt. Su Qingwan never anticipated that merely a few days after arriving at the 4th prince's residence, Su Qinglan would exhibit such audacity, daring to reprimand her in the Su manner. Her expression darkened as she prepared to respond when a voice interjected, "Cease at once." Startled by this voice, Su Qinglan swiftly turned to see 4th Prince Yuan standing not far away, accompanied by the formidable Yan Mingjue. "Your Highness." She managed to smile, intending to greet the 4th prince, only to hear Yuan declare, Su concubine is unwell. Someone escort her back to the manor to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Qinglan's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, she began, but as Yuan Su cast her a cold glance, she instinctively swallowed her words. With Yuan Su's command issued, his personal guards promptly escorted both Su Qinglan and her maid away. Although many guests had already taken their seats, numerous others remained in the outer hall. News of Su concubine being sent back shortly after her arrival would soon spread, marking a significant embarrassment for Su Qinglan. Disregarding Su Qinglan, Su Qiwan performed a respectful bow towards Yuan Su. I greet your Highness. Rise, Yuan Su replied, his gaze flickering as he regarded Su Qiwan. Had he known that the one ensnared in the trap that day was Su Qinglan, he would certainly not have allowed Su Qinglan to impede his progress, which ultimately benefited Yin Mingjue. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Yin Mingjue, who was intently observing Su Qinglan. Yuan Su felt a sense of regret. Such a splendid flower had been planted in such a dung heap. Regaining his composure, Yuan Su spoke. The disturbance today has troubled Madame Yan. It is my failure to manage the situation. I shall provide an explanation to the madam. He had heard Su Qinglan's earlier remarks, which resonated with truth. Su Qinglan was indeed a fool, more capable of causing trouble than achieving anything. Despite having no official title, she had the audacity to regard herself as a noble woman. It was only natural for the eldest and second brothers to take advantage of the situation should they learn of this. With this thought, he looked at Su Qinglan with increasing warmth. What a pity. Yet, no matter how unfortunate, he could not extend his hand to Su Qinglan at this moment. Yin Mingjue was his asset, invaluable, and he could not afford to lose such a sharp tool for the sake of one woman. With that, he nodded to Su Qinglan and made his way to the outer hall. Yin Mingjue did not follow but remained to gaze at Su Qinglan. My lord, did you summon the prince? Though posed as a question, certainty filled Su Qingwan's eyes. Such coincidences are rare in this world, especially given the seclusion of this place where ordinary people would not venture. He would indeed summon assistance. A smile graced Su Qingwan's lips. I thank you, my lord. Yin Mingjue let out a cold snort. With your sharp tongue, even without the fourth prince, you would not suffer. Contemplating Yuan Su's earlier expression of regret and the previous bewilderment of Zhou Shulang, Yin Mingjue's countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, take care of yourself. Without waiting for Su Qingwan's response, he turned and departed for the outer hall. There was a certain brilliance in Yin Mingjue's words, yet Su Qingwan quickly grasped their meaning. He likely had learned of the events that transpired during the betrothal ceremony. Furrowing her brow, she lamented the fragile reconciliation of her relationship with Yin Mingjue, which had now reverted to its initial state. Zhou Shulang truly was a source of trouble. It was fortunate that she had never married him in this life. As she turned towards the inner hall, a sudden thought struck her, and she halted abruptly. Miss? Qin Shu and Miao Hua exchanged puzzled glances, surprised by her sudden pause. Su Qiwan spoke slowly. What do you think of the third Miss's character? Qin Shu and Miao Hua exchanged looks. Assuming her inquiry stemmed from the earlier incident with Su Qinglan, Qin Shu replied, she is merely relying on her recent favor from the fourth prince. Displaying a demeanor typical of a petty person who has just gained a little power, such arrogance cannot last long. Indeed, her behavior is brazen and foolish. Su Qingwan murmured softly, but does she truly possess the capability to orchestrate so much for herself? A pensive look crossed Su Qingwan's face as she turned to Qin Shu and Miao Hua. I need you to investigate one more matter. Chapter 54. Eloquence. As the banquet concluded, many guests had already departed. Su Qingwan, too, intended to leave shortly, seeking to inquire about Yin Mingjue's whereabouts before returning to her residence. Soon, a maid approached and whispered, Miss, the young lord has already taken his leave. Her voice, though soft, was audible enough for everyone in the room to hear. The remaining guests were all members of the Su family's collateral branches, who were considered close acquaintances. Given Su Qingwan's exquisite appearance and radiant demeanor today, they had assumed that Yin Mingjue held her in high regard. However, it now seemed otherwise. Surprised by Yin Mingjue's abrupt departure, without so much as a farewell, Su Qingwan felt a surge of indignation towards him, though she maintained a composed exterior. She nodded slightly, acknowledging the news. Rising from her seat, she approached her grandmother and mother to bid farewell. Old Madame Su was already aware that Su Qinglan had mistakenly spoken and was sent back by the fourth prince, and she recalled the chaos surrounding her second granddaughter's marriage, which continued to be a topic of gossip. Her expression darkened, as she felt that these matters were inextricably linked to Su Qingwan. Casting a discontented glance at Su Qingwan, She did not allow her to rise and admonished her sternly. Now that you are married, you must adhere to your duties and refrain from actions that would bring shame upon the family. The weight of her words was palpable, particularly the clever use of again. It could be said that old Madame Su had delivered a resounding slap to Su Chi-wan, lowering her eyes to mask her disappointment and disdain. Su Chi-wan clenched her fists tightly, striving to maintain her composure. After a moment of reflection, she raised her head and inquired, "May I ask, grandmother, how is it that I have been remiss in my duties? What actions have I taken that have brought disgrace upon the family?" Her unexpected retort left everyone momentarily stunned. Qin Shi, too, was taken aback. Although she felt some annoyance towards her eldest daughter today, she was even more infuriated that her mother-in-law had belittled her in front of so many. Nonetheless, she had never anticipated that Su Chi-wan would confront old Madame Su in such a manner. Old Madame Su, accustomed to her advanced age and having not faced such defiance in years, was initially taken aback by Su Chi-wan's question. Regaining her composure, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Impudent! Your audacity grows ever bolder. Now that you are married, you no longer regard your grandmother with any respect. Do I need to enumerate the disgraceful deeds you have committed? Who in the capital does not know? Who is unaware?" In response, Su Chi-wan smiled. "Indeed, grandmother speaks truly. On that day, when I was schemed against, I ought to have taken my own life to demonstrate my innocence, thus preserving the family's reputation. However, I chose otherwise." Slowly rising to her feet, she continued, "If those who harmed me were not punished, why should I sacrifice myself for the sake of the family's honor? The guilty party is she, not I." Su Chi-wan's words tore through the faade, revealing the sordid realities of the household for all to see. Instantly, the room fell silent. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence understood that Su Chi-wan had been the victim of a plot. Yet, in the aftermath, the main family had offered no explanation, and many speculated that Su Fu had calculated his moves well. After all, the eldest daughter was already tarnished. The other two daughters must not encounter any trouble. Old Madame Su had never expected Su Chi-wan to challenge her so boldly, and her face turned a shade of green with anger. Realizing Su Chi-wan was not easily intimidated, she refrained from further dialogue with her granddaughter and instead vented her ire towards Qin Shi. "Qin Shi, look at the daughter you have raised." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi quickly knelt and implored, "Mother, please quell your anger." She then turned to Su Chi-wan, "Chi-wan, kneel." Su Chi-wan remained standing, continuing, "Why must grandmother blame mother? There is nothing amiss in mother's teachings. Otherwise, I would not be regarded as one of the two beauties of the capital. Nor would my two younger sisters have married into noble households or become consorts of the princes. Grandmother should commend my mother instead." Old Madame Su was taken aback, astonished that her granddaughter had become so sharp-tongued in such a short span of days. Chapter 55. Disappointment. As Su Yuqing had just seen his guests out of the manor, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion from the inner courtyard. With a dark expression, he approached, only to overhear a conversation between Su Chi-wan and himself, which deepened his frown. "What insolence is this?" he exclaimed. Su Chi-wan, undeterred, respectfully bowed and replied, "Daughter greets father. I am unworthy of such regard. You are now the esteemed wife of the Eagle Chamber's inspector, disregarding even your grandmother. How could you possibly acknowledge me as your father?" With a sarcastic tone, Su Yuqing retorted, "Your mother is indeed commendable." Su Chi-wan responded without fear, "If father believes mother to be virtuous, then it must be true. However, just moments ago, grandmother chastised her for poor guidance." Su Yuqing was taken aback, glancing at his eldest daughter, astonished by her newfound eloquence. He had always recognized her intelligence and resilience against outsiders, but her assertiveness had never been directed towards family. Today's display left him bewildered. Regaining his composure, he realized that Su Chi-wan was artfully diverting the conversation away from herself and onto Qin Shi. He would not allow this to continue and declared, "Do not involve your mother. We are discussing you. Let us set aside other matters and focus on your recent marriage to the Yen family. You have only been there a few days, yet you have already caused turmoil. You nearly endangered an aunt's life and have now sent another to the authorities. Is this how you intend to manage your household? A woman's jealousy is a grave flaw. Your grandmother's reprimand of your mother is not without merit." Although he had long acknowledged his father's cold-hearted nature, Su Chi-wan felt a chill at his words. She was his legitimate daughter, raised with care, yet now, due to her perceived lack of utility, she seemed to be a disposable pawn. She anticipated the rumors that would circulate about her recent actions but was disheartened to find her own father wielding them as a weapon against her. Her gaze was filled with disappointment as she looked at Su Yuqing. His heart inexplicably raced under her scrutiny. What? Am I mistaken? He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Su Qi-wan, weary of the exchange, replied coolly, I have never felt I was in the wrong. The truth is that an aunt was harmed, and someone sought to frame me. I merely uncovered the culprit and delivered them to the authorities. As for jealousy, that judgment should rest with my husband. At the mention of Yin Mingjue, Su Yuqing scoffed. What? Do you wish for Yin Mingjue to support you? He has already departed. Did he not inform you? Before he could finish, a calm voice interrupted. Dear father-in-law, I have just returned after escorting the fourth prince. I am here to fetch my wife back to the manor. Chapter 56. Support scarcely had the words left his lips when Yin Mingjue's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. He seemed oblivious to the unfolding events. Bowing respectfully to Su Yuqing, my esteemed father-in-law has misunderstood. The fourth prince has indulged in quite a bit of wine, and I took it upon myself to escort him home. I dispatched someone to inform my wife in the back courtyard. Is there an issue, my lady? Unaware, perhaps? He then turned to Su Qi-wan with a look of astonishment. At that moment, Qinshi, quick to react, knelt down. Miss, my lord, it is entirely my fault. A maid had come to inform me, but I was so preoccupied that I inadvertently neglected such an important matter. I beg for your punishment. Su Qi-wan. She stared at the sudden appearance of Yin Mingjue, momentarily taken aback, before finally responding, Rise. You shall return and forfeit a month's stipend. Yes, my lady. Yin Mingjue continued. My lady, the hour grows late. We should take our leave. Very well. Yin Mingjue offered a ladder, which Su Qi-wan naturally accepted. She turned about to old Madame Su, stating, Your granddaughter will take her leave now. Old Madame Su, feeling slighted by her granddaughter, was unable to maintain her composure. Disregarding Yin Mingjue's presence, she exclaimed, Take the Yin back and study it diligently. Before Su Qi-wan could interject, Yin Mingjue interjected, Old Madam. There is no need for the Yin. My wife is exemplary, a paragon among noblewomen. Since her marriage into the Yin household, she has diligently managed our affairs, bringing order and tranquility to the courtyard. I am immensely grateful to you and my esteemed in-laws for raising such an exceptional daughter. Yin Mingjue's words were a pointed rebuke to old Madame Su. While she suggested Su Qi-wan learn from the Yin, he emphasized her many virtues. Old Madame Su, having been repeatedly challenged today, felt her face pale with indignation. She wished to retort but was met with Yin Mingjue's cold, unyielding gaze, devoid of warmth. Suddenly, she recalled the rumors circulating about him and his infamous reputation as the demon. It dawned on her that her grandson-in-law was not a typical aristocratic youth bound by propriety. The very blade he wielded embodied the rules themselves. Old Madame Su fell silent, utterly cowed. Witnessing old Madame Su's humiliation filled Su Qi-wan with great satisfaction. She then bowed respectfully to her father and Mrs. Qin, bidding them farewell with poise that left no room for criticism. Mrs. Qin's gaze was rife with complexity. The assertiveness displayed by her eldest daughter today had left her somewhat shaken. With Yin Mingjue's words having settled the matter, Su Yuqing could no longer protest. He gave a reluctant nod, permitting Su Qi-wan and Yin Mingjue to depart. Together, they walked away, their silhouettes perfectly matched. Once they had distanced themselves, old Madame Su erupted in anger, exclaiming, Indeed, there are no manners to be found. Nearly days into her marriage, and she has already become like that demon. Though Su Yuqing shared her discontent, he was mindful of the onlookers present and hastily sought to placate old Madame Su. Meanwhile, Su Qi-wan and Yin Mingjue exited the Su residence in silence. Not a word was exchanged until they boarded the carriage, where Su Qi-wan remained quiet. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yin Mingjue turned to her. He had initially intended to leave early due to the vexation stemming from Zhou Shulong's affairs, especially as he felt the covert scrutiny of many while seated there. Thus, he departed before the banquet concluded. After wandering for a while, upon returning home, he learned from Zhou Shan that Su Qi-wan had experienced difficulties at the Su residence. Consequently, he hastened to her side, reflecting on Zhou Shan's account. He gazed at Su Qi-wan with an involuntary hint of sympathy. Just then, Su Qi-wan suddenly inquired, My lord, why have you returned? Chapter 57. All is false. Yin Mingjue was acutely aware that his previous remarks could not deceive Su Qi-wan. He had no intention of misleading her. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Even when punishing a dog, one must regard its master. After all, you have married me, and I cannot stand by as you are wronged. They are not merely striking at you, they are striking at me. Though Yin Mingjue's words were harsh, Su Qi-wan could not help but smile, albeit with a fleeting shadow of sorrow and disappointment in her eyes. Having been married to Yin Mingjue for less than a month, She felt that even if he did not harbor affection for her, he would still stand up for her when faced with adversity. Yet, her own kin, who had nurtured her, treated her as a mere object once she was deemed of no value. While Yin Mingjue refrained from allowing others to humiliate her, her family seemed eager to spit upon her dignity. Indeed, one must live for oneself. All notions of familial love and romantic affection were mere illusions. She had once resolved to protect the Su family from suffering the same fate as in her previous life, yet now she found herself indifferent to their plight. Let things unfold as they may, she mused. If they disregard me, why should I risk my life for their salvation? With this newfound clarity, she smiled at Yin Mingjue, expressing her gratitude. My lord, thank you for your support today. Yin Mingjue cast a glance at Su Qingwan, remaining silent. He could not fathom her thoughts. Yet within a brief span, he sensed a palpable change in her. It was as if she had suddenly broken free from her confines, liberated from whatever had once shackled her. Before he could fully comprehend the shift, Su Qingwan playfully inquired, was your earlier statement sincere, my lord? Am I truly deserving of such praise? As she regarded him with a teasing glint in her eyes, Yin Mingjue averted his gaze, letting out a cold snort. If you were unworthy, how could you capture the attention of the groom? Even the fourth prince holds you in high esteem. The carriage fell silent for a moment after his words. Yin Mingjue frowned slightly, unable to conceal his inner vexation. Why had he spoken thus? Had he lost his senses? Surely, she would find this amusing. Indeed, the next moment, Su Qingwan remarked, my lord, are you feeling jealous? Yin Mingjue. He regretted defending her earlier. He should have allowed others to trouble her. This woman had a knack for taking advantage of kindness, always stepping over him once he showed her even the slightest favor. Seeing him fall silent, Su Qingwan's mirth only deepened. It was often said that Yin Mingjue was a demon, cold-hearted and ruthless, yet in truth, he was far better than many. At least he understood the importance of defending his wife's honor against outsiders. This was far superior to the hypocritical pretenders who masqueraded as virtuous. In the Duke of Yongning's residence, the banquet continued, while Su Qinghe had learned from a maid about the events that transpired during the wedding procession. Hearing that Zhou Shulang had been unable to take his eyes off Su Qingwan, Su Qinghe instinctively clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. The jealousy in her eyes could no longer be contained. Observing her distress, the maid Yushui quickly reassured her, Miss, regardless of the circumstances, you are the one marrying the heir, and he will only have eyes for you. At Yushui's words, Su Qinghe's expression softened slightly. After a moment's pause, she replied, you are right. I am the one marrying Zhou Shuang, and all that is to come will naturally be mine. Chapter 58. Jealousy. After escorting Su Qingwan back to her residence, Yin Mingjue ventured out once more. Once Su Qingwan had completed her grooming, she summoned her two maidservants into her chamber and inquired, how have you fared in your investigations today? She had tasked Qinshi and Miaohua with uncovering the whereabouts of her second sister, Su Qinghe, on the day of her incident. Initially, she had suspected Su Qinglan, however. Today's demeanor of Su Qinglan had sown seeds of doubt within her, for she did not appear to be a person who had been reborn. Uncertain of the sudden inquiry regarding the second miss, Qinshi and Miaohua recounted the findings they had gathered. The maidservants and matrons who serve the lady have informed me that the second miss was primarily occupied with entertaining the female guests that day, and there were no irregularities. However, she did have to return to her courtyard briefly to change her attire after it was soiled. Su Qingwan pondered this information, piecing together her thoughts. On that fateful day, she had been by her mother's side, attending to the female guests, when an unfamiliar maid approached her, claiming that her mistress was in distress due to a dirty dress and was hiding in a side room, requesting her assistance. Trusting the stranger, she had followed her, only to lose consciousness upon entering. Upon awakening, she found herself entangled with Yin Mingjue. During her confinement in the residence, she had dispatched inquiries regarding Su Qinglan's movements, learning only that the latter had ventured to the garden and had inadvertently fallen into the water, fortuitously rescued by the fourth prince. Thus, she had inadvertently allied herself with the fourth prince. From the intelligence gathered, it appeared that her second sister was blameless. Yet, was it truly the case? Su Qingwan concealed her doubts. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, Su Qingwan set out, possessing a considerable dowry. And with Yin Mingjue having entrusted her with the management of household affairs, she contemplated investing in some properties, for this was the prudent means of generating wealth. Just as she stepped outside, gifts of apology from the fourth prince's residence arrived. Yuan Su was indeed a generous man, and the list of offerings was substantial. Zhou Shan, perplexed by the turn of events, instructed the gifts to be stored until Su Qingwan's return for further deliberation. Truly, the lady is renowned in the capital. Her capabilities are evident. Even the fourth princess residence has sent offerings, remarked Qin Yinyang, her envy palpable. Qin Yinyang cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she disregarded the others and retreated to her own quarters. These people were utterly oblivious. Daring to speak such words, it was truly. Once Qin Yinyang departed, the rest soon followed suit, leaving only Wang Yinyang, Qin Yinyang, and Qiu Yinyang in the room. Qin Yinyang, vexed, exclaimed, they've been frightened into submission, believing that complying with the lady will secure their comfort. How naive. Just look at Sister Lu. It is easy to fabricate accusations. Despite their closeness to Lu Yinyang, they did not believe she would engage in such treachery. Yet these matters were beyond their control. Qiu Yinyang remained silent, while Wang Yinyang spoke up. Indeed, the lady possesses remarkable talents. She has not only secured our compliance, but has also captured the master's heart entirely. I heard that he personally went to fetch her yesterday. For days, he has been resting in her courtyard. This revelation further incensed Qin Yinyang. How charmingly deceptive. They speak of fairness and taking turns to serve. Yet it is all a ruse. Since my arrival in this household, has the master ever visited another's quarters? Even when he is not in her chambers, he secludes himself in his study. Previously, while Yan Mingjue rarely visited our quarters, he would at least make an appearance once or twice a month. Now, even those infrequent visits have vanished. Once ensconced in the inner courtyard, as a concubine, who among them lacked ulterior motives, Qin Yinyang instinctively touched her abdomen, believing that bearing a son would solidify her standing. If she could present a legitimate heir, even Su Qingwan would have to yield to her. Observing her gesture, Wang Yinyang held her tongue, while Qiu Yinyang wore an expression of understanding. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan remained oblivious to the machinations of the concubines. Engrossed in the activities of the pawn shop. My lady, all the shops for sale in the capital are here. Please take a look. As Su Qingwan perused the information presented, her hand hesitated upon encountering a particular shop on East Main Street. Chapter 59. The virtuous wife. She had a recollection of this shop, as it had once passed through her own hands in a previous life. With Zhou Shulang's sister getting married, Zhou's mother subtly implied that she, as the elder sister-in-law, should contribute to the bridal dowry. It was customary for an elder sister-in-law to assist her younger siblings in such matters. However, Zhou's mother's demands were rather extravagant, directly requesting the shop as part of the dowry. How could she possibly comply? After much deliberation, it was Zhou Shulang who intervened, suggesting that she purchase a shop for her sister as a dowry contribution. Zhou Shulang spoke decisively, unaware that their household did not possess sufficient funds. Ultimately, after searching extensively, she found a suitable shop, albeit at a considerable personal financial sacrifice. At the time, she paid little mind to it, merely wishing to conclude the matter. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, her sister would frequently return, demanding more, which became exceedingly irritating. Zhou Shulang's sister was not adept at managing the shop. Within a few days under her stewardship, it faltered and was eventually sold off, yielding a profit of over 1,000 taels of silver. Su Qingwan regained her focus, first securing the shop, then instructing the agents to show her several others, ultimately selecting 2 additional shops to purchase. She contemplated the potential business for these establishments and recalled her aspirations of acquiring a farmstead. Unlike shops, farms were not easily obtained. They were a matter of chance. Today, there were no suitable prospects at the agency, so she would have to wait for another opportunity. Having completed these transactions, she did not rush back to the residence, but instead instructed the carriage driver to meander through the streets. She wished to observe the commerce of various shops and reflect on potential offerings. Isn't that Jingzhe? Suddenly exclaimed Miao Hua from outside the carriage. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan quickly lifted the curtain and indeed spotted Yan Mingjue's attendant, Jingzhe, standing in a corner, seemingly waiting for Yan Mingjue. She glanced in that direction, arching an eyebrow. Wanyage, the largest brothel in the capital, could easily be dubbed a den of indulgence. In broad daylight, Yan Mingjue appeared in high spirits. Su Qingwan suppressed a smile and lowered the curtain. Miao Hua and Qinshi exchanged furtive glances, both sensing the inappropriateness of the situation. Miao Hua instinctively shrank back, feeling a pang of regret. Who would have thought that the master would be visiting such a place in daylight? The 2 maidservants were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Just yesterday at the Su residence, the young lady had been put in a difficult position, and the master had come to her aid, leading them to reassess their opinions of Yan Mingjue. Yet today, inside Wanyuj, Yin Mingjue withdrew his gaze from the carriage below and focused entirely on the woman across from him. Any news? Sir, not at the moment. They seldom discuss court matters when they come here, replied the woman sitting opposite him. Those familiar with the pleasures of the night would instantly recognize her as Yan Liying, the most sought-after courtesan at Wanyuj. With no news to report, Yin Mingjue had no intention of lingering. He was about to take his leave when the woman spoke again. Sir, is my sister well? Yin Mingjue's expression softened slightly. She is well. Thank you, sir. Yan Liying replied with a respectful bow. Without Yin Mingjue's intervention, she and her sister might not have survived to this day. Originally, he had intended to rescue them both, but she had chosen to remain. The gratitude she owed him was beyond recompense, so she stayed in that sordid environment. Initially, her sister had intended to stay as well, but she had rendered her unconscious and sent her away. By the time her sister awoke, it was too late to change their fate, and she became a concubine in Yin Mingjue's household. Reflecting on recent tidings, she remarked, I have yet to congratulate you, sir, on marrying a virtuous wife. Yin Mingjue glanced at her, likely surmising the recent rumors circulating. He replied coolly, she is indeed a virtuous wife. Not only is she devoid of jealousy, but she actively seeks to send me to another's bed. There could be no one more magnanimous in this world. Chapter 60. What does this mean? As Su Qiwan strolled through the streets, a plan began to form in her mind. Although the shops varied widely, there was a conspicuous absence of a fragrance store. The mere mention of fragrances reminded her of a certain cousin of Zhou Shulang. Truly, she was a remarkable individual, having swiftly garnered the affection of everyone in the household, as well as a multitude of noble ladies outside its walls. Even Zhou Shulang found himself somewhat captivated. There was a vague ambiguity between them, yet nothing had truly transpired. However, this was precisely where her cunning lay. She adeptly navigated the realm of flirtation under the guise of familial ties, ensnaring Zhou Shulang completely. When the veil of pretense was finally lifted, she feigned surprise, claiming to regard Zhou Shulang as a brother. Unable to refute her, Zhou Shulang still perceived her as a source of unnecessary drama. In any case, her methods were indeed sophisticated. Calculating the days, she realized that the woman had yet to arrive in the capital. This time, she intended to seize the opportunity. With this thought in mind, she instructed Qinshi to seek out a young woman named Lin Qingyi, who had a crippled father and a younger brother. Although the idea of the fragrance shop originated from Zhou Shulang's cousin, the actual execution would be handled by another. It was because Zhou Shulang's cousin had once rescued Lin Qingyi from peril that she remained fiercely loyal, refusing to divulge the formula. This time, it was time to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's directive, Qinshi was taken aback. Why was the young lady suddenly seeking such an individual? Furthermore, from the tone of her voice, it seemed she was quite familiar with the person, even knowing her family background. Though puzzled, Qinshi refrained from further inquiries and promptly complied. As the carriage arrived at the gates of the Yin residence, Su Qingwan had just alighted when Zhou Shan rushed to greet her. Madam, you have finally returned. Madam Su has been waiting for you for quite some time. Zhou Shan was anxious. Today both the master and the matron were absent, and unexpectedly, Qin had come by. Knowing that Su Qingwan was out, she had made no move to leave, instead choosing to wait there. With no elder matriarch present to receive her, Zhou Shan was at his wit's end. He had already dispatched someone to find Su Qingwan, and now she had finally returned. Mother has come? Su Qingwan paused momentarily, then quickly proceeded to the hall. Upon entering, she saw her mother sitting there. Mother. Qin turned to glance at her and nodded, noticing her mother's unusual demeanor. Su Qingwan sensed that something was amiss but chose not to pry, leading Qin to her own courtyard. After allowing Miaohua to serve tea, she instructed them to wait outside. What brings you here today, mother? As she spoke, Su Qingwan suddenly recalled something and furrowed her brow. Did grandmother cause you any distress after we left yesterday? Qin did not respond, her gaze upon Su Qingwan laden with complexity. Previously, she had harbored some concerns regarding her eldest daughter, yet yesterday's display had earned her newfound respect. Today, she had gained deeper insight into the Yin residence. Even in her absence, order prevailed, and not a single person dared to confront her, demonstrating her daughter's remarkable capabilities, far superior to her own. With this thought, Qin felt a sense of pride swell within her. She grasped Su Qingwan's hand and said, Your life seems to be quite satisfactory. Yesterday, your husband was very protective of you. If that is the case, focus on living well and do not dwell on frivolous matters. Upon hearing those words, Su Qingwan's expression darkened. Mother, what do you mean by that? Chapter 61. The The crying child receives candy. The complexion of Madame Chin shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Your sister has her own struggles. Do not let a man tarnish the bond between sisters. This sentiment was not new to Su Qingwan. After learning that Qinghe was to marry Zhou Shulang, she had approached her mother, who had expressed the same. Now, hearing it once more from her mother, Su Qingwan felt a slight pang of hurt. Was only Qinghe considered her mother's daughter? Was she not equally deserving? Suppressing her emotions, she forced a light laugh and replied coolly, I fail to comprehend your intentions, mother. I assure you, since my betrothal to my husband, I have committed no impropriety. Your words elude my understanding. Madame Chin, taken aback by Su Qingwan's retort, furrowed her brows and said, the uproar over yesterday's wedding has left your sister in a difficult position. How can she navigate this? What incident from yesterday? Su Qingwan queried, gazing at her mother. As the elder sister, I offered a generous dowry for my sister's marriage. Is there an error in that? By your reasoning, should I have refrained from attending? Madame Chin was perplexed by her eldest daughter's newfound assertiveness and frowned. You know well that is not my point. That Zhou Shulang. Before she could finish, Su Qingwan interjected, Mother, how can I control how others perceive me? It is truly absurd that you choose to blame me instead of those disrespectful individuals. At that moment, Madame Chin began to understand her own mother-in-law's sentiments from the previous day. She frowned. Knowing it was your sister's wedding, why did you adorn yourself so flamboyantly? You claim there was no intent? Su Qingwan's eyes lost any semblance of hope as she derisively laughed. According to your logic, I should have appeared haggard, drawing pity from all, making them think I lead a difficult life. Is that your expectation? You are aware of the criticisms I have faced since my engagement to Yin Mingjue, and how many await to witness my downfall. Moreover, if I were to act in such a manner, would they not accuse me of being unable to let go of Zhou Shulang? I know you dote on Qinghe, but I am also your daughter, born after 10 months of labor. By the end of her statement, the smile had vanished from Su Qingwan's face entirely. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Madame Chin hesitated, her lips moving before she finally said, That was not my intention. I was merely concerned about Qinghe's distress. Madame Chin's words remained unfinished, as she too had lost her composure. Earlier that morning, news had arrived from the second daughter's camp that she had wept for hours the previous night, with her sisters-in-law mocking her plight. Feeling sympathy for her second daughter, Madame Chin had come to seek out her eldest. Beyond that, she had not given it much thought. In retrospect, she recognized her bias. Her eldest daughter was always composed and self-sufficient, while her younger daughter had been indulged and accustomed to seeking affection from her, leading to her habitual favoritism. Noticing a flicker of remorse on Madame Chin's face, Su Qingwan remained expressionless. From the moment her mother had uttered those words, disappointment had begun to settle in her heart. As Madame Chin observed her silence, unsure of how to proceed, she awkwardly shifted the subject. The Yin family is far better than I had anticipated. The decor and furnishings are exquisite, particularly in your room. It seems your husband is quite attentive. While your relationship is flourishing, perhaps you should consider having a child soon. With a legitimate heir, you will have a source of support, and I shall be at ease. Su Qingwan had always been one to share only good news. Yet at that moment, she felt no inclination to continue that facade. She turned to Madame Chin and stated coolly, Are you aware that on our wedding night, he did not stay in my chamber? Madame Chin's expression shifted slightly, though she did not display surprise. It was evident she was already aware of this. Perhaps this matter was common knowledge throughout the capital. Initially, Su Qingwan had harbored a glimmer of hope that her mother might be ignorant of the truth. Now, she felt utterly disillusioned. Her mother was fully aware that she had spent her wedding night alone and that her life in the Yin household was far from pleasant. Yet she had never broached the subject or offered her any comfort. A month had passed since her marriage, and this was her mother's first visit, solely to question her about her younger sister's grievances. Su Qingwan began to laugh bitterly, now fully understanding the adage that the crying child receives candy. Witnessing Su Qingwan's reaction, Madame Chin's expression changed several times. Chapter 62, The One Who Saves You, Mississippi. Qin Shu gazed at Su Qingwan with concern. Ever since the lady departed, the young miss had remained seated for an entire hour, though she was unaware of the conversation exchanged between the lady and the young miss. It was evident that the lady had left in a foul mood, suggesting an unpleasant dispute had transpired between them. Unsure of how to offer comfort, she nonetheless bore good news for Su Qingwan. Miss, the person you seek has been found. It is quite fortuitous that they were located so swiftly. Upon arriving at the alley, they witnessed a dramatic scene of a broken engagement. And the unfortunate woman at the center of it was precisely the individual the young miss was searching for. Prepare the carriage. Su Qingwan contemplated briefly before deciding to go in person. Miss, it is getting rather late. No matter, let us proceed. Su Qingwan was eager to secure Lin Qingyi without delay, lest unforeseen complications arise. Very well, Mississippi barely had Su Qingwan stepped out when Yin Mingjue returned home. Upon learning from Zhou Shan that Su Qingwan had just left, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Venturing out at this hour? Seeing his expression, Zhou Shan quickly interjected, Today, Madame Su visited. When she departed, her demeanor was far from cheerful, according to a little maid from the madame's courtyard. She appeared quite distressed and sat alone for an extended period. Recalling the events that transpired at the Su residence the previous day, Yin Mingjue surmised that his mother-in-law had come to vent her frustrations regarding her younger daughter. It must have been a difficult situation for her, being so favored by her mother. Moreover, there is another matter. According to a servant who accompanied the madam today, she purchased several shops and inexplicably instructed someone to seek out a woman. It seems the madam is quite familiar with this individual, knowing both her name and family background. Presently, she is off in search of her. Upon hearing Zhou Shan's words, a flicker of doubt crossed Yin Mingjue's eyes. There was something amiss about Su Qingwan, and this was not the first instance. Previously, there had been that miraculous healer as well. Even he had been unaware of the existence of such a skilled physician in the capital, yet Su Qingwan had been acutely aware. Today was no different. He felt no connection between Su Qingwan and that woman, yet she seemed to possess intricate knowledge of her family. Investigate that woman's background. Yin Mingjue commanded. The last time it was a miraculous doctor. What of this time? Su Qingwan would certainly not seek someone of no import. Understood, sir. Zhou Shan waved his hand, and soon two young servants approached. He whispered a few instructions, and the two servants nodded before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan had arrived at the alley where Lin Qingyi resided. The carriage could not enter, so she disembarked and proceeded on foot. As darkness descended, Miao Hua expressed her concern. Miss, I could simply fetch her. There is no need for you to go in person. If one intends to invite someone, sincerity is paramount. With that, Miao Hua fell silent. Upon reaching the location, she knocked for an extended period before any response came from within. Who is it? A vigilant voice called out from behind the wooden door. May I inquire if this is the Lin residence? I have come today to pay my respects. Having heard of your family's exquisite skill in incense crafting, you have the wrong person. The voice replied, preparing to retreat inside. Su Qingwan quickly interjected. I may possess a method to cure your brother and father's ailments. No sooner had her words fallen than the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in coarse blue cloth, none other than Lin Qingyi. She scrutinized Su Qingwan with caution. Who are you, exactly? Su Qingwan replied softly. The one who saves you. Chapter 63. It seems we are being watched. Miao Hua followed Su Qingwan into the Lin residence. Although the house was tidy, it was also dilapidated and old. Having served Su Qingwan since childhood, she had never been in such a place and felt a sense of discomfort, unable to suppress a slight frown. However, Su Qingwan remained unfazed, showing no signs of unease. The worn courtyard appeared less desolate with her presence. Lin Qingyi, observing the strikingly beautiful woman who seemed out of place in this shabby setting, furrowed her brow and asked, Who are you? How do you know about my family? I came to seek assistance and naturally needed to inquire thoroughly, Su Qingwan replied. Her words were reasonable and beyond reproach, and Lin Qingyi did not dwell on them. Though Miao Hua's expression shifted several times. You mentioned you might have a way to heal my father and brother. Is that true? Lin Qingyi inquired. I only said it is possible. I cannot guarantee it. However, if even that person cannot treat them, it is likely that no one else can, Su Qingwan responded. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth and said, Very well. Please have someone examine them. Whether they recover or not is a matter of fate. Su Qingwan looked at her and asked, Are you not curious about my requirements? Lin Qingyi stood tall and replied, If you can save my father and brother, I will give you anything I possess, even my life. Su Qingwan chuckled, It is not that serious. She then turned to Miao Hua and instructed, Go check if Qin Shu has brought the person. As her words fell, there was a commotion at the door, and Qin Shu entered with Qing Mu. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Qing Mu's expression became even more complicated. Previously, she had asked him to save her aunt, and now she had come to this incongruous place to help unrelated individuals. He truly found it difficult to comprehend this Lady Yan. Dr. Qing, I apologize for the trouble. Su Qingwan greeted Qing Mu respectfully. Qing Mu, with a stern face, asked, Where is the patient? Lead the way. Seeing how young Qingmu was, Lin Qingyi felt a twinge of doubt, but upon noticing Su Qingwan's demeanor, she quickly said, "Please follow me this way." She guided Qingmu to the inner chambers. Su Qingwan did not follow them inside, but chose a bench in the courtyard to sit. "Miss, you should go inside," Qin Shu urged her. With the summer mosquitoes buzzing around and no mugwort to ward them off, she worried that Su Qingwan might be bitten. Su Qingwan shook her head, stating that everyone had their own dignity. If Lin Qingyi had been willing to let them in, she would have done so sooner. Miao Hua, unable to contain herself, asked, "Why are you being so lenient with her?" "Because she is the goddess of wealth," Su Qingwan replied with a smile. Before long, Qingmu and Lin Qingyi emerged, the latter's face alight with joy. After 2 years of consulting numerous doctors who had all declared her father and brother incurable, only this doctor had claimed a 40% chance of success. This was the best news she had received. Without beating around the bush, Qingmu addressed Su Qingwan. 40% chance, regardless of the outcome. The consultation fee is 1,000 taels of silver. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard, except for Su Qingwan, gasped in shock. Miao Hua could not help but exclaim, 1,000? Are you a doctor or a bandit? Miao Hua. Su Qingwan reprimanded her, prompting Miao Hua to lower her head, afraid to speak further. She then turned to Qingmu. "I apologize for my lack of discipline. Please do not take offense. As you stated, the payment will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." Qingmu nodded and did not linger, turning to leave. After he departed, Lin Qingyi knelt before Su Qingwan, saying, "Madam, your great kindness will never be forgotten. From now on, Qingyi is yours. I shall follow your commands without hesitation. Miss Lin, please rise." Su Qingwan personally helped Lin Qingyi to her feet. "It is not so grave. There is no need for extreme measures. I merely require you to manage my shop." Lin Qingyi was taken aback. She had prepared for Su Qingwan to make exorbitant demands, even ready to offer her family's treasured prescriptions, yet she had not anticipated such a modest request. Seeing her stunned expression, Su Qingwan continued, "It is getting late. We shall discuss further after Dr. Qing treats your father and brother tomorrow." "Very well," Lin Qingyi replied, still in a daze. She could hardly believe the turn of events. This noblewoman, so beautiful, had saved her family without seeking anything in return. Was she a benevolent deity? As twilight deepened, Su Qingwan decided not to linger, preparing to return home in her carriage. Halfway through the journey, the carriage suddenly quickened its pace. Before Su Qingwan could inquire, the coachman lowered his voice, saying, "Madam, it seems we are being watched." Chapter 64. A taste of experience. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingwan's eyes flickered. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced outside, realizing they were still in the North City. This area was known for its chaotic mix of people from all walks of life, yet it was beneath the emperor's gaze. And she had never anticipated such an event would unfold. Qin Shi and Miao Hua had never encountered anything like this. Their faces turned ashen with fear. Just as the carriage accelerated, a commotion erupted behind them. Individuals had already laid an ambush in front of the carriage, pulling at the reins to trip the horses, while a dozen more pursued closely behind. Upon seeing the group, the coachman had no choice but to urgently rein in the horses. If the horses were to stumble, a catastrophic overturn would ensue, putting their lives in grave peril. In that fleeting moment, their carriage was surrounded. A coarse voice then shouted, "Noble person inside the carriage, we are in need of money. We kindly ask for your generosity." Outnumbered, Su Qingwan knew better than to confront them directly. She retrieved her purse, emptied its contents of silver notes and coins, and tossed them outside, declaring, "All the silver is here. Take it and let us leave." Soon, exclamations of delight arose from outside. "So much! Hundreds of taels! Truly a noble!" Su Qingwan's hands clenched tightly. She hoped that with the money, they would be allowed to depart. Unfortunately, her greatest fear materialized. The leader of the group proclaimed, "In my lifetime, I have never seen a noble. Let me see what a noble looks like." With that, footsteps approached, intent on lifting the carriage curtain. Su Qingwan's heart raced, and she admonished sharply, "Dare you? Do you know who I am? My husband is the inspector of the Eagle Bureau. I advise you to take the silver and leave." She had hoped her words would intimidate them, but the man merely scoffed. "What is this Eagle Bureau? I care not. If you refuse to let me see, I shall see for myself. I want to know how you noble ladies differ from the women of the Spring Fragrance Pavilion." With that, sounds of a scuffle erupted outside as the coachman fought to protect them. Yet, being alone against a dozen, he quickly fell silent. Qin Shi and Miao Hua were paralyzed with fear. unable to utter a word. The curtain was soon wrenched open, revealing a ragged group of individuals before the trio. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, their eyes gleamed with astonishment. Lo and behold, a celestial being hidden among us. Nobles truly surpass the women of the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. One of them lewdly remarked, "I wonder how the taste of a noble is." Echoes of agreement followed. Does that even need saying? Just look at that delicate skin. One can only imagine the extraordinary experience. Haha, boss, we are in for a treat today. Hearing this, the three women turned pale. Qinshi and Miao Hua were already too frightened to speak, while Su Qingwan struggled to maintain her composure, stating, "What you seek is merely silver. Release me, and I shall grant you 10,000 taels. However, if you dare to lay a finger on us, I assure you, even in the afterlife, I will not let you escape your fate." Though they were at a disadvantage at that moment, the group seemed momentarily daunted by her words. After a prolonged silence, the leader spat and snarled, "Today, I shall taste you for myself. I have always had a penchant for fiery spirits. Soon, we shall see if your tongue remains as sharp beneath me." With that, he reached out towards Su Qingwan. Chapter 65. A fortune in gold. As the man's hand was about to touch Su Qingwan, Qin, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage and strength, forcefully pushed the man's hand away, trembling as she exclaimed, "Do not lay a finger on my young lady." The leader's eyes flashed with anger. He abandoned his pursuit of Su Qingwan and instead seized Qin directly, yanking her away and tossing her to the back. "Come, let us have some fun with you first," he sneered, prompting a chorus of mocking laughter from his companions. Qin, watching Qin surrounded by men. Su Qingwan's pupils dilated in shock. This scene overlapped with her past life, where Qin had met a tragic fate while trying to protect her. Instinctively, she moved to rescue Qin, but was blocked by the man. "Don't rush, your turn is next." Miao Hua, realizing Su Qingwan was in danger, stepped in to shield her. In an instant, she too was hurled out of the carriage. At that moment, Su Qingwan found herself alone inside the carriage as the leader climbed in, unfastening his trousers with a greedy glint in his eyes. In over 20 years of life, I have never encountered someone so exquisite. Today is truly a windfall. Outside, the sounds of curses and worried cries from Qin and Miao Hua echoed. As the man approached, Su Qingwan did not struggle. Mistaking her silence for fear, he chuckled. "Be good, and I shall treat you well." He reached out to tear at Su Qingwan's clothing, but in the next moment, he howled in pain as she had seized a jade hairpin. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Su Qingwan leapt up, aiming the pin at his temple. Unfortunately, lacking any combat training, her hand was seized just before she could strike. "Vile wench." The man gritted his teeth, and with a forceful tug, he flung Su Qingwan out of the carriage. He followed her down, declaring, "Refusing a toast only invites punishment." He advanced toward her. At this moment, the three of them huddled together. Qin and Miao Hua's garments were already torn to shreds, their eyes filled with despair, while the coachman lay nearby, unconscious or worse. Only Su Qingwan still grasped the hairpin in her hand, yet deep down, she understood that escape was futile. With such commotion and no one coming to their aid, it was clear that this group wielded significant power in the area, instilling fear in ordinary citizens. Nevertheless, surrendering was not an option. "If anyone is willing to help, I shall reward them with a fortune of 1,000 gold taels," Su Qingwan proclaimed. The crowd paused, and the leader quickly grasped her intent. A ruthless glimmer crossed his eyes. "In the northern city, no one dares to meddle in my affairs." Almost as if to validate his words, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Su Qingwan's hope began to fade, and a fierce determination ignited within her as she resolved to remember each of their faces. Her intensity unnerved them. They realized they were being intimidated by a mere woman, and discomfort washed over their expressions. The leader urged, "What are you waiting for? If you miss this opportunity, you may never taste such delight again. Move." As his words fell, more than a dozen hands reached out toward the trio. Su Qingwan brandished the hairpin, but it was futile. She heard the sound of Qinshu's clothing being torn. A wave of despair washed over her as the leader's hand reached toward her. Resigned, she finally closed her eyes. Chapter 66. Yan Mingjue, the repulsive hand never made contact with her. She heard a piercing scream, and then warm, foul-smelling liquid splattered across her face. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the once arrogant figure now contorted in agony before her, and at her feet lay a severed hand. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Yan Mingjue. emanating an aura of death as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. The sword in his hand danced with blinding speed, surrounded by the anguished cries of the afflicted. The metallic scent of blood quickly enveloped the entire street. Yan Mingjue was not killing. He merely severed the hands and feet of his assailants. Everywhere she looked, there were dismembered limbs and pools of blood. Qinshi and Miao Hua had long since succumbed to the gruesome scene, fainting away. Su Qingwan, her face pale as a ghost, stared blankly at Yan Mingjue. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. Yan Mingjue truly was a demon. Yan Mingjue did not glance at Su Qingwan. Instead, he coldly raised the leader's head with the tip of his sword and spoke with chilling authority. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my people? The leader, stripped of his previous bravado, was now filled with terror. A demon, indeed. Hearing Yan Mingjue's words, he shuddered in fear. Yan Mingjue smirked disdainfully. So you are frightened now? This is merely a taste of consequences. Bring them back. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingzhe and Lei Yu stepped forward. Take them away, but ensure they do not perish. Yes, my lord, they replied, waving their hands to summon a group of men who swiftly took the assailants away. If not for the severed limbs and the blood-soaked ground, Su Qingwan might have believed this was all a nightmare. At last, Yan Mingjue turned his attention to Su Qingwan. Her once bright and intelligent eyes were now clouded with confusion and fear. He had intended to reach out to comfort her, but upon witnessing the terror in her gaze, he withdrew his hand, his expression turning cold. Someone, escort the lady back to the manor, he commanded. After speaking, he turned to leave, but the next moment, the hem of his blood-stained robe was seized by a delicate, pale hand. Looking down, he saw her slender fingers gripping his garment tightly. Blood, he noticed, had somehow stained her hands, though he could not discern if it was hers or another's. The vivid crimson was disturbingly conspicuous. He longed to wipe the blood away, yet he refrained, instead directing his gaze back to Su Qingwan. Their eyes locked. Her fear remained unabated. He furrowed his brow, about to speak, when she broke the silence. Yan Mingjue, could you take me home? Yan Mingjue was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time since their marriage that she had called him by his name. Typically, in private, she referred to him as my lord, while in public, she feigned calling him husband. Yet now, she uttered his name. In that instant, Yan Mingjue found himself at a loss for words. He remained silent, simply tossing his sword to a subordinate before bending down to lift Su Qingwan into his arms. The moment he touched her, he felt her flinch. But in the next heartbeat, she clung tightly to his neck. Her embrace sparked a flicker of joy within him, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. And his demeanor softened slightly. Qinshi and Miao Hua, Su Qingwan reminded him. Yan Mingjue cast a glance at the two unconscious maids and assured her, do not worry. He then hurriedly took Su Qingwan back to the manor before hastily departing once more. Su Qingwan continued to watch his figure fade into the distance before finally averting her gaze. My lady, Dr. Zhou is already waiting, Zhou Shan hastily informed her. Upon receiving the news, he was astounded that anyone would dare to harm their master. Let him attend to Qinshi and Miao Hua first. I am fine, Su Qingwan replied, making her way to the cleansing room. The moment she submerged herself in the bath, Su Qingwan felt as if she had been reborn. Chapter 67. How to Handle It. Yan Mingjue returned in the dead of night, his body reeking of blood. He had just personally conducted an interrogation. Upon seeing him return, Zhou Shan hurriedly approached to report. My lord, Dr. Zhou has already examined her. The lady is unharmed, though she may be somewhat startled. He prescribed some calming medicine, and the lady has taken it and is now resting. Her two maidservants were also treated. They suffered only minor injuries, though they were quite frightened. Yan Mingjue nodded, tidied himself up, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Originally intending to rest in the study, he reconsidered and made his way to Su Qingwan's courtyard. The two main maidservants, Qinshi and Miao Hua, were injured, leaving only a small maidservant to guard the door. He waved his hand to dismiss her before gently pushing the door open. Though his movements were exceedingly quiet, he inadvertently startled Su Qingwan. Who is it? She asked cautiously, her voice clear, indicating she had not yet fallen asleep. It's me, Yan Mingjue replied. At the sound of his voice, Su Qingwan relaxed entirely. Yan Mingjue lit the lamp and observed her sitting at the head of the bed, seemingly unable to sleep. I'm scared, Su Qingwan confessed candidly. The moment she closed her eyes, images of the assailants plotting against her flooded her mind, followed by the haunting memory of Qinshi's tragic demise in her past life. And finally, the sight of Yin Mingjue dispatching those men. These images spun relentlessly in her mind, rendering her incapable of slumber. Yin Mingjue gazed down at her. Her petite face, usually rosy, now appeared pale, and beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead. He understood that she had indeed been frightened today. He had lost his composure. Upon receiving news and arriving at the scene, he had encountered that harrowing sight. At that moment, his heart burned with fury. He had only thought of tormenting those men in the most brutal manner, without considering that Su Qingwan was still there. Perhaps it is for the best, he mused. Now she knows I am no benevolent figure. We have never been of the same ilk. With this thought, he spoke in a subdued tone. So, you have come to understand fear? Did you think the rumors from the outside world were unfounded? This is who I truly am. Now, can you see clearly? Su Qingwan paused at his words, realization dawning upon her. It's not you that I fear. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it back alive today. Yin Mingjue was taken aback by her response, momentarily speechless. He was aware of his own ruthlessness. It was a means to quickly establish his standing in the eagle's nest. His methods were so harsh that even those accustomed to life and death within the eagle's nest found them chilling. Su Qingwan was the only one who had witnessed his brutality, yet claimed not to be afraid. Do you truly not fear me? He asked, locking eyes with her. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingwan replied, well, perhaps a little. But it's not fear, merely a sense of disgust. The memory of those gruesome scenes made her feel uneasy, yet she forced a jest for a long time to come. I fear I shall not be able to eat pig trotters. Yin Mingjue was at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings at that moment. He looked at Su Qingwan, his lips moving as he finally managed to utter, at such a time, your thoughts are still on food. Strangely enough, perhaps due to Yin Mingjue's presence, Su Qingwan felt her fear diminish significantly. She inquired about the fate of the assailants. What have you done with them? Yin Mingjue cast a sidelong glance at her. Naturally, I have ensured they cannot live nor die. Have you had them interrogated? Su Qingwan pressed. Since returning, she felt that today's events were fraught with peculiarity. Under the emperor's nose, how could a band of ruffians dare to assault an official's family? They did not seem to be after wealth. Rather, it appeared they were specifically targeting her. Chapter 68. Thank you. Yin Mingjue glanced at Su Qingwan, noting her remarkable composure when discussing the matter of interrogation. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. He was aware that women from the inner chambers often wielded methods even more ruthless than those of their eagle Liao, yet they typically feigned innocence, portraying themselves as delicate and incapable of self-sufficiency. In contrast, she presented herself with refreshing candor. Noticing Yin Mingjue's silence, Su Qingwan met his gaze, her eyes questioning. For she could not believe that he would refrain from interrogating others. Observing her, Yin Mingjue's mood inexplicably brightened, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. I personally inquired, he remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. They merely reported hearing that a noble had passed through there today, unaccompanied by guards, yet possessing a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Su Qingwan recognized that he was mocking her. Ultimately, it was her lack of experience that brought her to this point. Her eagerness to bring Lin Xingyi under her wing had led her to underestimate the dangers in the capital, resulting in today's events. My husband's admonition is well taken. I acknowledge my shortcomings. A mistake is indeed a mistake, and there is no room for debate. She would forever remember this lesson learned from her negligence, vowing never to falter in such a manner again. Yin Mingjue had initially intended to tease Su Qingwan further, but her sincere demeanor left him momentarily at a loss for words. Enough, rest now, he instructed, retreating to the cleansing chamber, listening to the sound of water within. Su Qingwan felt a sense of relief wash over her. When Yin Mingjue emerged, he noticed Su Qingwan still lying on the outer side and unexpectedly commanded, move to the inside. In affluent households, it was customary for the wife to sleep on the outer side, facilitating her service to her husband during the night. However, upon his insistence, Su Qingwan merely paused in surprise, refraining from voicing any objections about propriety, and obediently shifted to the inner side. She had been genuinely frightened earlier, and the inner space offered her a greater sense of security, especially when Yin Mingjue lay down beside her, his body still carrying the coolness of water, oddly bringing her immense comfort. As weariness enveloped her, she murmured, "Husband, thank you." With that, she slipped into slumber. Yin Mingjue turned his head to glance at her, noting that she had fallen into a deep sleep. In her unguarded state, she appeared exceptionally gentle and docile, concealing a formidable spirit beneath her tranquil exterior. For reasons unknown, Yan Mingjue felt an unusual warmth coursing through him. He considered rising to leave but was reminded of the joy in Su Qingwan's eyes upon his return, prompting him to suppress his impulse. The following day, when Su Qingwan awoke, the daylight had already brightened the room. The servants attending her were the young maidens from the courtyard. After partaking in breakfast, she proceeded to the quarters of Qin Shu and Miao Hua. Upon her arrival, the two maidens burst into tears. "Miss," they exclaimed, having spent the entire night wide awake after the previous day's fright. They had been by Su Qingwan's side since childhood and had never encountered such terror before. "All is well now. Take care of yourselves. Your lord has avenged you. Those individuals will never appear again," Su Qingwan reassured them. Qin Shu and Miao Hua, witnessing Su Qingwan's calmness, gradually began to compose themselves. However, upon hearing that Su Qingwan intended to visit Beishir that day, they desperately sought to dissuade her. "It is of no concern." Su Qingwan gently patted their hands. "I have already made arrangements with Lin Xingyi to go today. Moreover, I shall not be alone. Some matters, the more one fears, the more one must confront them. Only by doing so can one conquer inner fears." Ultimately, she had no one to rely upon but herself. Upon Yan Mingjue's return, he was informed by the household servants that Su Qingwan had had breakfast and subsequently ventured to Beishir. Upon hearing this, a shadow fell over his eyes. That woman truly was. Chapter 69. Lost in joy upon making her way to Lin Xingyi's residence, Su Qingwan inevitably passed by the site of last night's unfortunate incident. As she neared the location, her heart raced, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to draw back the curtains of the carriage. Today, Zhou Shan was personally escorting her. Upon noticing her demeanor, he hastily approached, concerned that something was amiss. "It's nothing." Su Qingwan gritted her teeth and shook her head. The street outside had been thoroughly cleaned, not a trace of blood left behind, and the air was filled with the lively shouts of vendors, as if the previous night's events had never occurred. Su Qingwan continued to observe, her initial fear gradually subsiding. Zhou Shan, initially puzzled by her reaction, felt a strong urge to offer her comfort upon seeing her pale face. However, as her expression shifted to one of determination and calmness, he realized her intent. Momentarily, Zhou Shan found himself at a loss for words. Their lady was indeed exceptional. Upon arriving at Lin Xingyi's home, Qingmu had just finished treating Lin Xingyi's father and brother. His surprise was evident upon seeing Su Qingwan. After returning home the previous night, he had heard of the incident in the northern district and had gone back to investigate, discovering only a scene of bloodshed. He had presumed that Su Qingwan would not come today, yet here she was. Aside from some dark circles under her eyes, her face bore no signs of distress. Unaware of the events from the previous night, Lin Xingyi was delighted to see Su Qingwan. "Madam, could you kindly elaborate on what I am to do?" After Qingmu's treatment, her father and brother's conditions had improved significantly. She had already made her decision. Even if Su Qingwan demanded her life, she would willingly comply. In response, Su Qingwan shared her plans with Lin Xingyi. Upon hearing that Su Qingwan intended to establish a fragrance workshop and wanted her to manage it, Lin Xingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Lin family had a long-standing tradition in this craft, but due to covetous individuals who sought to seize their recipes, her father had been severely injured, leaving their family in dire straits. Over the past 2 years, she had longed to take action, but shop owners had dismissed her due to her gender. Now, with Su Qingwan offering her the opportunity to manage the workshop, her joy was palpable. She bowed earnestly to Su Qingwan, stating, "I shall forever be indebted to you, madam. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I vow never to betray you. And should I harbor any treachery, may I face divine retribution." Lin Xingyi's solemn oath was not taken lightly, yet Su Qingwan did not intervene. Once she finished, Su Qingwan helped her to her feet. She was not a mere benefactor. Her actions were driven by purpose. Moreover, having narrowly escaped peril the previous night, it was imperative that she fully won Lin Xingyi's allegiance. In due course, she intended to casually reveal the events of last night to Lin Xingyi. Having acknowledged that the incident had transpired, it was essential to maximize its potential. Lin Xingyi was a person of deep emotions. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Once they finished their discussion, Su Qingwan turned to find Qingmu still present, which surprised her as she had assumed he had left. Upon noticing her gaze, Qingmu lowered his eyes, explaining, "I happen to have business at the East Gate today, which is not far from your residence. May I accompany you?" Su Qingwan paused, instantly grasping Qingmu's intentions. He must have learned of the previous night's events, wishing to ensure her safety. She chose not to address it directly, simply nodding in agreement. Their journey was marked by silence, with Qingmu trailing behind her. As they exited the alley, he was about to move ahead when he spotted Yin Mingjue, clad in eagle attire, standing at the alley's entrance. Qingmu hesitated, realizing he had been overly concerned. He offered Su Qingwan a nod before taking his leave. As he passed Yin Mingjue, he felt the latter's icy gaze upon him. Upon seeing Yin Mingjue, Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced her features. "What brings you here, sir?" she inquired cheerfully, appearing as though nothing had transpired the previous night. Furthermore, he was addressed as Sir. A flicker of unacknowledged annoyance crossed Yin Mingjue's eyes as he surveyed the alley, scoffing. "I came to see what could possibly captivate you so." Despite knowing Su Qingwan's purpose for being there, he had managed to uncover all the details within a night. However, this did not diminish his irritation toward Qingmu, particularly when he had presented a protective stance before her. Chapter 70. Do you envy me? As if oblivious to the sarcasm in Yin Mingjue's words, Su Qingwan meticulously recounted the matters concerning Lin Qingyi to him. Of course, she was aware that Yin Mingjue was already privy to this information. Yet, the distinction between him knowing and her voluntarily disclosing it was significant. On the surface, it appeared that Yin Mingjue had entrusted her with the authority of the household. But in reality, he remained ever vigilant. Moreover, she had no intention of concealing these matters from him. She planned to leverage Yin Mingjue's name for her future endeavors, eager to witness who would dare to snatch sustenance from the jaws of a malevolent spirit. Listening to Su Qingwan's constant deliberations for the household, Yin Mingjue chose not to expose her ulterior motives. After all, she was the one in charge. Whether profits soared or dwindled would ultimately fall under her discretion. However, he did not take her subtle maneuvers to heart. As long as she remained compliant, he was indifferent to her trifling gains. Yet, he found it perplexing that Su Qingwan, hailing from the illustrious family of the Minister of Revenue and raised in luxury, should exhibit such a keen affinity for wealth. Contemplating this, he posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Do you have a particular fondness for silver?" Su Qingwan regarded him with an odd expression and chuckled softly. "My dear husband, what a question. Who in this world does not cherish silver? I am but a mortal, and thus I cannot escape the mundane." She was neither one of those pretentious scholars nor one of those oblivious noble women detached from the struggles of the world. She simply adored wealth. And she embraced this sentiment openly, with nothing to hide. Seeing her unabashed declaration of her fondness for material wealth, Yin Mingjue found himself momentarily speechless. In a fit of stubbornness, he opted to remain silent, and Su Qingwan, accustomed to his capricious nature, chose not to engage him further. Thus, they returned home in silence. After a long day in the northern market, Su Qingwan felt fatigued and retreated to her courtyard, while Zhou Shan reported to Yin Mingjue about the events of the day. When he mentioned Su Qingwan's unusual behavior on the road, Yin Mingjue furrowed his brow. This woman certainly possessed a stubborn streak. "My lord, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. The family in question bears the surname Lin, and their ancestors were incense makers. Their neighbors are unaware of their trade. It is unclear how the madam came by this knowledge. Moreover, judging by her insistence on finding someone yesterday, she seems quite well informed about the Lin family. We need not intervene. Simply keep someone watching them," Yin Mingjue instructed in a low voice. There were many secrets surrounding Su Qingwan, and he could not yet discern the nature of her peculiarities. Days passed, and both Qinshi and Yaohua had sufficiently recovered and returned to serve her. During their absence, Su Qingwan realized how inefficiently she managed without them, prompting her to seek out suitable individuals at the dental clinic. Before she could leave, a servant arrived to announce the visit of the heir's wife from the Yongning Marquisate. Su Qingwan's eyes flickered slightly as she instructed for Su Qinghe to be brought in. Dressed in a resplendent peacock feather gown, Su Qinghe appeared quite elegant, yet her youth rendered her somewhat lacking in presence, leaving her attire overly extravagant in contrast to her demeanor. After a few days apart, she had shed some of her youthful naivety, now appearing somewhat more mature. "Qinghe, what brings you here so suddenly?" Su Qingwan greeted her, maintaining a cordial demeanor without excessive warmth. "Sister." Su Qinghe hesitated, glancing down, her words unspoken. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingwan offered a gentle smile. "We share the same mother. So what is there that cannot be said?" Hearing this, Su Qinghe bit her lip. "Sister, do you envy me?" Su Qingwan looked at her with confusion. "What could I possibly envy you for?" With her head bowed, Su Qinghe avoided eye contact. Had it not been for your misfortune, you would not have married that fiend. Now you stand as the esteemed wife of the heir, free from ridicule. I know you are troubled, but these matters are beyond my control. I do not wish to usurp your fate, and mother is equally pained for you. Yesterday, when I visited her, she wore a sorrowful expression, saying you might blame her. Sister, if you must place blame, let it fall upon me, not our mother. She genuinely cares for you. Chapter 71. Have I truly fallen for him? Su Qingwan had indeed forgotten that yesterday was the day Su Qinghe returned home. However, the words spoken by her sister stirred a sense of unease within her, and she regarded her younger sister with a gaze full of derision. Is this how mother has spoken to you? She inquired, forcing a smile before her expression turned cold. I do not know who has suggested such notions to you, but I have never entertained such thoughts. Setting aside the belief that fate determines our unions, I see nothing objectionable in marrying a gentleman. Moreover, he is currently your brother-in-law, and I do not wish to hear any further disrespectful remarks about him from you. Otherwise, our sisterly bond may well come to an end. In recent days, Su Qingwan had begun to harbor doubts about Su Qinghe. Su Qingwan was rather dim-witted, foolish enough that Su Qingwan could not believe she would fall into the traps set by her. Yet her younger sister had become increasingly difficult to read. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's words, Su Qinghe abruptly looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, are you truly saying such things for the sake of a man? Do you genuinely have feelings for him? He has treated me very well. Su Qingwan spoke slowly. If you truly consider me your sister, then refrain from uttering such words in the future. And as for those who have imparted such notions to you, the next time you encounter them, do not hesitate to give them a sharp reprimand and demand to know why they seek to sow discord between us. Su Qinghe stared at Su Qingwan in shock, seemingly weighing the truth of her words. At that moment, Yin Mingjue happened to overhear the conversation. Although he was aware that her assertions were likely fabricated, he could not deny that this moment brought him a sense of satisfaction. Without waiting for Su Qinghe to respond, he stepped inside. Upon his entrance, Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Husband, what brings you here? Yin Mingjue cast a glance at Su Qinghe before handing Su Qingwan a box. This is what I obtained today. As Su Qingwan opened the box, she was astonished to find it filled with black pearls, each the size of a pigeon's egg. Black pearls were already rare, and the uniformity in their size made them even more extraordinary. Even though Su Qingwan was accustomed to exquisite treasures, her eyes sparkled with delight. Su Qinghe also caught sight of the pearls, her pupils narrowing in surprise, and she could not help but glance at Yin Mingjue. Dressed in dark attire, his slim waist accentuated by a belt, his features were impeccably handsome, with sharp eyebrows and a profile as defined as if chiseled from stone. As she scrutinized him more closely, she realized that this man was indeed exceptionally attractive, even more so than Zhou Shulang. Furthermore, despite his intimidating aura, he softened somewhat in Su Qingwan's presence, appearing considerably gentler. Su Qinghe's hands clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment. Why had things changed? In her previous life, Su Qingwan had fared poorly after marrying Yin Mingjue. He lavished affection on his concubines and showed no regard for Su Qingwan. Yet, why was everything different for Su Qingwan? Was it merely because Su Qingwan was more beautiful than Su Qinglan that she garnered such affection? The jealousy in her gaze could not be concealed, and Yin Mingjue was acutely aware of her malice. His expression turned cold as he shot Su Qinghe a glance. Their eyes met, and Su Qinghe felt a chill run through her. Her demeanor shifted, and she quickly lowered her head. This man was far too dangerous. Su Qingwan, oblivious to the tension, pondered the significance of the precious pearls. Were they a gift for her, or were they intended for storage? Not wanting to inquire in front of Su Qinghe, she instructed Qinshi to put them away. As mealtime approached, she asked, Husband, will you stay to dine with us? Yin Mingjue glanced at Su Qinghe and replied, Since my sister-in-law has arrived, it is only proper that I do. He instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes, ensuring that their guest would not be neglected. Su Qingwan complied, surprised that Yin Mingjue was aware of such social niceties and willing to share a meal with her family. It was only during the meal that she began to discern the true intentions behind his actions. Chapter 72. Not a lie throughout the entire lunch. Su Qingwan did not serve herself a single morsel. The dishes in her bowl were nearly overflowing, all placed there by Yin Mingjue. A moment's contemplation led Su Qingwan to understand his intentions. He must have overheard the remark, He treats me exceptionally well. He was evidently trying to shield her from embarrassment, and she appreciated this gesture. As the meal progressed, Su Qinghe's expression grew increasingly ghastly. If she had previously thought Su Qingwan was merely putting on a brave face, Yan Mingjue's actions now revealed that the true fool was herself. Su Qingwan's words were indeed sincere. Yan Mingjue treated her exceptionally well. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Qinghe forced herself to finish her meal and hastily concocted an excuse to leave. As Su Qingwan saw her off to the carriage, she called her sister just as before, bidding her farewell. Yet, as the carriage curtain fell, the facade of innocence on Su Qinghe's face vanished, leaving only a palpable hatred. She felt the heavens had been unjust. In her past life, Su Qingwan had lived so splendidly, and now, even after having altered her fate, why was she still thriving? The thought of Yan Mingjue's concern for Su Qingwan filled Su Qinghe with intense jealousy. Although she, too, was newly married, her own husband, Zhou Shulang, had been notably cold towards her, almost as if they were strangers. He often seemed lost in thought, and she knew he was preoccupied with Su Qingwan. This realization tormented her further. She could not endure Zhou Shulang's indifference. One day, she had heard that Su Qingwan had left the estate for the northern market, so she deliberately spread rumors about her. She could not believe that if Su Qingwan faced misfortune, Zhou Shulang would still think of her. However, she received no news of Su Qingwan's downfall. Instead, she learned that the group targeting her had vanished. She secretly rejoiced in her clandestine actions. Upon returning home yesterday, she noticed Zhou Shulang actively searching for Su Qingwan, which incited her fury. Moreover, she learned from her mother that Su Qingwan had been at odds with her. Today, she had come with the intention of humiliating Su Qingwan, yet it was she who ended up feeling humiliated. What did it matter if Yan Mingjue had treated her well? With her current status, who would dare to associate with her too closely? Yan Mingjue's interest was merely a fleeting novelty. Once that wore off, she would have her moments of despair. Sooner or later, she would share the same fate as Su Qingwan. Thus, Su Qinghe reassured herself. Upon her rebirth, she had initially felt some guilt over plotting against Su Qingwan, but now, all those feelings had dissipated. She now wished for Su Qingwan to meet her end at Yan's residence sooner rather than later. Contemplating the future, Su Qinghe's mood lightened somewhat. Indeed, what did a momentary glory matter? What truly mattered was the long game. In the future, she would be the lady of the marquee, a woman of status. Most importantly, she would not have to compete with a horde of concubines. Zhou Shulang would never take a concubine. He had not in his past life, and he would not in this life. She would hold onto him tightly. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter, and the gloom on her face dissipated, rendering her expression less menacing. After bidding farewell to Su Qinghe, Su Qingwan lingered for a moment before heading to Yan Mingjue's study. Yan Mingjue was busy with official duties, and Su Qingwan did not beat around the bush. "Thank you for today, my lord." Yan Mingjue glanced at her and replied coolly, "Since you claim I treat you well, I cannot let you lose face in front of your family. Otherwise, how would we reconcile your lie?" Su Qingwan smiled. "I did not lie. I genuinely believe you treat me exceptionally well." He had saved her life in critical moments, avenged her, and entrusted her with significant power in the household, showing no concern for wealth, all while granting her dignity in public. Setting aside romantic feelings, to her, Yan Mingjue had already fulfilled the role of a husband remarkably well, far surpassing most men in the world. Initially, Yan Mingjue thought her words were laced with sarcasm, but upon seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he realized she truly meant it. "Is that so? You genuinely think this is good? By the way, my lord, may I manage the box of pearls myself?" Su Qingwan inquired tentatively. Yan Mingjue looked at her in surprise. "What I have given you, you may manage as you wish." So it was truly a gift for her. With his clear affirmation, Su Qingwan beamed. "See, I told you Yan Mingjue is wonderful. He simply gives away such priceless treasures." Seeing her smile, Yan Mingjue's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, she was a little treasure seeker. Just a box of pearls made her so happy, since she appreciated it. He decided not to refuse her in the future. After all, coming home to such a beautiful smile was quite delightful. Chapter 73. Not a slave due to a distraction caused by Su Qinghe. Su Qingwan only visited the pawn shop the following day, intending to select a few capable individuals. However, she found none that met her expectations. After the recent incident in Beishur, she sought to surround herself with individuals possessing some skills. Yet the pawn shop was filled predominantly with ordinary folk, especially women. The shopkeeper, unwilling to miss the opportunity to cater to a major client like Su Qingwan, inquired personally. Upon learning her requirements, he hesitated, saying, "We do have one who possesses some martial skills, but his temperament is rather poor." Although the shopkeeper was eager to finalize the deal, he feared potential complications. Intrigued by this revelation, Su Qingwan requested the man be brought forth for her inspection. The shopkeeper waved his hand, stating, "If you wish to see him, you must come to the back yourself." After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingwan followed him. Upon her arrival, she understood the necessity of the personal inspection. The man was shackled, with chains binding his hands and feet, the latter secured directly to a large tree. Su Qingwan was taken aback. The individuals sold by the pawnshop were typically those whose families could no longer afford them or those who had been sold off, and the shop was known for instilling proper conduct in its charges. This man's treatment was akin to that of a condemned criminal, prompting her to scrutinize him closely. The man appeared gaunt and filthy, his hair a tangled mess, his head bowed, obscuring his face. To ensure Su Qingwan could see him clearly, the shopkeeper signaled to a nearby servant, who brandished a stick and barked, "Lift your head." The man remained unresponsive. In frustration, the servant struck him with the stick. The sound of the impact was painful even for Su Qingwan to hear. The servant's aggression provoked the man, who finally raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity as he glared at the servant. In an instant, he surged to his feet and bellowed at the servant. Su Qingwan sensed that had he not been restrained, he might have torn the servant apart. Nevertheless, even in his current state, he was formidable enough to instill fear. Qin Shu and Miao Hua turned pale, with Qin Shu reproaching the shopkeeper. "What sort of people are you? You have frightened my lady. Can you bear the consequences?" The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on his earlier folly. He had been blinded by the desire to rid himself of this burden. He hastily apologized to Su Qingwan. "My lady, please do not take offense. It was my oversight. This man is unsuitable. Perhaps you should seek another." Yet, Su Qingwan did not leave. Instead, she inquired, "What is his story?" Upon mentioning this, the shopkeeper's expression soured further. "I purchased him for 5 taels of silver when he was gravely injured, nearly on the brink of death. Treating his wounds cost several more taels. I thought he would be a rare find, but who could have known he would be so difficult to control upon awakening? Had he not been weak at the time, we might not have been able to subdue him." Su Qingwan's eyes flickered with contemplation. This man was clearly no ordinary individual. He had likely been betrayed and sold into slavery. However, that was of little consequence to her. She was no saint, lacking the compassion to save others. She required someone useful and capable of serving her interests. After observing the man for a while, she spoke slowly, "Come with me, or remain here. The choice is yours." The man lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and Su Qingwan felt increasingly certain of his exceptional nature. The fury in his eyes was not something an ordinary person could possess, and the aura he exuded was that of a person of high status. The man regarded Su Qingwan for a long moment before finally uttering, "I will not be a slave." Chapter 74. The commotion. The carriage moved slowly along the road, and Qinshi gazed outside several times. The man, who had just moments ago appeared threatening, was now walking alongside the carriage. Having changed into a clean outfit and tidied himself up, he looked somewhat presentable, yet no amount of superficial grooming could disguise the fact that he was, at heart, a wolf in sheep's clothing. After much hesitation, Qinshi could not suppress her unease any longer. "Miss, that man seems quite dangerous." The memory of the recent encounter at the pawnshop still sent shivers down her spine. "Not to worry," Su Qingwan reassured her. "I have confidence in my decision. This man is clearly no ordinary individual. He is unwilling to serve as a slave, and I have consented to his request to stay by my side for 3 years, after which he shall be free." Though they had only verbally agreed, Su Qingwan felt no concern. With Yan Mingjue around, she believed the man would not cause any significant trouble. Upon returning home, Su Qingwan entrusted him to Zhou Shan, instructing him to arrange accommodations without further involvement. In the days that followed, Su Qingwan found herself exceedingly busy. The shops she had leased were in the midst of preparations. She had left the fragrance workshop to Lin Qingyi, merely offering ideas while entrusting the execution to her. However, she had yet to find suitable managers for the clothing and jewelry shops, which meant she had to oversee those herself. During this time, Yan Mingjue was absent from the capital, presumably attending to official matters. Su Qingwan refrained from inquiring about his whereabouts, knowing such tasks were directly ordered by the emperor through the Eagle Bureau. It was not until Su Qinghe visited her again that Su Qingwan realized she had been preoccupied for over a month. "Sister, I have come to deliver an invitation," Su Qinghe announced, presenting a beautifully crafted invitation card she had taken from her maid. "The lotus flowers at the Marquis's residence are in full bloom. You must come to the Lotus Banquet in 5 days. This is the first grand event I am hosting." Hearing this, Su Qingwan recalled the picturesque lotus pond at the Yongning Marquis estate. Setting aside any biases she held against the family, she acknowledged the beauty of the flowers, recalling that they traditionally hosted such a banquet every year. In her past life, the first grand event she had organized was indeed a lotus banquet. At that time, she believed that the matriarch of the Zhou family was showing her favor by entrusting her with the responsibility, as if to signify a transfer of household management to her. However, upon taking charge, she quickly realized the ulterior motives at play. The matriarch held the keys to the storeroom, providing nothing but insisting she manage the banquet. With no other recourse, she was forced to use her dowry funds to cover the expenses. This pattern continued in subsequent banquets, with the matriarch consistently treating her in this manner. After several such occurrences, she came to understand the matriarch's true nature and was no longer willing to invest her own money, which led to a rapid deterioration of their relationship and a growing distance between her and Zhou Shulang. Reflecting on her past, she glanced at Su Qingha. Despite her sister's attempts to conceal her emotions, Su Qingwan could still detect the joy shimmering in her eyes. After all, she was her own sister. And while schemes had been plotted against her, she currently lacked concrete evidence to implicate her. After some contemplation, Su Qingwan's heart softened. "You shall handle the banquet. But what about the other matters? Are you entrusted with the keys to the storeroom?" Her intention was benevolent. However, to Su Qingha, it sounded like a blatant mockery and a display of superiority. It seemed to flaunt her possession of the storeroom keys after marrying Yan Mingjue, while Su Qingha remained content with merely organizing a banquet. With this thought, Su Qingha's earlier delight waned considerably. She chose not to respond to Su Qingwan's question, redirecting the conversation instead. "Sister, please make sure to arrive early. You can help me." She acted playfully, reminiscent of their days before her marriage. Noticing her reluctance to discuss the matter further, Su Qingwan nodded in agreement. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a commotion erupted outside. "What is happening?" Su Qingwan inquired. And shortly after, Miao Hua returned, not feeling the need to conceal the truth from the second Mississippi. Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong have gotten into a quarrel. Chapter 75. What on earth is happening? As Su Qingwan contemplated the temperaments and backgrounds of Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong, a slight frown creased her brow. Hearing this, Su Qingha felt a sense of relief wash over her. Though she wished to remain and observe the unfolding drama, she understood that her presence was no longer appropriate. "Sister, since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," she stated. "Do remember to arrive early in 5 days." "Very well," Su Qingwan replied, intending to escort Su Qingha out, but was interrupted by Su Qingha's words. "Sister, do not bother to see me off. Attend to the affairs of the household instead. I am not a stranger here." As she reached the door, she turned back, a hint of concern in her voice. "Sister, do not be soft-hearted. Ensure that those concubines are properly reprimanded. They must not dare to bully you." While her words seemed benign, the malice in her tone was unmistakable. Su Qingwan cast a glance at Su Qingha and replied calmly, "Rest assured, I am without in-laws to serve, nor do I contend with the intrigues of numerous rivals. And I have no younger siblings to tend to. Although I bear the responsibility of managing the household, the number of people here is quite manageable. Today has been rather dull for me. It is these concubines who provide me with some amusement. They are eager to perform, and I am pleased to watch. What a delightful arrangement." Su Qingha felt a twinge of annoyance at Su Qingwan's sharp remarks. She sensed that in this new life, her elder sister had changed significantly. She was no longer the patient figure who could endure grievances without complaint. On the day she returned home, she had overheard the servants discussing how Su Qingwan had incensed both their grandmother and father, and even the last visit from their mother had ended in disarray. For reasons she could not quite articulate, an unsettling feeling took root within her. After Su Qingha departed, Miao Hua could no longer contain herself and remarked, "The second miss speaks in an odd manner. While not overtly sarcastic, her words leave one feeling uncomfortable." "People do change," Su Qingwan replied with a hint of indifference. In her heart, she was nearly certain that Su Qingha, like herself, had been reborn, and that her rebirth had occurred even earlier. Otherwise, the recent scheming would not have transpired. Contemplating that scheme, Su Qingwan's gaze darkened. She questioned how she had wronged her sister in their past life. In fact, when Su Qingha faced her calamity, she had converted all her liquid assets into silver notes, intending to provide support for her sister. Yet, she never had the chance to present them. Furthermore, she had never responded to Su Qingha's letters. The depth of Su Qing's hatred towards her remained a mystery, one that had even driven her to seek her life. If that incident had indeed been orchestrated by Su Qinghe, then their sisterly bond would be irrevocably severed. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Su Qingwan steadied her emotions before making her way to Aunt Hong's quarters. The commotion between Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong had escalated. Aunt Huang had stormed into Aunt Hong's room, causing chaos which prompted Aunt Hong and her supporters to retaliate. Initially, it was merely a verbal altercation, but soon the maidservants, each siding with their respective mistresses, engaged in a brawl that spiraled out of control, with even the two aunts joining the fray. Upon her arrival, Su Qingwan witnessed the two aunts grappling and pulling each other's hair. Her brows furrowed as she glanced at the surrounding maidservants and scolded. "What are you all standing there for? Separate them at once." With her command, the onlookers sprang into action, hastily intervening to pull the two women apart. In the process, hairpins were dislodged, their hair became disheveled, and both bore marks of injury upon their faces and necks. Aunt Huang appeared worse for wear, her face marred, while Aunt Hong, though somewhat better off, was equally disheveled. Observing the two, Su Qingwan could not help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. She found a chair to sit upon and coldly inquired, "Who will enlighten me on the cause of this uproar today?" Chapter 76. Is it not you? As soon as the words fell, Aunt Huang knelt before Su Qingwan with a thud, pleading, "Madam, please grant me justice. Ever since I moved from Sister Xian's quarters to Aunt Hong's courtyard, she has been deducting my belongings daily. First, it was my clothing and jewelry, and now, she has halved my monthly allowance. Today, her actions are even more excessive. She has reduced my meals from 4 dishes to 2. I beseech you to intervene. If it were not for Aunt Hong's outrageous behavior, I would never dare to cause a scene." Her mind was not particularly sharp, and the last time she had attempted to intimidate Su Qingwan alongside Aunt Xian, she had been confined for several days. She understood that the madam was not to be trifled with, especially since she had erred. Thus, she naturally had to tread carefully. However, Aunt Hong had gone too far. If this continued, she feared she might perish in this place. Today, upon hearing that the madam's sister had arrived, she contemplated seizing this opportunity to create a disturbance, hoping the madam would adjudicate the matter fairly. Upon hearing Aunt Huang's words, Su Qingwan turned her gaze towards Aunt Hong. "Aunt Hong, do you have anything to say?" Aunt Hong quickly knelt as well, asserting, "Madam, I have not committed such acts. I have merely acted according to instructions." Aunt Hong's expression was one of indignation. She had already felt displeased about Aunt Huang moving into her courtyard, who would wish for an additional presence in their space. And now, this person had the audacity to slander her. Seeing Aunt Hong's denial, Aunt Huang swore to the heavens, "Madam, if I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end." Before Su Qingwan could respond, Aunt Hong retorted, "Who cannot make oaths? Madam, I too swear that I harbor no ill will towards her." As the two seemed poised to tear into each other, Su Qingwan felt a tightening in her brow and swept the teacup from the table to the ground. Enough. Noticing her fury, both women fell silent. Su Qingwan took a moment to calm her rising irritation and instructed someone to summon Zhou Shan. During this time, she had been preoccupied with the shop's affairs, leaving the household matters to Zhou Shan, who adhered to the established protocols. This was her first month managing the household, and who could have anticipated such a mishap? If word of this incident spread, outsiders would inevitably perceive her as lacking in authority. Therefore, was this situation aimed at her? Within moments, Su Qingwan connected the dots. But who was the instigator? Several figures flashed through her mind, yet she could not pinpoint the culprit. She cast another glance at Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong. The former, sent by Yan Mingjue, was strikingly beautiful, a slender beauty from Jiangnan, seemingly devoid of any ulterior motives. However, it was indeed peculiar for someone from such backgrounds to lack cunning. As for Aunt Hong, according to her sources, she was the daughter of Yan Mingjue's wet nurse, holding a significant status within the household. Even during Aunt Xian's peak favor, no one dared to provoke Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong, confident in her long-standing association with Yan Mingjue, looked down upon the other concubines, preferring to associate only with Aunt Qin. Reflecting on this, Su Qingwan lowered her gaze discreetly. The commotion today was indeed significant, and those concubines seemed remarkably composed. Even Aunt Qin, who was friendly with Aunt Hong, had not shown up. Her eyes darkened, lost in thought. Before long, Zhou Shan arrived. On the way, he had already heard of the unfolding events. Without waiting for Su Qingwan to speak, he knelt and declared, "Madam, the monthly allowances remain unchanged." As per usual, he promptly presented this month's allowance ledger. Su Qingwan took a glance before addressing Aunt Hong. You have been collecting Aunt Huang's allowances on her behalf. Yes. Aunt Hong replied, bowing her head. Why? As soon as Su Qingwan's words left her lips, Aunt Hong looked up in astonishment. Did you not command me to collect Aunt Huang's allowance and then deliver it to her? Chapter 77. Hidden circumstances. As Aunt Hong's words echoed in the room, an abrupt silence enveloped the atmosphere. Su Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. She had never anticipated that the flames of this incident would reach her. When did I give such an order? Seeing Su Qingwan's denial, Aunt Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Madam, it was half a month ago when you instructed your maid to inform me. You mentioned that after Aunt Huang's previous mistake, confining her for merely a few days was insufficient warning, and that I should keep a close watch. Su Qingwan remained silent. The surrounding air felt heavier. The maids and servants lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze, their thoughts concealed from all. Aunt Huang looked at Su Qingwan with incredulity. She had summoned Su Qingwan today to seek justice, yet the instigator turned out to be the madam herself. Su Qingwan glanced at Aunt Huang, then at Aunt Hong, and finally at Zhou Shan, her mind a whirl of contemplation. You claim it was my maid who instigated this? Can you identify her? With both Miao Hua and Qin Shu present, she was eager to see how Aunt Hong would respond. Aunt Hong shook her head as she looked at Qin Shu and Miao Hua. It was not them. It was that maid named Xiao Man from the madam's courtyard. Xiao Man? Su Qingwan mused, recalling her vaguely. After Qin Shu and Miao Hua had been injured and absent from her service for several days, she had brought a few maids from the courtyard to assist her. However, she had paid little attention to their subsequent whereabouts. Upon hearing Xiao Man's name, Qin Shu quickly interjected. Xiao Man took leave 3 days ago, claiming her mother was gravely ill. She was in charge of the small maids in the courtyard. Out of pity, I granted her leave, unaware it would lead to such turmoil. At this revelation, Su Qingwan's understanding crystallized. This was a trap, a scheme aimed squarely at her. The recent tranquility in the inner quarters had led her to believe that, following Aunt Lu's incident, the other concubines would behave themselves. Clearly, she had been naively mistaken. Who could be behind this? Su Qingwan mentally reviewed the various concubines, casting a final glance at Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong. While they were indeed involved, they could not be entirely ruled out as suspects. Noticing her silence, Aunt Hong grew anxious. Madam, what does this mean? Am I to be made a scapegoat for this incident? Ignoring her, Su Qingwan focused her attention on Zhou Shan. Steward Zhou, do we have Xiao Man's contract? Yes, madam. Zhou Shan responded promptly, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. He was aware of Aunt Hong's criticisms of Aunt Huang, but had dismissed them as trifling matters, never anticipating they would culminate in such chaos. With the master absent from the capital, it seemed the perpetrator had chosen this moment to strike. Find Xiao Man. Su Qingwan instructed Zhou Shan before addressing Aunt Hong and Aunt Huang. You may rise. Once the truth is uncovered, I shall render a fair judgment upon you. Steward Zhou, ensure Aunt Huang receives her full allowance for this month. After restoring some semblance of order, Su Qingwan returned to her quarters. Upon her return, Qin Shu knelt before Su Qingwan. Miss, I have erred gravely, and I beg for your punishment. After arriving at the Yin residence, you entrusted me with the management of the maids, and now I cannot escape the blame for this incident. Rise, Su Qingwan commanded thoughtfully. This affair bore the marks of meticulous scheming, and the instigator had chosen wisely, targeting Aunt Hong. Reflecting on Aunt Hong's suspicious gaze earlier, Su Qingwan frowned slightly. At that moment, Aunt Hong likely believed this was a performance orchestrated by Su Qingwan to suppress them. In truth, she was not alone in this belief. Others harbored similar suspicions. As Su Qingwan surmised, the concubines were now gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves. Aunt Hong found herself alongside Aunt Qin. Her lips pressed in frustration. Sister Qin, you once claimed the madam was magnanimous. You were too naive. Women of these noble families are often outwardly generous, yet secretly skilled in subterfuge. I was foolish to have believed her. Aunt Hong's words dripped with resentment towards Su Qingwan, prompting Aunt Qin to furrow her brow. This matter likely harbors deeper implications. Someone is sowing discord between the madam and us. Sister, it would be wise not to jump to conclusions. Though intended as counsel, Aunt Hong was not in a receptive mood. She resolved to confront the master upon his return, intent on discussing this matter thoroughly. Chapter 78. A wolf news swiftly reached from the direction of Zhou Mountain. They had dispatched someone to inquire at Xiaoman's residence, only to find not only was Xiaoman missing, but so were her brother and mother, the entire family having vanished without a trace. Their whereabouts remained a mystery for the time being. Su Qingwan was not surprised by this revelation. If they intended to frame her, it was only natural that they would tidy up any loose ends. Observing the trembling Zhou mountain, Su Qingwan spoke slowly. Report to the authorities that there are escaped private slaves in the household and request assistance in their search. Regardless of life or death, the fate of runaway private slaves was all but certain. Death awaited them. Xiaoman, who had previously served her for a few days, had been quite likable. It was a pity. Due to Xiaoman's disappearance, the matter was temporarily set aside. Everyone in the household was aware that someone had acted under the guise of the mistress's name, creating discord between Aunt Huang and Aunt Hong. However, the true thoughts of each individual remained known only to themselves. Su Qingwan instructed Qinshi to keep a watchful eye on the inner courtyard for the time being. She could not ascertain who among them had betrayed her, so she could only observe for now. Soon, the day of the Lotus Appreciation Banquet at the Yongning Marquis' residence arrived. On this day, Su Qingwan rose early, donning a brand new, light green silk gown that shimmered with every movement, dazzling to behold. Miaohua could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you look truly beautiful." Her lady was already a striking beauty, and today's attire only enhanced her allure. Su Qingwan smiled. The saying that clothes make the person held its merit. This was her first grand banquet since her marriage, and she was determined to present herself splendidly. The silk was something she had discovered in the storeroom, and since Yin Mingjue had granted her free use of its contents, she had no reservations in claiming it. She had taken the silk to the embroideress she had found, and after some hurried work, it was finally ready just a couple of days prior. Today, her resplendent attire served two purposes. Firstly, to inform those who whispered behind her back that she was faring quite well. Secondly, and most importantly, to prominently showcase her businesses. With this in mind, she made use of the fragrant honey scent by Lin Qingyi, requiring only a dab to envelop herself in a delicate aroma far superior to the common fragrances employed by young ladies. Having filled several vials with the scent, she finally set out. On her way, she encountered several concubines, and upon seeing her splendid outfit, astonishment flickered in their eyes. However, it was only after she had passed that they regained their composure. Aunt Wang could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Madam is truly beautiful." At this, Aunt Hong let out a derisive snort, retorting, "With the master away, she dresses like this. Who knows for whom she is trying to impress?" The mention of the Yongning Marquis' residence by Aunt Chiu carried a pointed insinuation. The concubines exchanged glances, their expression shifting to something more complex. In recent days, Aunt Hong had grown closer to them, particularly after the incident when she had complained to Aunt Qin, who had sided with Su Qingwan, leaving Aunt Hong quite displeased. Consequently, these past few days, she had avoided Aunt Qin and instead allied herself with Aunt Wang and the others. At this moment, hearing Aunt Chiu's remarks, her eyes flickered with calculation. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan had arrived in the front courtyard, just as she was about to ascend the carriage. She paused, turning her gaze towards the individual stationed beside the vehicle. Upon meeting her gaze, the person did not flinch. Instead, he fixed his penetrating stare upon her, exuding an unmistakable intensity. The moment she beheld his eyes, Su Qingwan recalled that he was one she had purchased from the tooth merchant. With so many recent occurrences, she had neglected to oversee his training after bringing him home, trusting that others would instill the necessary decorum in him. However, it seemed he had not learned his manners well. Noticing him fixated on Su Qingwan, Qinshi furrowed her brow and admonished, "How impertinent." Yet, the man paid no heed to her, continuing to gaze at Su Qingwan. With a playful smile, Su Qingwan inquired, "What is your name?" The man remained silent, his demeanor proud and aloof. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "If you refuse to speak, I shall call you a wolf." He exuded an aura as fierce as that of a wolf. Chapter 79. All are foolish. Standing before the grand gates of the Duke of Yongning's residence, Su Qingwan found herself lost in thought. Who could have imagined that she would arrive here in such a guise in this lifetime? Shaking off her reverie, she stepped inside. Awaiting her at the entrance were Zhou Shulang and Su Qinghe. The moment Su Qingwan disembarked from the carriage, Su Qinghe had spotted her. It was not that she was overly observant. Rather, Su Qingwan's brilliance was simply impossible to ignore. At the sight of Su Qingwan, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Shulang, her silver teeth nearly biting down in frustration. Her beloved husband was currently fixated on Su Qingwan, his misty eyes filled with the image of her in delicate green attire. On their wedding day, Zhou Shulang had gazed at Su Qingwan with a similar gaze. While she was aware of this fact, She had never witnessed it firsthand, until now. In this moment, she could clearly see Zhou Shulang's gaze brimming with admiration for Su Qingwan. No woman could tolerate her partner being entranced by another, and Su Qinghe was no exception. Instinctively, she positioned herself before Zhou Shulang, attempting to obstruct his view. Yet, with her stature being so much shorter than his, how could she succeed? Zhou Shulang could only behold the figure of Su Qingwan, graceful and ethereal, as she approached them, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. For a time, Zhou Shulang struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Had it not been for that unforeseen incident, the person standing beside him should have been Su Qingwan. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Su Qingwan seemed oblivious to him, engaging in pleasantries with Su Qinghe before proceeding inside, never sparing Zhou Shulang a single glance or word. Yet, the more indifferent she appeared, the more unsettled Zhou Shulang felt. Humanity, it seems, is often foolish, and men are even more so. The harder one yearns for something unattainable, the deeper the fixation. In this moment, Zhou Shulang's feelings for Su Qingwan epitomized this truth. Had there been any hint of reluctance or longing from her, he might not have lost his composure to such a degree. However, Su Qingwan's complete lack of sentiment left him in a state of profound discontent. Su Qinghe, initially reluctant to provoke, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Zhou Shulang's lingering gaze on Su Qingwan after she had walked away. She could not help but remark, "Look again, for she belongs to another." Her words were akin to stirring a hornet's nest. This was precisely the sentiment Zhou Shulang dreaded to hear. In his eyes, Su Qingwan's marriage to Yan Mingjue was akin to a beautiful flower being placed amidst refuse. How could such a coarse and brutal man be worthy of a radiant moon like her? He shot Su Qinghe a cold glare, his eyes laden with warning. At that moment, Su Qinghe felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Since marrying Zhou Shulang, their relationship had been harmonious, if not overflowing with affection. As a scion of a noble family, Zhou Shulang was impeccably courteous to all, showing her the respect that was due, speaking to her in gentle tones. Yet today, in the presence of Su Qingwan, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Su Qinghe's heart ached deeply. She had meticulously prepared for today's lotus banquet, eager to showcase her splendor and the esteem in which her in-laws held her. She yearned to flaunt her triumph before Su Qingwan. Alas, in a mere exchange of glances, she had already lost, utterly. Unaware of the discord brewing between the two outside, Su Qingwan entered the hall, and the chatter within came to an abrupt halt. Numerous ladies had already gathered, all captivated by Su Qingwan's stunning presence. Once they regained their composure, a few could not resist stealing glances at the expression of the Duchess of Yongning, who, as predicted, wore a most displeased countenance. Chapter 80. Indeed, it is true Su Qingwan appeared oblivious to the peculiar gazes of others as she gracefully curtsied to the lady of Yongning Marquis. At that moment, Madame Zhou was seething with resentment, having never anticipated that Su Qingwan would dare to show up, and moreover, she had deliberately adorned herself in such a stunning manner. A discerning eye could easily recognize that Su Qingwan was clad in exquisite fish-scale silk, a fabric worth its weight in gold. The mere sight of it made Madame Zhou's heart ache, prompting her to retort, "It is said that the Inspector Yin is quite generous with his spending on the women in his household, and it appears to be true. I wonder how much silver this outfit of Mrs. Yin has cost." Her words elicited subtle expressions from a group of ladies present. The lady of Yongning Marquis was equating Su Qingwan with the myriad concubines residing in Yan Mingjue's rear courtyard. After all, those concubines were also women of the household. Were they not? The whole city was aware of Yan Mingjue's lavishness towards his concubines, making the lady's remarks a thinly veiled mockery of Su Qingwan, suggesting that there was little distinction between her, the legitimate wife, and those concubines. Was it possible that there were unspoken grievances lurking beneath the surface? Yet, Su Qingwan seemed unfazed by the sarcasm in the lady of Yongning's tone, responding with a serene smile, "You jest, madam. My husband has always been generous. He often says that it is not easy for women to navigate this world, and having a bit of silver is beneficial. However, this outfit was sewn by the seamstresses in my shop and cost me very little." Su Qingwan deliberately refrained from mentioning the fish-scale silk, instead promoting her own establishment. She was contemplating how to elevate the reputation of her clothing shop when, to her surprise, the lady of Yongning inadvertently provided her with an opportunity to shine. Indeed, upon learning that her attire was crafted by her own shop, many ladies and young misses brightened with interest. Su Qingwan's remarkable appearance was undeniably linked to her exquisite garment. The The fish scale silk was one aspect. More crucially, the design was an unprecedented and fashionable style that accentuated the slenderness of a woman's waist, making it appear delicate from afar. The lady of Yongning had intended to continue her remarks, but was soon interrupted by eager ladies approaching Su Qingwan to inquire about her shop. It dawned on her that she had inadvertently served as a promoter for Su Qingwan, causing her expression to darken further. Yet, at that moment, the attention had shifted entirely away from her. The younger generation of women, along with those still in their boudoirs, had encircled Su Qingwan. Drawn by the subtle fragrance she emanated, distinct from their usual scents, not overpowering but intriguingly enduring. Conversations among women invariably gravitated towards fashion, making their silver a lucrative pursuit. This was precisely the purpose of her presence today. Before marrying Yin Mingjue, she had already been renowned in the capital. After marrying him, her fame only grew, with countless pairs of eyes fixed upon her every move. Thus, she intended to seize this opportunity to amass wealth. As Su Qinghe entered, holding her mother's arm, she was struck by the sight of her once seemingly fallen sister, now being adored by a throng of admirers. She halted, incredulous. How could this be? A married woman's status was typically gauged by her husband's rank, yet Yin Mingjue held only the minor title of inspector. Why then was Su Qingwan so fervently celebrated? What justified this? She had specifically urged Su Qingwan to attend the Lotus viewing banquet to make her recognize her current standing, wishing to witness the once admired sister now relegated to obscurity. Yet, the very spectacle she had anticipated did not unfold. Su Qin, unaware of her younger daughter's thoughts, regarded her eldest with a complex expression, evidently still haunted by their previous conversation. As Su Qinghe regained her composure, she forced a smile and continued forward with her mother. Along the way, she caught snippets of conversation regarding perfumes. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her to halt, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 81. Is she also reborn? As Su Qinghe scrutinized Su Qingwan with meticulous attention, she recalled the fleeting glance she had cast at the entrance. Consumed by jealousy and neglecting to observe Su Qingwan in detail, upon closer inspection, she discerned a distinct difference. The attire worn by Su Qingwan was evidently a style that would not become fashionable until several years hence. When she overheard the gossip among the ladies regarding a particular fragrance, Su Qinghe's suspicions were further confirmed. Su Qingwan had indeed also been reborn. A wave of panic surged within her. She had once believed herself the sole recipient of heaven's favor, equipped with the knowledge of her past life's trajectory, ensuring her invincibility. Yet today, she discovered that Su Qingwan shared her fate. Her mind raced with thoughts. Su Qingwan must have been reborn after her, for otherwise, she would have surely evaded that scheme against her. Since Su Qingwan was also reborn, she would undoubtedly be aware of the altered fates of several individuals. Given Su Qingwan's intelligence, would she not suspect that Su Qinghe too had been reborn? This realization deepened Su Qinghe's unease, rendering her complexion as pale as death. The Duchess of Yongning was already displeased that Su Qingwan had captured everyone's attention, hoping that Su Qinghe's arrival would ameliorate the situation. To her dismay, all she saw was Su Qinghe's ashen face, appearing utterly lost. Recently, Su Qinghe had been humble and submissive in front of her, garnering a degree of satisfaction from the Duchess. However, comparing the two women, the disparity became painfully evident. As she observed Su Qingwan, who was surrounded by admirers like the moon encircled by stars, dissatisfaction with Su Qinghe welled up within her, and she understood her son's lingering attachment to that wretched girl. Nonetheless, despite her distaste, she had no choice but to support Su Qinghe at this moment. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Qinghe, is the banquet prepared?" Mother's words finally snapped Su Qinghe back to reality. She forced a smile and replied, "Yes, mother, it is ready. Ladies, please follow me to the courtyard, where we shall admire the flowers and enjoy some wine." With this invitation, the ladies who had been surrounding Su Qingwan reluctantly rose. Su Qingwan was indifferent. After all, those who needed to know were already aware. She anticipated that the upcoming opening of her shops would surely be a resounding success. With this thought, Su Qingwan's spirits lifted somewhat as she followed the crowd to the lotus garden, which was currently in full bloom. The blossoms, white, pink, and purple, intertwined beautifully, creating a stunning tableau. An array of delicacies and cold dishes was soon presented. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread, Su Qingwan recognized the effort Su Qinghe had expended. These pastries were from the imperial kitchen and were anything but cheap. The Duchess of Yongning was notoriously frugal. and it seemed that Su Qinghe had likely supplemented her dowry with considerable funds. Though Su Qingwan had previously cautioned Su Qinghe, she chose not to bring it up again. "You have opened a shop?" inquired Su Qingshi, seated beside her daughter. "Yes, mother. I have brought a few bottles of fragrant nectar, 2 of which are suitable for you. Please do try them," Su Qingwan replied, her demeanor seemingly unchanged. Yet Su Qingshi sensed an underlying distance. After their last encounter, Su Qingshi had reflected long and hard. Undoubtedly, some truths echoed Su Qingwan's assertions. However, once the fade was stripped away, only discomfort remained. She found herself at a loss for how to interact with her eldest daughter, yet this moment, where they could coexist in relative peace, felt somewhat acceptable. She nodded and said, "You are thoughtful. Opening a shop is indeed a good idea. It will provide you with an income in the future." Su Qingwan smiled, offering no further response. As the group reveled in the beauty of the lotus, Su Qingwan felt little interest. After a decade of witnessing such splendor, one could easily grow weary. At that moment, a young maid suddenly approached, slipping a small note into her hand. Chapter 82. Not something you can call to speak honestly. Today's Lotus Appreciation Banquet was splendidly organized. In addition to an array of exquisite delicacies, Su Qinghe had arranged for musicians who played and sang, creating a deeply evocative ambience, complemented by delightful games for entertainment. As the ladies departed, they lavished praise upon Su Qinghe. This was precisely what Su Qinghe desired. However, her mind was preoccupied with another matter, rendering her indifferent to the compliments, her smile somewhat perfunctory. Her demeanor, perceived by the other ladies, transformed her into someone who appeared aloof and self-important. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qinghe was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with Su Qingwan, who had also been reborn. After finally sending off the guests, she returned directly to her courtyard, oblivious to the sudden change in Madame Zhou's expression and unaware that her husband had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan sat in her carriage, resting with her eyes closed. Having indulged in a bit of fruit wine today, she was not intoxicated but felt pleasantly tipsy. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, prompting her to furrow her brow in concern. She was not worried about encountering a repeat of previous troubles. Rather, she sensed something else was amiss. The moment Zhou Shulang's voice echoed in the alley, she realized her apprehensions were indeed justified. "Qingwan, I have matters to discuss with you." Zhou Shulang's voice rang out. Although it was evening and the area was secluded, the possibility of being overheard lingered. Su Qingwan's eyes were filled with impatience. Was Zhou Shulang out of his mind? Previously, he had sent a maid to deliver a note, which was already quite audacious. Now, he was blocking her path on her return home. Seeing her remain unresponsive, Zhou Shulang called out again, "Qingwan, young Master Zhou, please conduct yourself appropriately. My given name is not one you can call out. You may address me as Lady Yin, or, if you prefer, as elder sister through Qinghe," Su Qingwan replied, her voice resolute. Zhou Shulang's expression turned bitter upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and insisted, "Step down from the carriage. I have something to say to you." This time, Su Qingwan chose silence and merely gestured for the carriage to continue forward. As she attempted to depart, Zhou Shulang grew anxious, hastening a few steps toward the carriage. Yet, before he could approach, he was met with an overwhelming aura of hostility. Instinctively, he halted, only to find a pair of fierce eyes glaring at him. The figure stood protectively beside Su Qingwan's carriage, akin to a ferocious beast. Through the gap in the carriage curtain, Su Qingwan observed the scene before her, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Due to this delay, the carriage had already resumed its journey, making it impossible for Zhou Shulang to catch up. Ahead lay the main road, where they would inevitably encounter numerous people. He could not risk being seen. Feeling a sense of reluctance, Zhou Shulang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Qingwan, wait for me. I will ensure you escape from that man's clutches." Ailang's recent display had taken Su Qingwan by surprise. Once they reached the bustling street, she lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Can you defeat him?" Ailang did not respond, but his gaze revealed that he held Zhou Shulang in utter contempt. Understanding this, Su Qingwan acknowledged that although Zhou Shulang was a top scholar, as the heir of the Yongning Marquisate, he had trained in martial arts since childhood. His skills, while not to be underestimated, were certainly inferior to Ailang's. Given Ailang's apparent superiority, it was evident that her investment had proven worthwhile, even if his temperament left much to be desired. As she pondered this, the carriage halted once more. Hearing the sound of hooves, she barely registered what was happening before the curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing Yin Mingjue's impeccable visage before her. Oh. Su Qingwan barely had time to react when a gust of wind rushed past, and Ailang lunged toward Yin Mingjue. Chapter 83. Ignorance of rules. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Su Qingwan scarcely had time to react. By the time she collected her thoughts, Yin Mingjue had already engaged in a fierce struggle with Ailang. The two exchanged blows for several rounds. And although Su Qingwan was untrained in martial arts and thus could not discern who held the upper hand, she recognized that Yin Mingjue possessed impressive skills. The fact that Ailang could contend with him prompted Su Qingwan to reassess her opinion of Ailang. After a time, roughly equivalent to the brewing of tea, Ailang was thrown aside. Yin Mingjue's sword followed suit, prompting Su Qingwan to intervene urgently. My lord. Yin Mingjue glanced at her, his gaze still ablaze with combat fervor. Su Qingwan hesitated before continuing. Please show mercy, my lord. He is a servant I have just acquired and is unfamiliar with the rules. A servant? Yin Mingjue cast a skeptical glance at Ailang, whose prowess seemed far too formidable for such a role. The man's eyes were anything but ordinary. Whose servant could he possibly be? In the span of a few moments, several thoughts raced through Yin Mingjue's mind. Not knowing what he was contemplating, and seeing that he had not relented, Su Qingwan softened her tone. Husband. Perhaps influenced by her slight inebriation. The simple address rolled off her tongue with an enchanting lilt, capable of softening even the hardest of hearts. Yin Mingjue snapped back to reality, glanced at her, and sheathed his sword. Noticing his attire was not as immaculate as usual, Su Qingwan took the initiative to propose. Husband, you must be weary from your journey. Let us ride back to the manor together. Yin Mingjue did not refuse. He had just returned to the capital and was riding home when he spotted his own carriage. He had merely intended to ascertain whether Su Qingwan was inside when that unwise individual had attacked him. After enduring a long journey of over 10 days, he felt fatigued. Upon entering the carriage, he intended to rest, only to discover that Su Qingwan seemed particularly different today. The small carriage was filled with a delicate fragrance, subtle yet beguiling. Looking at Su Qingwan's attire, Yin Mingjue felt a slight stirring in his throat. However, he chose to feign ignorance, sitting down to close his eyes and recuperate. Seeing him fatigued, Su Qingwan refrained from disturbing him. Soon, the carriage arrived at the manor. Upon their return, Zhou Shan expressed surprise at their arrival together. He had intended to inform Yin Mingjue of recent events, but upon seeing the two together, he thought better of it. Yin Mingjue followed Su Qingwan to her courtyard, and with an untroubled demeanor, he proceeded to the cleansing chamber to refresh himself, entirely oblivious to any underlying issues. He had completely forgotten that his previous stay at Su Qingwan's was solely for the purpose of punishing her. A night passed without incident. Yin Mingjue, having been dispatched on urgent official business, was fortunate to enjoy a restful sleep and awoke early the next morning. As he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at the person beside him. Su Qingwan slept with remarkable decorum, remaining still throughout the night, her appearance unchanged from slumber to wakefulness. A considerable distance lay between them, reminiscent of the boundary between the Chu and Han states. It took Yin Mingjue a moment to realize that he had been staring at Su Qingwan for quite some time. His expression shifted slightly as he rose to dress and exited the room. He had assumed he was the earliest riser, only to encounter concubine Hong, who had been waiting for him. Master, I beseech you to advocate for me, she implored, kneeling before him. Yin Mingjue furrowed his brow at the sight. Rise. He extended a hand to assist concubine Hong to her feet. Owing to the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him, he felt compelled to be patient with her. What troubles you? Has Su Qingwan caused you distress? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Su Qingwan was far too astute to engage in such foolishness, and judging by her demeanor towards him, she seemed utterly indifferent to the number of concubines he had. How could she possibly subject them to indignity? Chapter 84. The yawning marquis ate in a hushed tone. Concubine Hong recounted the recent events to Yin Mingjue. Master, you know me well. I would never dare to withhold rations unless I truly received the mistress's orders. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Mingjue replied, So, you imply that the mistress intended to harm you? His voice betrayed no emotion, yet concubine Hong, having served him for many years, sensed his rising anger. Startled, she quickly knelt and exclaimed, I would never think such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. I only seek justice. Otherwise, how could I be regarded by everyone in this household? Her eyes brimmed with tears as she continued, My mother was once falsely accused and expelled from the estate. I do not wish to meet the same fate. Yan Mingjue regarded concubine Hong from above, and after a prolonged silence, he stated, I shall investigate this matter myself. The morning air is damp. You should return and rest. With that, he strode toward the study. Watching his departing figure, concubine Hong bit her lip in frustration. Zhou Shan had long been waiting outside the study. Upon seeing Yan Mingjue approach with an icy demeanor, he felt a chill run down his spine. Once inside, before Yan Mingjue could speak, Zhou Shan hastily requested punishment. Please, master, punish me. He promptly relayed the grievances between the two concubines, including the involvement of Su Qingwan. After listening, Yan Mingjue inquired, What of the maid? Zhou Shan, drenched in cold sweat, replied, She has not yet been found. It seemed as though the maid had vanished into thin air. Do you believe this is related to the mistress? Yan Mingxue's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the armrest of his chair. Zhou Shan trembled, unsure whether his master was testing him or genuinely seeking his opinion. After careful consideration, he cautiously answered, I believe it has nothing to do with the mistress. She has been preoccupied with matters concerning several shops, leaving early and returning late. Rarely present in the estate. Before he could finish, Yan Mingjue interrupted. She has been rarely present? Zhou Shan replied. Yes. He cast a glance at Yan Mingjue, unable to decipher his thoughts. Continue. Yan Mingjue urged, moving his fingers. Zhou Shan resumed, Moreover, I believe the mistress would not stoop to such actions. Given her intelligence, if she were to engage in such schemes, she would surely avoid detection, let alone be subjected to public disgrace. Having spoken, he lowered his head, afraid to meet Yan Mingjue's gaze, uncertain if his words aligned with his master's desires. The study fell into an oppressive silence, with Zhou Shan's cold sweat increasing steadily. Fortunately, Yan Mingjue finally broke the silence. What can you tell me about the servant purchased by the mistress? Zhou Shan was taken aback by the abrupt change in topic, but quickly replied, I have investigated. The servant was acquired through the mistress's trading company, and there are no issues with her background. It is said that she was drugged and brought from afar, not from any household in the capital. However, the servant is quite unruly. At this point, Zhou Shan felt a headache coming on. When Su Qingwan brought her home, she merely instructed him to teach the new arrival the household rules. Yet, the girl acted independently, refusing to heed anyone's words. As she was associated with Su Qingwan, he felt constrained and unable to apply any disciplinary measures, resulting in her idleness in the estate. Yan Mingjue shot him a glance and scoffed. You, as the steward, are regressing in your duties. This reprimand left Zhou Shan unsettled, prompting him to kneel hastily. Where did the mistress go yesterday? Yan Mingjue suddenly asked. Zhou Shan recalled Su Qingwan's exquisite attire from yesterday, and the faint scent of fruit wine lingering on her, indicating she had attended a banquet. Curious. He wondered who could have prompted such a grand display. Unaware of Yan Mingjue's thoughts, Zhou Shan quickly replied, Yesterday, the mistress attended the lotus banquet at the Yongning Marquette. With a crack, Zhou Shan looked up just in time to see Yan Mingjue's cup shatter in his grip. Chapter 85. Disappointment. Su Qingwan rose at her customary hour, while Qin Shi attended to her breakfast, recounting the matter of concubine Hong waiting outside the courtyard for Yan Mingjue. This concubine Hong was indeed quite restless. Miao Hua could not help but remark, Let her be. Su Qingwan responded coolly. Upon learning that concubine Hong was the daughter of Yan Mingjue's wet nurse, she realized the complexity of the situation. The master, being wise, would undoubtedly not misunderstand the lady. Perhaps it was due to Yan Mingjue's assistance to them on several occasions that Miao Hua now held great confidence in him. Just as Su Qingwan was about to speak, a little maid hurriedly entered to report, Madam, the master is in concubine Hong's courtyard and requests your presence. Furrowing her brows, Su Qingwan nodded. After changing her attire, she arrived to find that concubine Hong's courtyard was already quite lively, with several other concubines present. Madam, upon seeing Su Qingwan, the concubines behaved with decorum. She chose to disregard them and focused her gaze upon Yan Mingjue. With her lips pressed together, she regarded him, her heart heavy with unease. Once everyone had gathered, Yan Mingjue spoke. I have been away from the estate for merely 10 days, yet it seems it has not lost its vitality. Over the years, there has never been an instance of withholding monthly allowances or provisions here. Su Qingwan, is this the domain you oversee? His words echoed throughout the courtyard, causing all present to bow their heads, too fearful to breathe. He offered no respect to the lady, openly rebuking her in front of everyone, though they remained silent. The thoughts swirling in their minds were a mystery. Qin Shi and Miao Hua were equally stunned, as they had not anticipated Yin Mingjue's sudden outburst, especially in front of such a crowd. Qin Shi hastily interjected, "My lord, forgive me. This matter does not pertain to the madam. It is my fault, Her words were abruptly cut off by a sharp reprimand. "What are you?" Having regained her composure, Su Qinwan stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Qin Shi. She met Yin Mingjue's gaze directly and said, "This matter indeed stems from my inadequate management, and I accept my fault." Although she had not instructed anyone to convey messages to concubine Hong, her oversight in the household over the past days was undeniably her responsibility. "Since you acknowledge this, I shall not accuse you unjustly. If you are unable to manage this household, then it shall be entrusted to another. From now on, all affairs of the inner quarters will be handled by concubine Qin, with steward Zhou assisting her." In just a few sentences, Yin Mingjue stripped Su Qinwan of her authority. Qin Shi and Miao Hua could not contain themselves and wished to speak, but Su Qinwan silenced them with a glance. She cast a fleeting look at Yin Mingjue, uttered not a word, and turned to leave. Though her demeanor appeared unchanged, the increasing pace of her steps and the growing chill in her eyes revealed her anger. Upon returning to her courtyard, Qin Shi knelt once more, saying, "Madam, it is all my fault. Had I been more vigilant, this situation would not have arisen." "It has nothing to do with you. Rise," Su Qinwan replied, not placing blame on Qin Shi. "Why did the master act so? He did not even inquire about you." Miao Hua lamented on Su Qinwan's behalf. Hearing this, Su Qinwan scoffed. Initially, she believed that she and Yin Mingjue were allies understanding one another. Yet today's events made her painfully aware that their relationship was profoundly unequal. The so-called alliance was merely her delusion. Within this household, he was akin to an unwavering monarch, while she was but a subject reliant on his favor for survival. When he was in good spirits, he allowed her to manage the household. When displeased, he could just as easily revoke that privilege. Life for women in this world is arduous, and even more so for those in the inner quarters. Regrettably, she was weary of living in such a subservient manner. Su Qinwan closed her eyes momentarily. When they opened again, the disappointment and anger had vanished. "Prepare the carriage. I must leave the estate." Chapter 86. Misunderstanding, my lord. Please enjoy some tea. Qin Yinyang graciously offered a cup of tea to Yin Mingjue. Recently, he had entrusted the authority of the steward to her, so it was only natural for him to pay a visit. Yin Mingjue did not touch the tea but remarked, "The other day, I encountered your sister. She asked me to convey her regards and to assure you not to worry." This statement elicited a smile from Qin Yinyang. "I thank you, my lord." Although she was ostensibly Yin Mingjue's concubine, he had never engaged with her physically. Not only her, but he had also refrained from such intimacy with the other concubines in the household. This fact remained known only to her and Zhou Shan. Even the other concubines were unaware. They believed the tales of passion to be true, yet it was merely a concoction of Qin Yinyang's making. Because of this, the relationship between her and Yin Mingjue resembled that of master and servant, or perhaps even friends. Reflecting on today's events, Qin Yinyang couldn't help but inquire, "My lord, do you truly believe that the mistress would engage in such behavior?" Upon hearing this, Yin Mingjue frowned but remained silent. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Yinyang understood that he did not believe it. He was merely seizing the opportunity to express his displeasure. She wondered what had provoked his anger towards the mistress. After all, had they not returned together just the previous day? Yin Mingjue had no intention of revealing to Qin Yinyang the reason behind his current actions. He had long warned Su Qinwan that when she married him, she was to conduct herself with decorum. Yet, she still clung to the hope of rekindling her past with Zhou Shulang, as if he were powerless to act. Recognizing his reluctance to speak and his evident displeasure, Qin Yinyang wisely chose not to pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation to other topics. "My lord, there seems to be something amiss with Huang Yinyang's recent actions. Huang Yinyang is but a pawn, her purpose solely to target the mistress." Yin Mingjue turned his attention to Qin Yinyang. "Thus, you must uncover the mastermind behind this scheme." His public reprimand of Su Qinwan served dual purposes. 1. To express his anger over her previous actions, and 2. To follow the trail of the instigator, seeking any clues that might arise. "I shall do my utmost," Qin Yinyang replied, though she understood the difficulty of the task ahead, uncertain if any substantial evidence could be uncovered. Upon exiting Qin Yinyang's quarters, Yin Mingjue instinctively headed towards Su Qinwan's residence. It was only upon reaching the entrance that he regained his senses. He turned to leave, but, after a moment's contemplation, decided to enter. What expression would she wear upon seeing him? Disappointment? Anger? Indifference? Regardless of the speculation, he would not discover the answer, for Su Qingwan had already left the estate. Upon learning that Su Qingwan had indeed left, Yin Mingjue's expression darkened further. That woman truly was. Summoning Zhou Shan, he inquired, "Where has she gone?" Zhou Shan momentarily hesitated before realizing who she referred to. He quickly responded. The doorman reported that the mistress has sent for a carriage to the shop. 2 maidservants are accompanying her, along with that fellow named A Lang for protection. Our people are also in the shadows. The mistress will be safe. Hearing that Su Qingwan was merely headed to the shop, Yin Mingjue's countenance softened slightly. Zhou Shan, observing Yin Mingjue's evident concern for Su Qingwan, hastened to mention another matter. By the way, my lord, there is one more thing. The coachman reported that yesterday, upon leaving the Yongning Marquis's residence, that young lord was persistent in his pursuit of the mistress, yet she paid him no heed. Furthermore, she did not meet with Lord Zhou and spoke quite harshly. He had intended to use this information to ease the tension between his master and mistress, but to his surprise, Yin Mingjue's expression suddenly shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. Chapter 87. Commitment. Throughout the day, Su Qingwan remained outside, not returning to the manor. With the shop set to open tomorrow, she had summoned Lin Qingyi along with several managers from the embroidery workshop and jewelry store to provide detailed instructions for the upcoming day. At last, she retained Lin Qingyi and inquired about the health of her father and brother. Upon hearing this, the smile in Lin Qingyi's eyes was unmistakable. Their health had improved significantly. Thanks to your kindness, madam. If it weren't for your invitation to the divine physician, our home would not be filled with laughter. That is good to hear. Su Qingwan nodded, having full confidence in Qingmu's medical skills. She had even contemplated opening a pharmacy, but Qingmu was not someone easily swayed by material means. Thus, she dismissed the idea. Miss, please take a break. Qishu urged, her heart aching for her mistress who had not rested all day. I'm not tired. Summon Alung. Su Qingwan replied after sipping her tea. Soon, Alung entered, standing straight with no intention of bowing. Su Qingwan did not mind and simply gazed at him, asking, Are you willing to share your origins? Alung remained silent, staring at Su Qingwan. She had posed the question casually, without any particular expectation. And his silence did not disappoint her. Help me with the task, and upon its completion, I shall grant you your freedom. At this, Alung finally reacted, What is it? Assist me in training a few individuals. I know you possess such skills. Su Qingwan had witnessed his prowess firsthand the day before. This idea had lingered in her mind. And after today, she was resolute in establishing a cadre of her own. She was thoroughly weary of living in dependency. Once you train them, you may leave. I will not only restore your freedom, but also provide you with provisions. What say you? Alung's background was evidently extraordinary, possibly a double-edged sword. Su Qingwan had never envisioned keeping him indefinitely, yet since fate had brought them together, she intended to derive some advantage from the encounter. After scrutinizing Su Qingwan for a moment, Alung nodded in agreement. Su Qingwan did not return home until late in the evening. She paid no heed to whether Yin Mingjue would visit that night and went straight to rest. The next morning, she instructed Qinshu and Miaohua to stay alert for news from outside. Before long, 2 maidservants entered, beaming with joy. Miss, your predictions were accurate. As soon as the 3 shops opened, they were inundated with customers. Particularly, the incense shop sold out its shelves in an instant. It is said that reservations extend to a month later, Miaohua exclaimed cheerfully. Qinshu nodded in agreement, adding, although the other 2 shops did not match the incense shop's fervor, they were also bustling. Especially the dress you wore yesterday. Dozens have already placed orders. Yin Mingjue, standing just outside, overheard this conversation. Upon hearing Zhou Shan mention Su Qingwan's rejection of Zhou Shuleng the day before, he realized he might have misjudged her. The words of the 2 maidservants confirmed his suspicions. Su Qingwan's elaborate attire was not for Zhou Shuleng, but rather for the sake of her business. In that moment, Yin Mingjue felt a swirl of complex emotions. Why was Su Qingwan so enamored with wealth? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He had no shortage of money. As he prepared to step inside, he caught Qinshu's question, Miss, why do you now care so much for these mundane matters? Having been by Su Qingwan's side since childhood, they were well aware of her previous demeanor and the effort she now devoted to these shops. Yin Mingjue halted his foot, curious to know her answer. From within, Su Qingwan's light laughter resonated. What is wrong with material possessions? They are, at all times, the foundation of one's existence. A woman must possess something of her own. What else can she rely on if not wealth? A man? Her playful mockery left Yan Mingjue unable to proceed. Ultimately, he turned and walked away. Chapter 88. Anxious restlessness in the Yangning Marquis residence. Su Qinghe paced anxiously, visibly unsettled. "Madam," Yushui called out, and Su Qinghe hurriedly inquired, "Is there news?" Yushui quickly shook her head. "Nantian has yet to return. It is the third miss who has come." The third miss referred to Zhou Shuang, the younger sister of Zhou Shulang. Upon hearing of her arrival, Su Qinghe's expression darkened further. Initially, she had a fondness for Zhou Shuang when she first married in. However, over time, she realized that Zhou Shuang had a penchant for taking small advantages, always leaving with something whenever she visited. While these were not grave matters, the frequency of such occurrences inevitably led to discomfort. Nevertheless, since the guest had arrived, she could not keep her outside and had to invite Zhou Shuang in. "Sister-in-law, why are you still at home? The festivities outside are quite lively. Did you not wish to join in?" Zhou Shuang asked upon entering. "I awakened feeling unwell this morning, so I did not go out." What transpired outside? Su Qinghe feigned ignorance. "Today, Madame Yan's 3 shops all had a grand opening. I sent my maid to assist me in purchasing, but she could not procure any." Zhou Shuang looked at Su Qinghe with a knowing glance. Su Qinghe understood her insinuation, and had it been anyone else, she might have readily acquiesced. However, it was Su Qingwan, and she could not reconcile herself to the thought. Seeing her silence, Zhou Shuang bluntly stated, "Sister-in-law, Madame Yin is your sister. Could you not request her to reserve some for me?" She had no intention of offering any compensation. Unwilling to comply, Su Qinghe invoked their mother. Mother would surely disapprove. Zhou Shuang's expression shifted several times. She was well aware their mother would not be pleased. But she had not anticipated Su Qinghe would use this as a retort, which made her quite displeased. "Regardless, Madame Yin is still your elder sister. Has sister-in-law severed ties with her?" Su Qinghe's countenance darkened. The two parted on unfriendly terms, and at that moment, Nantian finally returned. Miss, this is it." Nantian gasped, presenting the fragrant honey she had managed to procure with great difficulty. Su Qinghe quickly took it, opened it, and her face fell completely. It was identical. This was the fragrant honey that had once swept the realm in her previous life. It was supposed to appear years later, yet here it was, brought forth by Su Qingwan. Thus, Su Qingwan had indeed been reborn. Realizing the truth of her thoughts, Su Qinghe's expression visibly began to reflect her turmoil. In her previous life, when she met her demise, Su Qingwan was still flourishing, and Zhou Shulang's courtyard held only her. Their lives had been exceedingly harmonious. Thus, she had lived longer and acquired more knowledge. Consequently, before Su Qingwan, she found herself devoid of any advantage, particularly in the subsequent years when she had been exiled alongside the fourth prince, entirely oblivious to the happenings outside, while Su Qingwan was in the know. She would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she could no longer contain her emotions and hurled the fragrant honey to the ground, filling the room with its intoxicating aroma. "Miss." Both Nantian and Yushui were startled, utterly bewildered by Su Qinghe's outburst. Why must there be such a rivalry? Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with resentment. Yet, following her fury, fear crept in. She did not wish to acknowledge it, but she had to. Her elder sister was astute. She feared she might already be suspecting her. If she were to discover that it was she who orchestrated Su Qingwan's marriage to Yan Mingjue. Su Qinghe shuddered at the thought. "No, I must devise a plan. I cannot allow her to cast suspicion upon me." Chapter 89. Only oneself. Su Qinghe's panic and unease were palpable, yet Su Qingwan remained oblivious, lost in thought as she gazed at the multitude of items filling the room. These had just arrived from Zhou Shan, who claimed they were sent by Yan Mingjue. When she instructed Qinshi to open the boxes, they were filled to the brim with glimmering silver, blinding in its brilliance. The sight of such an immense fortune left the three of them utterly astonished. After a long moment, Miaohua finally regained her voice, inquiring, "Miss, what does this mean from the young master?" Coming back to her senses, Su Qingwan replied, "Let us put it away for now. We'll exchange it for silver notes tomorrow." She could not fathom why Yan Mingjue had suddenly sent these riches. Was it compensation for stripping her of her managerial rights? Regardless, it was unthinkable to refuse such a generous gift. She needed funds to support her household, and a substantial amount was essential. In his study, Yan Mingjue perused a confidential letter from his subordinate, his gaze unwavering as he asked, "Has it been received?" "Yes, it has," Zhou Shan promptly reported. "Did she say anything?" Yan Mingjue continued his inquiry. "Nothing at all. My lady remained silent," Zhou Shan responded. With that, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Zhou Shan lowered his head, hesitant to meet Yan Mingjue's gaze. He could not comprehend the tumultuous relationship between his master and mistress. They had been harmonious, yet in an instant, their dynamic had shifted. The abrupt change was bewildering, especially when just a day later, his master had reversed his stance and dispatched the silver. Since the lady's arrival into their household, he found himself increasingly perplexed by his master's behavior. After a prolonged silence, Yan Mingjue finally spoke. "Very well, summon Lei. Soon after, Lei entered. And just as swiftly, he exited, leaving no one privy to the instructions Yan Mingjue had imparted to him. Once Lei departed, Yan Mingjue incinerated the note he had held. Initially, he had not intended to act so hastily against Zhou Shulang. Yet Zhou Shulang's lack of decorum was intolerable. A glint of coldness flickered in Yan Mingjue's eyes. Su Qingwan's businesses had swiftly ascended to prominence in the capital, becoming widely known within mere days. "Congratulations, my lady." Aunt Qin had been visiting daily to pay her respects, discussing matters of the household and seeking Su Qingwan's opinions. Although she now wielded the power of management, she displayed no arrogance, instead showing even greater deference than before. After Aunt Qin's departure, Qincher could not help but remark, "Aunt Qin is indeed a rarity." "Indeed." Su Qingwan nodded in agreement, recognizing her astuteness. Ever since that day when Yan Mingjue had stripped her of her authority, he had not set foot in her courtyard, and rumors spread throughout the household that the new mistress had fallen from grace. Everyone was well aware of the circumstances, and Aunt Hong was being elevated in status. Following that day, Aunt Hong had fallen ill and ceased her visits, while the other concubines arrived later each day, with several feigning illness today. Yet Aunt Qin, the one managing the household, remained steadfast in her daily visits, unwavering amidst the chaos. It was no wonder she had been the first to enter the household and retained Yan Mingjue's trust. She indeed possessed some capability. "Have you arranged the tasks I assigned?" Su Qingwan inquired. "It will be done in the next couple of days," Qincher answered quietly. Su Qingwan nodded, but Qincher hesitated. "Miss, it seems the master holds Aunt Hong in high regard." Before she could finish, Su Qingwan understood her concern, that Yan Mingjue might not punish Aunt Hong and instead uncover her involvement. "There is no need for concern," Su Qingwan replied, her tone calm. "His supposed regard is merely a remnant of past affections. What Yan Mingjue values most is himself. Rest assured, having spent these days with him, she had garnered a certain understanding of his character. The previous incident had left her uncertain of who was responsible, but it did not deter her from targeting Aunt Hong. After all, she had become the instrument of her own distress. If she was displeased, then no one else would find solace. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a servant at the door announced a message from the fourth princess residence, inviting her for a gathering. Chapter 90. What is the matter? The fourth princess residence had sent an invitation, and Su Qingwan could not possibly decline. Yet, she found herself uncertain whether the invitation was issued by the princess or by Su Qingwan. As soon as Su Qingwan stepped outside, news reached Yan Mingjue. Upon learning that she was heading to the fourth princess estate, he whispered a few words to Jingzhe. This was not Su Qingwan's first visit to the fourth prince's residence. In her previous life, she had visited numerous times when Su Qinghe married the fourth prince as his primary consort. In this life, however, Su Qinghe had wed Zhou Shulang, and Su Qinglan had settled for a secondary consort position, while the title of primary consort had been bestowed upon Lin Yuexia, the daughter of General Lin. Su Qingwan was not well acquainted with this new princess. Seated in the hall, she awaited the princess's arrival. Soon, she heard footsteps, and a strikingly poised woman appeared before her. "Are you the radiant moon among the twin beauties of the capital, Su Qingwan?" The newcomer inquired directly. Su Qingwan was taken aback. The speaker was indeed Lin Yuexia, the fourth prince's consort, and her demeanor was not what she had anticipated. Regaining her composure, Su Qingwan performed a respectful greeting. "I am honored to meet the princess. I am Su Qingwan." Alongside the granddaughter of the Grand Counselor, Sun Nizi, who was known as Yan Yu Niao Niao, Su Qingwan had unwittingly acquired the moniker of Radiant Moon, a title conjured by scholars. However, this was the first time someone had addressed her by such a name in her presence. The fourth prince, Yuan Su, was known for his obstinate and somewhat arrogant nature, and it seemed his consort shared a similarly forthright disposition. Su Qingwan could not help but ponder their future together, casting her eyes down to conceal her concern. Lin Yuexia, oblivious to Su Qingwan's sentiments, exclaimed, "You are truly beautiful. No wonder you are called the Radiant Moon. When my elder brother mentioned you, I could hardly believe it." as Lin Yuexia continued to shower her with compliments. Su Qingwan hastily interjected, "Your Highness is too generous in your praise." Having grown up alongside General Lin at the borders, Lin Yuexia had only recently returned to the capital, and her straightforward nature was rather disarming. Could someone of such candor truly navigate the treacherous intrigues of the royal household? It appeared that Lin Yuexia genuinely admired her, engaging Su Qingwan in conversation for quite some time. Gradually, Su Qingwan grasped her character, an unguarded and refreshingly innocent spirit. As Su Qingwan reciprocated with sincerity, Lin Yuexia's fondness for her only deepened. If not for Su Qingwan's arrival, Lin Yuexia would have invited Su Qingwan to her quarters. "Next time, I shall invite you over. Or perhaps I shall visit your residence," Lin Yuexia suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After returning to the capital, she had found it difficult to form meaningful friendships. Those she encountered either deemed her too uncouth or excessively insincere. Su Qingwan was the first person she found truly agreeable. "Very well. I shall look forward to welcoming the princess to my home," Su Qingwan replied. Satisfied, Lin Yuexia took her leave. Observing the swift camaraderie between her elder sister and the princess, Su Qingwan's eyes flickered with jealousy, and she could not resist a cutting remark. "Elder sister truly knows how to win favor. Not only do men admire you, but even women are captivated. What a skill you possess." In response, Su Qingwan cast a cold glance at Su Qinglan. "Have you not learned your lesson from the last incident? Do you require a reminder of what should and should not be said?" Her disdain for Su Qinglan was palpable. She deemed her akin to Zhou Yinyang, petty and unremarkable. Mentioning the last incident caused Su Qinglan's expression to shift. After speaking out of turn previously, the prince had confined her to her quarters, and he had yet to visit her since. If he were to hear her speak so carelessly again, she risked losing his favor entirely. Ultimately, Su Qinglan dared not speak further. "You summoned me. What is your purpose?" Su Qingwan suddenly inquired. Initially, she had presumed the invitation was from Lin Yuexia, but now, observing Lin Yuexia's demeanor, it was evident that it was not. Thus, only Su Qinglan remained, and Su Qingwan was keen to discern the reason for her summons. Chapter 91. Uncertainty. The hall was not a place for conversation. Thus, Su Qinglan led Su Qingwan to her own courtyard, lavishly adorned. Su Qinglan's courtyard exuded an air of nobility. She attentively observed Su Qingwan's expression, hoping to discern envy or admiration in her eyes. To her dismay, there was none. Throughout the visit, Su Qingwan displayed little interest in her opulent surroundings. Disappointment flickered within Su Qinglan, yet she believed Su Qingwan was merely putting on a facade. The status of a side consort in the royal palace was undoubtedly beyond that of a mere official's wife. She could not fathom that Su Qingwan would not feel a twinge of jealousy. Just as she was about to elaborate on her estate, Su Qingwan interrupted. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Su Qinglan hesitated before replying. "I have heard that the fragrant honey shop and the embroidery workshop are both yours?" "Indeed." Su Qingwan nodded, acknowledging the well-known fact without reservation. "I demand 30% of the profits," Su Qinglan declared, lifting her chin defiantly. Su Qingwan regarded her with an incredulous gaze, as if questioning her sanity for making such an absurd request. Noticing Su Qingwan's disregard, Su Qinglan scoffed. "Yin Mingjue is merely a minor inspector. Do you truly believe he can safeguard your flourishing business?" At this, Su Qingwan raised her eyes to meet hers. "Who has told you such a thing?" If it were merely Su Qinglan's desire, she could easily dismiss it. However, if it involved the fourth prince. Yet, could Yuan truly be interested in trifling matters such as 3 shops? As various thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Qinglan, oblivious to her contemplation, continued. "I am doing this for your own good. You have worked hard to establish this, lest you end up with nothing. After all, such endeavors were not unique to you alone." The final remark prompted Su Qingwan to scrutinize Su Qinglan once more, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Was Su Qinglan insinuating something? She chuckled lightly. "What? You too?" "Naturally," Su Qinglan replied, her chin raised in a haughty manner. "I never anticipated your audacity to resort to such tactics." Su Qingwan paused, her gaze sharp. "In terms of audacity, who could rival you? Snatching away someone else's love, only to end up as a concubine after all that effort. You." Su Qinglan was struck at the core of her insecurities, her face flushed with indignation, taking a moment to regain her composure. "Regardless, I have stated my position. Reflect on it carefully." Upon leaving the fourth prince's residence, Su Qingwan wore a grave expression, pondering several perplexing matters. First, was the 30% profit a demand from Su Qinglan or Yuan Su? Second, Was Su Qinglan also a person reborn? Initially, she had suspected Su Qinglan, but recently, she had leaned towards the possibility of Su Qingha. However, Su Qinglan's words today left her bewildered. After some contemplation, she lifted the carriage curtain and called to Ailang, who was waiting outside, whispering a few words to him. Ailang regarded her with a nod before escorting her back to the manor and swiftly departing. Upon returning to the Yin residence, Su Qingwan intended to retreat to her own courtyard, but suddenly inquired, "Is the master present in the manor today?" Zhou Shan responded eagerly, "Yes, indeed. The master is in the study." Zhou Shan felt a surge of joy. It had been days since the master's demeanor had grown increasingly grim. Today, the lady had finally remembered to inquire about him. Could it be that the storm was finally beginning to clear? Chapter 92. Your Good Deeds After a Moment's Hesitation. Su Qingwan ultimately proceeded to Yin Mingjue's study. Upon hearing a sound at the door, Yin Mingjue paid no heed, assuming it was merely Zhou Shan, until a familiar voice resonated. "I have come to pay my respects, my lord." The characters he was writing skewed slightly. "What is it?" He set down his brush and turned his gaze to Su Qingwan. Today, she donned a waist-cinching pomegranate red gown that accentuated her fair skin and slender waist, making him feel as though he could easily grasp her waist with a single hand. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, Yin Mingjue swiftly averted his eyes. "Is anyone in the Wang residence giving you trouble? I haven't heard any news." Su Qingwan had been contemplating how to broach the subject of the 30% profit with Yin Mingjue. At this moment, upon hearing his words, she decided to be direct. "There is no trouble per se, but the side consort desires 30% of my shop's profits." "My lord, what do you say, should I give it or not?" Yin Mingjue's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon her. Su Qingwan stood her ground, unflinching. Yin Mingjue was ostensibly aligned with the fourth prince. She was not naive enough to overlook that fact. Others might have suspected something, but they were unaware of the depths of Yin Mingjue's cunning and his audacity to use the fourth prince as a stepping stone for his own ascent. In her past life, when the fourth prince was exiled, Yin Mingjue remained unaffected, instead soaring to greater heights. However, these matters did not concern her, at least for now. Yin Mingjue was still associated with the fourth prince, and she needed to ascertain whether the money ought to be given. Yin Mingjue scrutinized her for a moment before stating, "No need. The fourth prince does not care for such trifling sums." Su Qingwan exhaled softly, confirming her suspicions that it was indeed Su Qinglan's own desire. This individual had grown increasingly audacious, daring to demand money under the name of Yuan Su. "I understand. Then I shall not disturb your work any further. I will take my leave." With that, she turned on her heel, leaving no opportunity for Yin Mingjue to respond. Yin Mingjue was left in a state of realization regarding the complexities of dealing with women and the cunning of lesser individuals. This woman's temperament was rather formidable. In truth, he had misjudged Su Qingwan. She was not angry. Rather, she had come to a more profound understanding of her identity and had clarified her relationship with Yin Mingjue. Following the incident with concubine Hong, she had begun to regard herself merely as Yin Mingjue's subordinate. With a clear sense of position, one is less prone to errors. That evening, a significant event transpired at the Yin residence, and all within the household learned of the news. Su Qingwan slumbered soundly until the break of dawn, and when she awoke, Qinshu whispered softly in her ear, "Last night, concubine Hong was thrown out of the study and knelt outside all night." Upon hearing this, a pleased expression graced Su Qingwan's face. After a moment, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Where did Yin Mingjue spend the night?" "The study." Qinshu's voice dropped even lower. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingwan's eyes. How could that be? Before she could probe further, Yin Mingjue entered, exuding an aura of coldness. "Everyone, leave," he commanded, fixing his gaze on Su Qingwan. The two maidservants exchanged glances, and at Su Qingwan's silent directive, they retreated. As soon as they exited, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. The two maidservants were startled, each sensing worry reflected in the other's eyes. Inside, Yin Mingjue emanated an icy demeanor as he fixed a cold stare on Su Qingwan, his anger evident. Yet, Su Qingwan appeared unperturbed. "What brings you here, my lord?" "Su Qingwan, look at the good deed you have done," Yin Mingjue replied coldly. Chapter 93. A formal marriage. What is the meaning of your words, my lord? I do not comprehend. Su Qingwan sat there, seemingly oblivious to what Yin Mingjue was truly upset about. Someone had poisoned my food and, at that moment, lured concubine Hong to my study. Su Qingwan, dare you claim these actions were not your doing? Yin Mingjue's voice was laced with anger, and if one listened closely, they might discern a hint of disappointment. Last night, upon realizing something was amiss with his body, he had promptly kicked concubine Hong out, assuming she was responsible. However, once he had calmed down, clarity dawned upon him. Concubine Hong lacked the audacity, and certainly the skill, to administer the poison so stealthily. In this household, aside from Su Qingwan, no one else possessed such capability. Thus, after a cold shower to regain composure, he had come to confront Su Qingwan. In response to Yin Mingjue's accusations, Su Qingwan merely stated, "If my lord claims it, then so be it. After all, in your eyes, I am indeed such a person. I cannot defend myself." Hearing this, Yin Mingjue nearly laughed in anger. What a cunning Su Qingwan, employing retreat as a form of advance. He stepped closer, grasping her chin with one hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Do not try that with me. I am fully aware of the kind of person you are. And if it is indeed me, what of it?" Su Qingwan coldly met Yin Mingjue's eyes and declared, "It was I who instigated the conflict among the concubines. It was I who withheld their allowances, and it was I who sent concubine Hong to the study." Yin Mingjue was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing into Su Qingwan's icy eyes. He found himself at a loss for words. He had always known this woman to be unyielding, even petty, yet he had not anticipated her to be so infuriated. He had thought that the incident with concubine Hong and concubine Huang had passed, but he soon realized it had not. Her silence was not an indication of acceptance, but rather a prelude to her waiting in the wings. With concubine Hong expelled from the study, her dignity shattered, and he, the one who had humiliated her and placed blame upon her, was bound to face the consequences. In that moment, he found himself uncertain of how to deal with Su Qingwan. Her mention of concubine Hong and the matter of the allowances indicated the underlying cause of the turmoil. It was his injustice that had led to this predicament. How truly remarkable she was. The anger within Yin Mingjue dissipated considerably, and the grip he had on her chin gradually softened into a gentle caress. Unbeknownst to him, his thumb and forefinger began to tenderly stroke her delicate skin. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into something more intimate due to his actions. Su Qingwan was taken aback by Yin Mingjue's sudden shift. The anger she had mustered began to wane, replaced by a rare moment of bewilderment, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. When Yin Mingjue snapped back to reality, he saw her confused expression, and the last remnants of his displeasure vanished. The suppressed effects of the potion he had previously calmed began to resurge. Yin Mingjue, feeling a surge of defiance, resolved not to subject himself to further indignities. This exquisite woman before him was, after all, his legally wedded wife. Why should he endure such humiliation? With this thought, his hand descended, encircling the slender waist he had long desired. At that moment of tight embrace, a singular notion occupied his mind. Indeed, she could be held in one hand. He lifted Su Qingwan effortlessly, carrying her toward the inner chamber. It was not until she was tossed onto the bed that Su Qingwan grasped Yin Mingjue's intentions. A hint of panic finally surfaced in her typically composed eyes. No. Chapter 94. A room of joy. As soon as the words of refusal escaped her lips, they were stifled and transformed into a muffled whimper. After a considerable time, Yin Mingjue finally relinquished her mouth. She seized the opportunity to catch her breath and, in a flustered manner, exclaimed, "In broad daylight, you." Yin Mingjue chuckled derisively. "For someone like me, there is no distinction between day and night. I prefer the daylight for my indulgences. It allows for clearer visibility." Su Qingwan, "You shameless cad." Her face flushed crimson, and in terms of audacity, she realized she was utterly outmatched by Yin Mingjue. Observing her flushed cheeks and her inability to retort, Yin Mingjue felt a sense of victory. He ceased to restrain himself and surrendered to his primal desires, becoming a ravenous beast. Qin Shu and Miao Hua were deeply concerned for Su Qingwan's safety and had been stationed outside the door. Initially, they could hear the commotion within, but soon, the sounds faded, replaced by soft, seductive melodies. Realizing the nature of those sounds, both women turned crimson. Qin Shu cleared her throat. "Prepare some water in the kitchen and gather some food." Miao Hua nodded and hurried off. Inside the room, Su Qingwan lay in a daze upon the bed, unresponsive for a long while. When she had just married Yin Mingjue, she had hoped to seize the opportunity of their newlywed status to conceive a child. However, Yin Mingjue showed no interest, and over time, she too ceased to think about it. Having never been fond of such matters, coupled with Yin Mingjue's demeanor, she had completely extinguished those thoughts. Yet, who would have guessed that after relinquishing all hope, she would be met with such an unexpected turn of events today? She found it difficult to accept. Simultaneously, she felt a peculiar difference. In her previous life, during her time with Zhou Shulang, she had never experienced a moment of joy. only enduring pain, which had made her quite averse to such encounters. However, after her recent experience with Yin Mingjue, initially it had been uncomfortable, yet strangely, she had derived an odd pleasure from it. She found herself puzzled. How could Yin Mingjue's fervor surpass Zhou Shulong's? Yet she felt no greater pain. Rising from the bed, her hair, dark and lustrous as silk, lay in disarray around her, while her fair skin bore numerous red marks, evoking a sense of sorrow, intertwined with a bizarre sense of satisfaction, alongside an impulse to shatter. Su Qiwan remained oblivious to how alluring she appeared at that moment. Her typically composed black eyes were now wide open, revealing a mix of confusion and innocence that stirred emotions in the hearts of those who beheld her. Since it had already transpired, she thought, why not embrace it fully? Since Yin Mingjue had initiated this, he surely intended to indulge completely. Thus, he descended upon her once more. Outside the door, Qin Shu and Miao Hua had awaited Su Qingwan's summons to enter and attend to her. But they found themselves waiting from dawn until dusk, only to hear the voice of their master issuing commands within. Yet it was not their young mistress who spoke, but Yin Mingjue. Prepare water. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu and Miao Hua hastily brought water inside, accompanied by a few maidservants. As the door opened, a waft of the fragrance of stoneflower enveloped them, causing all the maidservants to blush. Qin Shu and Miao Hua cautiously glanced at the bed, where their mistress lay cocooned in blankets, leaving only her face exposed, rendering it impossible to discern anything further. Just as they were about to approach to serve her, someone else stepped in first and lifted her up. Everyone leave. After Yin Mingjue spoke, he wrapped Su Qingwan in his outer robe and carried her into the inner chamber. Qin Shu lowered her head and caught sight of her mistress's exposed lower leg, marked with bruises of varying shades. She instinctively swallowed hard. This sight was even more alarming than that day. Mistress, are you all right? Chapter 95. Learning to accept fate. Su Qiwan awoke from a profound slumber, her senses gradually returning as she gazed outside, feeling an almost surreal disorientation. To her astonishment, she had slept for an entire day and night, although she had fainted later. The memories of the earlier moments lingered vividly in her mind, including the trembling sensations that accompanied them. It turned out that such experiences could indeed bring pleasure. However, at that moment, she found herself too weak to rise, prompting her to call for Qin Shu and Miao Hua. Miss, you are finally awake. Are you hungry? Miao Hua's concern made Su Qingwan feel as if she were gravely ill. After sipping a bit of porridge, she began to regain her strength. Qin Shu helped her dress. Their eyes filled with sympathy as they noticed the myriad of marks adorning her skin. Miss, you have suffered, they lamented. Suffered? Not particularly. Compared to the unrelenting pain of the past, this is almost a surprise, she replied lightly. However, she acknowledged that Yin Mingjue had indeed been deliberately punitive, and the effects of the medicine had compounded the experience beyond measure. I doubt it will be so extreme next time. Realizing she was already contemplating a next time, Su Qingwan let out a soft chuckle. It was intriguing to discover that such encounters could be so enticing. No wonder some individuals found pleasure in them. By the way, several concubines came to pay their respects today, but the servants sent them away, Qin Shu informed her. Also, concubine Hong is unwell. Concubine Qin had steward Zhou summon a doctor to attend to her. The Lord's kick was no small matter. Qin Shu's tone revealed a blatant schadenfreude. Humph. Thinking that a few days of affection from the Lord would grant her immunity to consequence. How naive. Miao Hua chimed in without restraint. Su Qingwan remained silent. This incident had been orchestrated by her hand, and thus she felt no sympathy or pity for concubine Hong. Her thoughts wandered instead to another matter. Although Yin Mingjue had been drugged, why had he chosen to endure the night rather than seek solace in another concubine's quarters? In concubine Hong's quarters, she lay in bed, her eyes swollen and vacant. Concubine Qin entered to find her in such a state and sighed softly. Are you feeling any better? Concubine Hong remained silent, her eyes reddening further. She could hardly fathom how the Lord had so publicly humiliated her by kicking her out. After all, she had merely employed a few stimulating aids. The Lord's wrath seemed excessive. In truth, she had deliberated for quite some time before resorting to such methods, simply unable to wait any longer. After all her time in the manor, the Lord had yet to lay a finger on her. She understood that her presence in the inner quarters was due to her mother's influence, yet her feelings for the Lord were genuine. Seeing her silence, concubine Qin sat down and spoke directly. You and the master share a bond from childhood. Even if you do nothing, he will still remember you. She sought to caution concubine Hong against futile endeavors, but her words fell on deaf ears. Concubine Hong had heard that the master had gone to Su Qingwan's quarters immediately after leaving the study and had not emerged all day. Rumor had it that even the cleaning was done by the master himself, with no one else permitted to intrude. This news spread throughout the manor. Previously, everyone believed that the lady had fallen out of favor. Yet, Yin Mingjue's actions yesterday indicated otherwise. Su Qingwan had not lost his affection, and it seemed unlikely she would in the near future. In stark contrast, Concubine Hong had become the subject of ridicule. To think she had willingly presented herself, only to be dismissed without a glance and then cast aside with a kick. The mere thought of how the maids and servants would speak of her filled her with dread. She had become a complete laughingstock. And all of it was due to Su Qingwan. Entirely her fault. A flash of resentment flickered in Concubine Hong's eyes. Concubine Qin observed and furrowed her brow slightly. Initially believing Concubine Hong to be sensible, she now realized her error. The woman was utterly misguided. In a gesture of camaraderie, Concubine Qin offered, "Sometimes one must learn to accept their fate." But Concubine Hong was resolute. "Accept fate? No, I shall not resign myself to such a fate." Chapter 96. As you wish. In the following 2 days, Yin Mingjue did not present himself before Su Qingwan, seemingly having not returned to the residence. Su Qingwan remained indifferent. Since the fourth prince was not the one seeking that profit, she paid no heed to Su Qingwan and merely sent someone to decline. It was said that Su Qinglan threw quite a tantrum over it, but Su Qingwan was unconcerned. After Yin Mingjue spent a day and a night with her, the concubines began to visit her courtyard daily to pay their respects once more. Only Concubine Qin remained unchanged. Her previous respectfulness continued as it had been. She brought forth all matters, great and small, for consultation, proving to be a rather astute individual. "How is Concubine Hong faring?" Su Qingwan inquired casually. Concubine Qin hesitated for a moment before responding. "Not well. A heart ailment requires a remedy for the heart. If she cannot see the truth herself, no one can assist her." Su Qingwan cast a glance at Concubine Qin and asked, "Perhaps it is due to the sweltering weather. She might be feeling stifled within the residence. I have a manor in my dowry, nestled against the mountains and by the water. It would be quite pleasant. Let her go there to recuperate." Concubine Qin was taken aback by her words. She had assumed that Concubine Hong had learned her lesson, not realizing that there were still repercussions awaiting her. Indeed, the lady was not one to quietly endure a slight. It was unknown whether Concubine Hong would regret her past actions upon hearing this news. Suppressing her thoughts, Concubine Qin left Su Qingwan's courtyard and made her way to Concubine Hong's quarters to relay the message. Upon hearing it, Concubine Hong's expression shifted instantly. "I will not go. I refuse to go to any manor." Furrowing her brows, Concubine Qin deemed Concubine Hong foolish for still failing to grasp the situation. "I wish to see the master," Concubine Hong insisted. "The master would not treat me this way." Concubine Qin, upon hearing this, urged her, "If I were you, I would not seek the master. Yes, there is indeed some affection between you and him, but that affection belongs to your mother. Your mother is no longer alive. How much of that affection remains to be exhausted? Even the greatest of favors will one day be depleted, let alone that of a mere wet nurse." Regrettably, Concubine Hong could not discern this truth. She always believed that Yin Mingjue treated her differently, desiring to bask in that particular honor alone. Thus, Concubine Hong once again sought to confront Yin Mingjue. In the past 2 days, Yin Mingjue had ventured to the outskirts of the capital and only returned late that night. As soon as he entered the residence, he was grasped by the leg. "Master, please grant this servant justice." Yin Mingjue glanced down at Concubine Hong, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. "What is it?" he asked coldly. "Master, the lady wishes to send me to the manor for recuperation. I do not wish to leave." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at Yin Mingjue, yet her allure was wasted on a blind man. Yin Mingjue withdrew his leg and chided her in a frigid tone. "The lady's intention to send you for rest is well-meaning. Instead of expressing gratitude, you behave in this manner, truly foolish." Concubine Hong, upon hearing this, forgot her tears and stared wide-eyed at Yin Mingjue. She had not anticipated such a response from him, nor that he would treat her in this way. Meeting her gaze, Yin Mingjue spoke slowly. "After your wet nurse's passing, I had intended to find you a suitable match, yet you chose to enter my residence of your own accord. I have acquiesced to your wishes. Now that you have made your choice, you must adhere to the rules. As a concubine, you repeatedly bypassed the legitimate wife to come before me with grievances, demonstrating a complete lack of understanding of propriety. It is fitting that you go to the manor now to learn some decorum." With that, Yin Mingjue turned away. no longer casting a glance at concubine Hong on the floor, and made his way inside. The evening had already grown late, and he had intended to spend the night alone in his study. However, after being interrupted by concubine Hong, he could not help but head towards Su Qingwan's courtyard. He found himself increasingly drawn to intelligent individuals, particularly those of the fairer sex. Chapter 97. Concealing one's talents. Su Qingwan had already succumbed to slumber when she was abruptly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of profound, desire-laden gazes. As Su Qingwan began to speak, she swiftly silenced herself. Still in a daze from sleep, her voice, already somewhat hoarse, took on an unintentional softness, which made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Conversely, Yan Mingjue's eyes ignited with fervor as he intensified his actions, gripping Su Qingwan's chin to prevent her from biting her own lips. He relished the faint, intermittent sounds that escaped her lips. The following day, Su Qingwan rose late once more. Yan Mingjue had long departed, and the bed beside her was already cold. Were it not for the discomfort she felt in her body, she might have doubted whether the events of the previous night were merely a dream. Qin Shu attended to her breakfast while recounting the incident involving concubine Hong. Last night, she had obstructed the master and attempted to report the lady of the house, only to receive a stern reprimand. This morning, Steward Zhou had already seen her off. Qin Shu's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, bemused by the thought that with such limited capability, concubine Hong dared to contend with their young mistress. Su Qingwan remained silent. She viewed Yan Mingjue as cold-hearted, and concubine Hong's inability to recognize her own position was a fitting consequence. Her thoughts were preoccupied with a different matter. Had there been no progress in her investigation? She yearned to uncover who had misrepresented her intentions that day, seeking to bring her harm. Not yet, Qin Shu replied. Very well. Su Qingwan sighed, rubbing her waist as she stood. Instinctively, she touched her abdomen, pondering whether her entanglements with Yan Mingjue had resulted in a child. She had previously dismissed such notions, yet they now stirred within her once more. Recent events had afforded her a clearer perspective on Yan Mingjue. Attempting to bind him with so-called affection was utterly futile. True reliance lay in her own means. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the doorkeeper announced the arrival of Su Qinghe. Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow at the news and instructed them to invite Su Qinghe in. In the mere span of 10 days, Su Qinghe appeared considerably haggard. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, she mustered a strained smile. Sister, what brings you here today? Su Qingwan casually inquired, though her gaze lingered on Su Qinghe's face for a moment. I came to ask you, sister, if you could spare a few jars of fragrant honey. Your shop's business is thriving, and it sells out every day. I can hardly get my hands on any. Su Qinghe replied with a smile. I have 2 jars that are unused. If you want them, I shall give them to you. Su Qingwan indicated for Qin Shu to fetch the honey. Su Qinghe, not one to be polite, had her maid collect the jars and then asked, Sister, I wish to open a shop as well. What do you think would sell well? Su Qingwan, taken aback, regarded her sister with surprise. Today, Su Qinghe bore a resemblance to her former self. Under Su Qingwan's scrutinizing gaze, Su Qinghe's smile faltered increasingly until she finally spoke. The household expenses are considerable. I must establish some means of livelihood to sustain myself. Su Qingwan refrained from commenting on the matter, merely offering a few suggestions, allowing Su Qinghe to make her own choices. Su Qinghe nodded thoughtfully. I shall ponder it further and see which idea suits me best, she replied. Su Qingwan observed Su Qinghe with a discerning eye. If Su Qinghe had indeed been reborn, she ought to know of a certain delicacy that would soon sweep the world in a few years. However, she had deliberately chosen to remain silent about it. Perhaps she was intentionally concealing her talents in front of Su Qingwan. Suppressing her suspicions, the 2 sisters conversed for a while. As they were about to part, Su Qinghe suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, sister, yesterday, the 4th prince's consort summoned me and inquired if I would like to open a shop together with her. She mentioned wanting to establish a food stall. Chapter 98. Do you still wish to teach me a lesson? After bidding farewell to Su Qinghe, Su Qingwan sat on a chair, meticulously reflecting on every word spoken by Su Qinghe and the expressions that accompanied them. She found herself unable to discern the truth behind Su Qinghe's statements, now left to observe how events would unfold. A few days later, a new eatery indeed opened in the capital, serving dishes that had once been all the rage in her previous life. Have you ascertained the details? Su Qingwan inquired of a wolf, who had been tasked with investigating this matter, as she sought to gauge his insight. It was opened by the concubine of the 4th prince, a wolf replied succinctly. Su Qingwan frowned slightly. However, Even with the information laid bare before her, the possibility of Su Qinglan's reincarnation seemed increasingly plausible, yet she remained skeptical. The timing felt too convenient, almost as if it were a deliberate attempt to mislead her. Days passed without any new information from a wolf, prompting Su Qinglan to decide to visit the eatery herself. Just as she contemplated this, Su Qinglan extended an invitation for her to dine, with the venue being none other than the new eatery. "Miss, shall we go?" Qin Shu expressed her concern, knowing well that the third miss and the eldest miss had never been on amicable terms. And now that Su Qinglan held the esteemed position of the fourth prince's concubine, she feared for her mistress's well-being. "Let us go. Summon a wolf," Su Qinglan commanded. Upon their arrival at the eatery, they found it bustling with patrons, a testament to its thriving business. "Big sister." A familiar voice halted Su Qinglan in her tracks. She turned to see Su Qinghe alighting from a carriage. "Big sister, has Su Qinglan invited you to?" Su Qinghe furrowed her brow. "Humph, who knows what kind of trick she is up to?" The relationship between Su Qinghe and Su Qinglan had always been fraught with tension, and presently, there was no warmth in Su Qinghe's demeanor. That day, she even suggested we open a shop together. I can hardly believe she would be so benevolent. Who knows what pitfalls await me? Listening to Su Qinghe's grievances, Su Qinglan chose not to chime in, but instead gently patted her hand. Given the crowd and the potential for eavesdropping, some matters were best left unspoken. Su Qinghe understood this, muttering a few more complaints before ceasing her tirade. Upon revealing their identities, they were promptly ushered to a private room on the upper floor, where Su Qinglan awaited them. Upon their entrance, her smugness was unmistakable. "Eldest sister." "Second sister, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Exchanging glances, Su Qinglan and Su Qinghe settled down, and Su Qinghe queried, "What prompted you to invite us here today?" "I thought it would be nice for us three sisters to gather, especially since we haven't had a proper reunion since your marriages. Today is a perfect occasion for you both to sample the delicacies I have prepared," Su Qinglan replied, as a variety of dishes were served. Su Qinglan cast a discreet glance at the spread, recognizing several dishes that had once captivated the culinary scene in her past life. Though only a few of them were present, she remarked nonchalantly, "I did not expect third sister to possess such a flair for cuisine and to run an eatery." Su Qinglan's expression soured at this comment. "What do you mean? Just because eldest sister can open a shop, does that mean I cannot? You remain as domineering as ever. Previously, I never saw you dabble in culinary affairs. I was merely expressing my surprise," Su Qinglan replied, but before she could continue, Su Qinghe interjected. "Why do you react so strongly, third sister? You seem quite defensive." With a scoff, Su Qinglan retorted, "Second sister, are you protecting eldest sister because you harbor a secret? After all, you did take eldest sister's suitor, did you not? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Su Qinghe exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and rising to confront Su Qinglan. Yet, the current Su Qinglan appeared unfazed. "Second sister, are you still trying to teach me a lesson?" Chapter 99. Of no consequence, Su Qinglan and Su Qinghe were embroiled in a fierce argument. Their discord had persisted even before their marriages, and it remained unchanged. This raised a perplexing question for Su Qinglan. Why would Su Qinglan want Su Qinghe to join her in opening a shop? In the past, whenever the two quarreled, Su Qinglan would intervene to mediate, ostensibly favoring neither side, yet secretly aligning with her younger sister. Today, however, she remained silent. Eventually, it was their respective maids who stepped in to separate the two. With a cold snort, Su Qinglan remarked, "Sister, you are now a lady of the air, yet your temper remains so foul. What do you think you are, to act so audaciously before me?" "Ah, sister," Su Qinghe called out, only then realizing that Su Qinglan had not uttered a single word throughout the entire exchange. She cast a wounded glance at Su Qinglan, but ultimately chose silence. Half an hour later, Su Qinglan and Su Qinghe emerged from the eatery. The meal had been a deliberate display by Su Qinglan, and now that she had relished in the humiliation of the two sisters, there was no reason to keep them lingering. For her, the sight of Su Qinghe's exasperation had provided ample amusement. As Su Qinglan climbed into the carriage, Su Qinghe bit her lip and followed suit. "Sister, do you believe her words? Do you think I have stolen your fortune in marriage?" Su Qinghe inquired directly. Su Qinglan lifted her gaze to meet her sister's. "It is of no importance." "Sister," Su Qinghe, now anxious, pressed on, "how can you trust her? That wretched woman clearly seeks to sow discord between us." In contrast to Su Qinghe's agitation, Su Qinglan remained remarkably composed. She adjusted her attire and replied matter-of-factly, "I have stated, it is of no importance." Sister. Su Qingha's eyes widened as she looked at Su Qingwan, at a loss for words, though her gaze betrayed a hint of sorrow. How did we end up like this? Her tone was filled with confusion and disbelief. Su Qingwan regarded her in silence, sharing her own yearning to understand how their sisterly bond had deteriorated. They were born of the same mother, raised together, and Su Qingwan believed she had done no wrong by Su Qingha. Yet, her sister showed no regard for their kinship. Even now, she suspected that Su Qingha had orchestrated the mischief surrounding Su Qinglan's culinary offerings. There was no rationale behind her suspicion, merely an instinct. Return home, she said softly. Su Qingha studied her for a moment before finally descending from the carriage. The journey back was shrouded in an oppressive silence, with Qin Suo glancing at Su Qingwan, hesitating to speak. Eventually, unable to contain herself, she ventured, Miss, do you suspect that the one who plotted against you was the second miss? Perhaps, Su Qingwan replied, lifting the carriage curtain and calling out, A Lang. A Lang, who had been shadowing the carriage, promptly appeared before her. See if there are any leads to uncover. A Lang nodded, refraining from expressing the difficulty of the task. Investigate Su Qinglan further. Su Qingwan was determined to ascertain whether the issue lay with Su Qingha, Su Qing'an, or if both were implicated. Upon returning to the estate, Su Qingwan settled down, and shortly thereafter, Aunt Xian sought an audience with her. Let her in. Aunt Xian, having narrowly escaped death, now exhibited a newfound submissiveness, entering and respectfully bowing to Su Qingwan. What brings you to me? Su Qingwan inquired. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I wish to return home for a visit. I humbly request your understanding, my lady. Aunt Xian's head was bowed, concealing her expression from Su Qingwan. It remained unclear whether her newfound obedience was genuine or merely a facade. Su Qingwan cast a glance at her and suddenly asked, Has Aunt Huang sought you out recently? Chapter 100. Such arrogance. Upon hearing Su Qingwan's inquiry, Aunt Xian promptly replied, Since Aunt Huang moved to Aunt Hong's courtyard, our interactions have diminished significantly. Su Qingwan regarded Aunt Xian, pondering her thoughts. Before she entered the residence, Aunt Huang had always been closely aligned with Aunt Xian. However, following Aunt Xian's misfortune, Aunt Huang severed ties with her. Could Aunt Xian truly have dismissed this situation from her mind? Previously, Aunt Huang had been the one to suppress Aunt Huang, while the target of the schemes was none other than herself. After much contemplation, Aunt Xian's suspicion loomed large. She had instructed Qin Shi to investigate, yet no significant findings emerged. Su Qingwan's gaze remained fixed on Aunt Xian, who dared not lift her head, trembling slightly. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingwan smirked. I am not a monster, dear Sister Xian. Why the fear? You are merely returning to the residence tomorrow. You may go back at your leisure. Turning to Qin Shi, she instructed, select 2 items from the storeroom and send them to Aunt Xian for her to take back tomorrow. Understood, Miss, Qin Shi replied. Thank you, madam. I shall not disturb you further, Aunt Xian hastily said before departing, as if pursued by a specter, revealing her genuine fear of Su Qingwan. Why was she so frightened of the young lady? Could it be a guilty conscience? Miao Hua speculated. Su Qingwan shook her head. Aunt Xian had previously shown considerable boldness, however. After her recent brush with death, she had become utterly cowed, exhibiting a facade of bravado. Later that evening, Yin Mingjue returned, and Su Qingwan recounted the events involving Aunt Xian. For now, I shall take charge of this matter, but in the future, let it fall to Aunt Qin. Please inform her. Hearing this, Yin Mingjue looked at Su Qingwan. I will have Aunt Qin return the account books tomorrow. This implied a restoration of Su Qingwan's authority over the household. Others might have rejoiced at such a prospect, but without hesitation, Su Qingwan declined. No need. Aunt Qin manages quite well. Let her continue, for it grants me some respite. Yin Mingjue regarded Su Qingwan, aware of her strong temperament, yet surprised that she still harbored unresolved feelings after all this time. Moreover, it was evident that they had. Su Qingwan chose to ignore Yin Mingjue's furrowed brow and rose to ask, Shall I attend to your rest, my lord? As she spoke, she placed her hand upon his collar, and seeing no objection, she began to unfasten his garment. However, after releasing just one button, Yin Mingjue intervened, pushing her hand away, casting a deep glance at her before turning to leave. Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged it off with a light laugh. Qin Shi closed the door. With that, she retired to rest, unfazed by Yin Mingjue's departure. The next morning, Qin Shi softly remarked, Last night, the Lord visited Aunt Qin's chambers and only departed this morning for court. After speaking, Qin Shi cautiously glanced at Su Qingwan, who showed no trace of displeasure on her face. Confused, she wondered why the conflict had reignited after a seemingly pleasant interaction the previous day. Why would the Lord offer the household authority to the young lady, only for her to refuse it? As if sensing Qinshi's thoughts, Su Qingwan retorted scornfully, "When pleased, he bestows rewards upon me. When displeased, he retracts them. What does he think I am? Such authority is not worth having." No sooner had she spoken than Miao Hua arrived with tidings, "Miss, and Qin has come." Su Qingwan remained composed, while Qinshi's expression shifted dramatically. "What audacity! Is she here to publicly humiliate you? Everyone is aware that the Lord visited her courtyard last night before retiring there. Now, the entire household must be eager to witness your embarrassment, and at such a moment, Aunt Qin chooses to pay you a visit. Surely, this is a direct affront."